जिंदगी जीने का तरीका उन्हीं लोगों को आया है जिन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी में हर जगह धक्का खाया है, जमाया है सर्द रातों में खुद को, तपती धूप में खुद को तपाया है। वही हुए हैं सफल जिंदगी में, उन्होंने ही इतिहास बनाया है, उन्होंने ही इतिहास बनाया है। नहीं फूलते कुसुम मात्र राजाओं के उपवन में, अमित बार खिलते वे पुरसे दूर कुंज कानन में। समझे कौन रहस्य, समझे कौन रहस्य, प्रकृति का बड़ा अनोखा हाल, गुदरी में रखती चुन चुन कर बड़ी कीमती लाल, बड़ी कीमती लाल। Success is not key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you enjoy what you do, you will definitely get succeed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our special guest of honor, we are great thankful to you for joining this morning. Let's welcome them with a huge round of admiration. हार को जीत की एक दुआ मिल गई, हार को जीत की एक दुआ मिल गई, तब तो मौसम में एक हवा मिल गई। आप आए श्रीमान जी, यूं लगा जैसे, आप आए श्रीमान जी, यूं लगा जैसे तकलीफ को दवा मिल गई, दवा मिल गई।
Namaskar, Thamagani Adab, hello, and a very warm good morning to all who are present here. I take this privilege to warmly welcome all the delegates on a very first day of International Conference on Emerging Trends in Science and Technology organized by Vedanta PG Girls College. And also, it gives me an immense pleasure to start this auspicious occasion by heartily welcoming all the delegates, everybody from the bottom of my heart. I welcome to each and everyone who is present here.
The galaxy of intellective, honorable principal, invited guests, dignitaries, teachers, and dear friends, how phenomenal is this day? You will witness an entertaining and amusement program ahead.
It's an honor itself to honor this charming and beautiful audience today here. Well, before I proceed ahead, let me give my introduction first. So, I am Tanya Shekhawat, host of today's program, with my co-host
Ayushi Kumawat once again welcomes you all on behalf of the whole team and principal in ICTST 2022. Education is no elegance of knowledge, but the formation of character. We roll down a carpet of welcome to all dignitaries, our college principal, Dr. Prashant Madan, Vice Principal, Dr. Ashna Sharma Ma'am, Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma, who is Dean, JECRC University, Jaipur, and Professor IP Jain, Founder Director, CNCER, and Honorable Chairman, ICETST 2022. And Professor Bhagirath Singh, VC of Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay, Shekhawati University, Sikar, and Mr. Avichal Chaturvedi ji, District Collector and DM, Sikar, and Dr. Mukesh Kumari, Convener of ICETST 2022.
When I understood and accepted my own mistakes, I was consumed by my own light. As like darkness cannot derive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot derive out hate, only love can do that.
ख्वाहिश से नहीं गिरते फल झोली में, ख्वाहिश से नहीं गिरते फल झोली में, वक्त की शाखा को ए दोस्त हिलाना ही होगा। कुछ नहीं होगा अंधेरे को बुरा कहने से, कुछ नहीं होगा अंधेरे को बुरा कहने से, अपने हिस्से का दिया खुद ही जलाना होगा, खुद ही जलाना होगा।
Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of night, similarly, blessings brings in our life prosperity and happiness. And the goddess Saraswati is a symbol of knowledge, music, art, wisdom, and nature. With this noble thought, let us start this morning by lighting the lamp in front of Goddess Saraswati. For seeking the choicest blessings, for the same I invite our admirable and venerable all the delegates, Professor I.P. Jain, Professor Bhagirath Singh, Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma, Dr. Prashant Madan, Dr. Archana Sharma, and Dr. Mukesh Kumari. And also, I would like to invite Shubham and team for the Saraswati Vandana.
हंस वाहिनी ऐसा वर दो, अवगुण हर कर सदगुण भर दो। हंस वाहिनी ऐसा वर दो, अवगुण हर कर सदगुण भर दो। पढ़ लिख माता विद्वान बन जाएंगे, भारत से अनपढ़ता को दूर भगाएंगे। दुखियों की सेवा दिल में भर दो, अवगुण हर कर सदगुण भर दो। हंस वाहिनी ऐसा वर दो, अवगुण हर कर सदगुण भर दो। अवगुण हर कर सदगुण भर दो।
I would request to all the guests, please be seated on the stage. In India, the saying Atithi Devo Bhava is also integral. It means the guest is equivalent to God. It is a Sanskrit verse taken from the Hindu scriptures, which later became a part of the code of conduct for Hindu society, since the guest has always been supreme importance in the culture. अतिथि देवगण आप पधारे, स्वागत को स्वीकार, द्वार हमारे आप आ गए, सहज लुटाते प्यार, साधन कम पर भाव विहल है, स्वागत को श्रीमान, आशा है स्वीकार करेंगे, भाव सुमन का हार, भाव सुमन का हार।
Education is the passport to the future, for the tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And also, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Now, I would like to request Dr. Prashant Madan, mentor Vedanta PG Girls College, to give memento and garland to Professor Bhagirath Singh Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shekhawati University, and chief guest of today's inauguration ceremony.
जिंदगी की कठिन राहों पर आपका साया चाहिए, हमारे हौसलों को आपका अमिट विश्वास चाहिए, कर लेंगे संघर्ष का हर सफर तय, हमें तो बस आपका आशीर्वाद चाहिए, आशीर्वाद चाहिए। Now, I would like to request Dr. Prashant Madan and Dr. Mukesh Kumari to give memento and garlands to Professor I.P. Jain, Conference Chairman and Special Invitee.
नजर बदलो नजारे बदल जाते हैं, नजर बदलो नजारे बदल जाते हैं, सोच बदलो तो सितारे बदल जाते हैं, कश्तियों को बदलो तो जरूरत नहीं, कश्तियों को बदलो तो जरूरत नहीं, दिशा बदलो तो किनारे खुद ब खुद मिल जाते हैं।
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ashna Sharma, Vice Principal of Vedanta College, and Ms. Anita Badala to give memento and garlands, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Sharma ji, special invitee. इस बस्ती से अलग जमाने से जुदा कह दे, अजब कहे, अजीम कहे, अलहदा कह दे। आपकी रहनुमाई के किस्से इतने मकबूल हैं कि हमारे पेश चले तो हम आपको खुदा कह दें, खुदा कह दें। Now, the person who has consumed himself to change the society and light the darkness in the life of all the students. Yes, he is the mentor of Vedanta PG Girls College. Dr. Prashant Madan is requested to come on the stage and address the audience.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
अब वही बात आ जाती है हमारी छात्राओं की आवाज। गुड मॉर्निंग। Important is that we have got young men on the dais also. If I'm not wrong, the moment I was sharing the ideas with our chief guest of the today's program, Professor Bhagirat Singh ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Raju ji 2 minute chup rahenge. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shekhawati University. So what I can assume, he's having a young ideas. His ideas are as young as you people are. Don't look at the age, look at the age of the ideas. He's a man with lot of experience, but with a young mindset of not more than 25, 28 years of the age, with just 30, 40 years of experience. Sir, we heartily welcome you. Our chief guest of the today's program, please give a big round of applause for our chief guest of the today's program. Out of his busy schedule, sir have spared his valuable time. जैन साहब के लिए कुछ शब्द कहना सूरज को दिए रोशनी दिखाने के समान होगा। आपके आइडियाज ने हमको उन्नति के लिए एक नया रास्ता प्रस्तुत किया, एक नए हमें आयाम प्रस्तुत करे, नई दिशाओं की तरफ। और सर हमेशा बात करते हैं कि व्हाट वी हैव टू गिव टू द स्टूडेंट्स। सर आपका स्वागत है। संजय जी जब बात कर रहा था, मैं रिसर्च की बात कर रहे थे बहुत अच्छी सोच के साथ। सर बात कर रहे हैं कि आगे आने वाला वक्त रिसर्च का है। सर इस पे कुछ बातें करेंगे आपसे। सर वी वेलकम यू एंड वेरी स्पेसिफिकली आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम पीसी माली साहब, आरजे वर्मा साहब, त्रिवेदी साहब है हमारे बीच मौजूद अच्छे से, और हमारे अपने राजेश यादव जी। आप सबका स्वागत है। आई एम हाईली थैंकफुल टू द मैनेजमेंट वेदांता फाउंडेशन. Our president Sumanji Didwania ji always says she has got a very big dream for you all. In just few minutes she'll be sharing her ideas. आपके विचार हमको प्रेरणा देते हैं, आपके विचार हमारे अंदर नई ऊर्जा भरते हैं, आपके विचार हमारे लिए ऐसे प्रेरणा स्रोत का काम करते हैं कि हम छात्राओं के लिए, हम स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बहुत कुछ करने के लिए अग्रसर होते हैं। जो नई नई चीजें आप देख रहे हैं, ये उसी की पहली एक कड़ी है। आई एम थैंकफुल टू द आवर हेड ऑफ वेदांता फाउंडेशन मिस्टर सुरजीत रॉय फॉर ऑलवेज मोटिवेटिंग अस, गाइडिंग अस कि वी हैव टू डू समथिंग फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स. ही विल बी शेयरिंग हिज आइडियाज. सो ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ all the management, I welcome you all for this 3 days international conference. When we were perceiving the idea that what we should be doing, हमें एक आइडिया ये लगा कि लेट अस क्रिएट अ प्लेटफॉर्म where the new ideas, the new thought processes, they can be shared among the students. The basic objective is that when you leave the campus, you should have some research mindset with you. You should have some inclination, and you should be leaving the campus as a job readiness. आप चाहे skill के area में हो, whether you are into academics or whether you are looking for anything, but do not leave the campus without anything. This is just one of the things that we have started, a conference where a lot of people from different fields, they'll be sharing their ideas, they'll be sharing their views. आपको उनमें से जो भी चीज पसंद आए, just opt it and go ahead. So with this, let us start the 3 days international conference, and best wishes to all the students for their future endeavors. Okay, thank you.
A good teacher and monitor can inspire hope, ignite the imagination, and instill a love of learning. Thank you very much, sir. We feel honorable and privileged to have with us today in this function Ms. Suman Didwania ma'am. She is known as Suman Didi. She is a manager and trustee of Vedanta Foundation, projects at Vedanta Foundation based in Mumbai. She hardly needs any introduction. Ma'am, you have made us proud by your venerable hard work and achievements. नारी में इतनी क्षमता है कि आंधी को पी जाए, तूफानों में आता इनको मुस्कुराना है। युग नए नए निर्माणों का आया, अपने हाथों का कौशल नारी को दिखलाना है, नारी को दिखलाना है। I would like to call Ms. Suman ma'am for welcome address, and she will address us online. Please listen carefully. She will give us her precious word and message.
Namaste आप सबको, very well, good warm welcome to you all. And Dr. Prashant has been very excited and looking forward to this whole conference. Hope to give our girls something new to take home from this. So ये जो कॉलेज है हमारे पिताजी ने शुरू किया था with the dream to ये जो लड़कियां हैं हमारे गांव की, शायद उस एरिया का ये पहला पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट कॉलेज था उस टाइम पे। तो लड़कियां उस टाइम स्कूल के बाद ज्यादा पढ़ती नहीं थी। जब से ये कॉलेज आया, लड़कियों को हमने ड्रीम्स दिए, वो कॉलेज में आने लगी, तब से ये लड़कियां, बहुत सारी लड़कियां यहाँ से बहुत अच्छे अच्छे पदों पे आज कार्यरत हैं, अच्छा काम कर रही हैं। तो उनको विंग्स देने के लिए, रूट्स तो उनके पास हैं ही, अब हम उनको विंग्स देना चाहते हैं। तो इसमें आप सबका योगदान रहेगा। Looking forward to this conference. The Ringus team has put it together with a lot of labor, and all the best to you all. Thank you.
दिल को था आपका बेसब्री से इंतजार, दिल को था आपका बेसब्री से इंतजार, पलके भी थी आपकी एक झलक को बेकरार। आपके आने से आई है कुछ ऐसी बहार, आपके आने से आई है कुछ ऐसी बहार कि दिल बस मांगे आपके लिए खुशियां बेशुमार। Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring address and valuable message. I don't regret the things I have done. I don't regret the things I have done. I regret the things I did not do when I had the chance to do that. But indeed, never fear to start again, because this time you're not starting from the scratch, but from a new experience. मुश्किल इस दुनिया में कुछ भी नहीं, मुश्किल इस दुनिया में कुछ भी नहीं, चाहे तो तारे भी तोड़ सकते हैं। अगर सच्चे दिल से चाहत हो कुछ पाने की, अगर सच्चे दिल से चाहत हो कुछ पाने की, तो तूफानों का रुख भी मोड़ सकते हैं। Now here who we have is life of full-on example of struggle and hard work, success. Also, Rajasthan Governor Kalraj Mishra issued an order that Professor Bhagirath Singh Bijania has been appointed as the Vice Chancellor of Pandit Deendayal Upadhyaya University, popularly known as Shekhawati University, located at Katrathal in Sikar district. And we are so excited to hear some words by our today's guest. So I kindly request to respected sir,
Mr. Bhagirat Singh Bijania to continue our event by sharing some words. Who is also a chief guest of our today's ceremony.
वेदांता पीजी कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल मदान साहब, लर्नर स्पीकर प्रोफेसर संजय शर्मा, प्रोफेसर आईपी जैन, माली साहब, वर्मा साहब, हमारे डिवोटेड डेलीगेट्स, स्टूडेंट्स, आज का जो टॉपिक है कि इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड इन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ये किस प्रकार हम आज के समय इस ट्रेंड से कैसे वाकिफ होते हैं। हमारी जो ट्रेडिशनल ट्रेंड है, ये कन्वेंशनल जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसको सुपर टेक्नोलॉजी में किस प्रकार हम इमर्जिंग हो रही है, यह एक सोचने का समय है। और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी चुनौती का विषय है। ये नहीं कि अभी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है अभी है, पहले नहीं थी। हम जब सनातन युग की बात करते हैं तो उस समय भी टेक्नोलॉजी थी। श्री राम के समय भी उस विमान से जो आते हैं, और दूसरी जो सुदर्शन चक्र द्वापर युग में होता है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी के पार्ट है। सुदर्शन चक्र भी एक टेक्नोलॉजी का पार्ट है। जो मिसाइल्स हैं और जो तीर चलाते हैं, एक तरह के मिसाइल्स थे, और किस तरह से लड़ाइयों में मिसाइल्स का प्रयोग करते थे, तो वो टेक्नोलॉजी का पार्ट है। और अब जो टेक्नोलॉजी का पार्ट है वो किस तरह से भिन्न पार्ट है। अब जो हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं तो सबसे बड़ी एक समस्या ये आती है कि आज की जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी है, जिसको हम बिग डेटा के रूप में जानते हैं, डेटा साइंस के रूप में जानते हैं, हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करते हैं, क्वांटम फिजिक्स की बात करते हैं, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग की बात करते हैं, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग की बात करते हैं। तो ये जो बड़े टेक्नोलॉजी के पार्ट हैं, रोबोट्स है, ड्रोन है, ये किस प्रकार हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रभावित करते हैं, कैसे हमारी जीवन शैली को प्रभावित किया है, कैसे हमारे रहन सहन को प्रभावित किया है, कैसे हमारी लिखनी पढ़ने को प्रभावित किया है, और टेक्नोलॉजी ने किस प्रकार की हमारी भावनाओं को दूर किया है। यदि हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं तो एक दिन ये हो जाएगा, जैसे अभी लड़कियां हमारे यहाँ हम आए थे तो स्वागत कर रही थी, तिलक लगा रही थी। ये इमोशन अटैचमेंट है, ये भावनाएं हैं। यदि रोबोट यहाँ खड़ा होकर यदि किसी का स्वागत करे तो उसमें अपनत्व है क्या? एक दिन ये एक सवाल हमारे लिए आएगा कि कैसे हम इमोशन से किस तरह से दूर होते हैं। क्योंकि तिलक लगाने का, हालांकि अभी भी हम बहुत से लोग नहीं जानते हैं कि तिलक क्यों लगाया जाता है और तिलक का क्या अर्थ होता है, लेकिन फिर भी हमारी इमोशंस होती हैं। क्योंकि तिलक हमेशा इस अंगुली से शुरू किया जाता है, इसको पृथ्वी का रूप देते हैं, तो पृथ्वी से तिलक लगाया जाता है और उससे ये माना जाता है कि आपका जो यश हो, आपकी प्रतिष्ठा हो, आपका जो सम्मान हो, वो आकाश तक, पृथ्वी से आकाश तक, इसलिए अंगूठे से ऊपर करते हैं। तो और उसमें अक्षत लगाते हैं। अक्षत का मतलब होता है जिसका कभी क्षय नहीं हो। आपका जो सम्मान है कभी नहीं मिटे। जब तक चावल से अक्षत नहीं लगाते हैं तब तक आपका तिलक पूरा नहीं होता है। तो इसमें कितनी इमोशंस जुड़ी हुई है कि जिसका स्वागत करते हैं पृथ्वी से आकाश तक जिसकी हो और उसका तेज हो और वो कभी खत्म नहीं हो। रोबोट से क्या इस प्रकार की भावनाओं से जोड़ा जा सकता है? तो आज की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसमें इन चीजों पर भी डिस्कस होना चाहिए। जो पैनलिस्ट हैं वो ये डिस्कस भी करें कि टेक्नोलॉजी ने इमोशंस को कितना प्रभावित किया है। हम जब टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं तो जो माँ का शब्द में जो प्यार था, माँ कह करके जिसमें ममत्व होती थी, अपनापन होता था। उसके बाद में जो अभी मम्मी, और उसके बाद में जो जिस प्रकार के जो शब्द आते हैं, माँ और मोम, तो ये शब्द में क्या अपनत्व है क्या? इन सब चीजों को मैं लंबे इसके उदाहरण नहीं दूंगा, लेकिन कुछ एक शब्दों के बाद कहना चाहता हूं कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी से क्या ये इमोशंस है वो बने रहेंगे क्या? क्या जो हमारी कल्चर है, हमारी संस्कृति है, उस संस्कृति के अंदर ये जरूरी है कि हमारी भावनाओं का, ममत्व का, दयालु का, जो हमारी संस्कृति का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, तो भारतीय संस्कृति में तो कम से कम ये संस्कृति का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, इसको हम कैसे जीवित रख सकते हैं इस टेक्नोलॉजी में? हालांकि टेक्नोलॉजी से, साइंस इज द मदर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी की मदर है। और इस टेक्नोलॉजी ने, जैसे ड्रोन के द्वारा आज हम खेती भी करते हैं, ड्रोन के द्वारा हम आपदाओं का कंट्रोल भी करते हैं, भूकंप या दूसरे जो आपदाएं आती, यानी ड्रोन इस प्रकार की चीजें भी शुरू करने लग गया है कि कैसे उसकी लोगों की जो इमोशंस को या आवाज को पहचान सकता है, और उस आवाज के आधार से ड्रोन पूछ करके खड्डे में गिरे हुए व्यक्ति को, जैसे बॉल्स में आजकल गिर जाते हैं बॉल्स में, तो उनको भी कैसे ड्रोन के द्वारा भी निकाल सकते हैं, भूकंप के द्वारा कैसे ड्रोन के काम किया जा सकता है, और कई बहुत सी आपदाएं होती हैं। और हम एग्रीकल्चर कि हमारा प्रोडक्शन इससे बढ़ सकता है, लेकिन इसके द्वारा प्रोडक्शन सब्सटेंस रह सकता है क्या? डेवलपमेंट है, जो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट होता है, वो सोशल डेवलपमेंट के साथ रह सकता है। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की जब बात की जाती है तो वो हमें देखना है कि किस प्रकार टेक्नोलॉजी से सस्टेन डेवलपमेंट भी बना रह सकता है क्या, क्योंकि किस प्रकार ड्रोन के द्वारा प्रोडक्शन बढ़ सकता है। जैसे ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन आया था तो एग्रीकल्चर में केमिकल्स का यूज से, माइनर इरिगेशन के यूज से, और जो सीड्स हैं उनके यूज से हमारा जो टोटल प्रोडक्शन बढ़ गया था। लेकिन उस प्रोडक्शन से जो पर्यावरण को जो खतरा हुआ, उस प्रोडक्शन से जो कई बीमारियों को आया, तो क्या हम पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रह सकते हैं क्या? आजकल ऐसे बहुत सी चीजें की जा रही हैं। अभी एक कंपनी ने एक चालू किया है कि एक फर्नीचर निर्माण की कंपनी है यूके की, वो अपने पुराने फर्नीचर्स को बेच रही है, ले रही है, खरीद रही है। जो जिस व्यक्ति के पास भी पुराना फर्नीचर है उसको वो ले रही है, और लेकर उस फर्नीचर पर उसका नाम रखा जाता है कि ये किसका फर्नीचर है जो वापिस आया, ये कब का बना हुआ है, किस यूज में आ रहा था, किस व्यक्ति ने यूज किया, और उस फर्नीचर को वापिस बेच रहे हैं। क्यों इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं? इसलिए कि बार बार फर्नीचर बनाने से पर्यावरण को कितना नुकसान होता है। तो वो एक तरीका हो सकता है कि किस प्रकार हम अपने पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए हमें साइंस का प्रयोग किस प्रकार से, या अपने जो इंटेलिजेंसी का प्रयोग कैसे कर सकते हैं। जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंसी का जो हम अभी प्रयोग, ये युग है जिसमें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंसी आ रही है, और इस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंसी के द्वारा हम किस प्रकार हमारी चीजों को एक जो या हमारे रोबोट्स के माध्यम से हम वो चीजें जो कर सकते हैं, जैसे जो मनुष्य करता था उसके तरह सोचने की बात, उसकी तरह क्षमता, उसकी क्या क्षमता होती है उसकी बात, उस तरह से काम करने की बात है रोबोट्स कर रहा है। और रोबोट्स का प्रयोग दो तरह से ज्यादातर किया जाता है। इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में रोबोट्स का प्रयोग हो रहा है, और सर्विस सेक्टर में रोबोट्स का प्रयोग हो रहा है, प्रोफेशनल सेक्टर्स में रोबोट्स का प्रयोग हो रहा है। तो जो रोबोट्स के द्वारा जो प्रयोग हो रहा है इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में, और उससे जैसे इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट किया जा सकता है, इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन को, प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ाया जा सकता है, और सर्विस सेक्टर में करके हम सर्विस की जो है सर्विस को काफी स्मूथ कर सकते हैं, जल्दी कर सकते हैं, टाइम सेविंग कर सकते हैं। लेकिन इस प्रकार की जो रोबोट्स के प्रयोग से कई बार एक सवाल भी उठा है कि ये रिप्लेस कर देगा लेबर को। हो सकता है लेबर को रिप्लेस नहीं भी करे, नई एरिया खोज सकता है। जैसे कंप्यूटर के एक प्रयोग से ये माना था कि इससे लेबर का रिप्लेस हो सकता है, लेकिन अभी ऐसे लगता है कि कंप्यूटर के प्रयोग से आईटी क्षेत्र का डेवलपमेंट हुआ और आईटी क्षेत्र में आजकल सबसे ज्यादा लोग लग रहे हैं, तो रोजगार पर कंप्यूटर का ज्यादा प्रभाव नहीं पड़ा। हो सकता है रोबोट्स का लेबर पर कितना प्रभाव पड़े, लेकिन ये एक बहुत बड़ी सोचने की बात है और समझने की बात है कि आदमी रोबोट से काम ले सकता है, आदमी रोबोट से अपने चीजों को आसान कर सकता है। लेकिन वो युग यदि आ गया कि रोबोट आदमी को चलाने लग जाएगा, रोबोट आदमी को कहेगा कि ये काम करो ये काम करो, वो दिन बहुत खराब दिन होगा। उसके लिए आपको टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में क्या सोचना है? तो मैं खास तौर से जो सबसे पीछे बैठे हैं, ये मोबाइल एज की पैदाइश है, जो मोबाइल जब शुरू हुआ उसके बाद पैदा हुए हैं, स्मार्टफोन की पैदाइश है। तो स्मार्टफोन के साथ जो स्मार्टफोन 1976 में आया, उसके बाद जो पीछे की लाइन में बैठे लोग हैं तो स्मार्टफोन के साथ पैदा हुए, और जिस तरह से उन्होंने किस प्रकार से अपने जीवन को जिया है, उनको ये पता नहीं कि जीवन में क्या कठिनाइयां आती हैं जीवन, और वो टेक्नोलॉजी को किस तरह से लेते हैं। स्मार्टफोन के माध्यम से वो अपनी चीजों को किस प्रकार, अपने टाइमिंग को, अपने स्टडी को और अपनी सारी जीवन शैली को किस तरह बदल रखा है, खाने पीने की आदतों को, रहने की आदतों को कैसे कर रहे हैं। तो आज का जो स्टडी टाइम है, जैसे हम इंटरनेट के माध्यम से पढ़ाई करते हैं, ई लर्निंग जो कर रहे हैं जिसको ऑनलाइन लर्निंग भी कहते हैं, और वेबसाइट लर्निंग है, सैटेलाइट लर्निंग है। तो इस प्रकार की जो लर्निंग है, एम लर्निंग जो मोबाइल लर्निंग है, और मोबाइल और इंटरनेट के माध्यम से जोड़ करके यू लर्निंग जिसको कहते हैं। तो इस प्रकार की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है जो लर्निंग सेक्टर में भी डेवलप हो रही है, तो आप लोग उस एक टीचर्स का फेस टू फेस जो लर्निंग होती है, या जो गुरुकुल शिक्षा है, या जिसको ब्रह्मकुल कहते हैं, तो उस ब्रह्मकुल में रहकर के जो शिक्षा ली जाती थी, कि किस प्रकार जो शिक्षा दी जाती थी, और आजकल जो इस प्रकार ऑनलाइन लर्निंग कर रहे हैं। कोरोना काल में आपको अनुभव हुआ होगा कि बहुत से लोगों ने जब ऑनलाइन लर्निंग ली तो उनको इस बात का आभास हुआ है कि ऑफलाइन लर्निंग के कितने फायदे थे, कि किस प्रकार ऑफलाइन लर्निंग से हम चीजों को समझते थे जो ऑनलाइन लर्निंग से नहीं समझते। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी की इन चीजों के साथ में, क्योंकि इंटरनेट जो है उसको इस रूप में हमें समझना है, और ऐसे जो एक शॉपिंग की सिस्टम है, जो डिजिटल युग में जो है, जो डिजिटल मार्केट डेवलप हो रहे हैं, डिजिटल जो डिवाइड डेवलप हो रहा है, क्योंकि इंडिया का जो डिजिटल डेटा है, या इंडिया का जो इंटरनेट यूजर्स हैं, करीब 65 करोड़ के आसपास इंटरनेट यूजर्स हैं। तो अभी भी जो इंटरनेट यूजर्स हैं बहुत कम परसेंटेज है, और उसमें भी बहुत से लोग इंटरनेट का यूज करना नहीं जानते। तो एक डिवाइडेशन डेवलप हो रहा है, जो जानते हैं नहीं जानते हैं। और पहले के युग में जो रहते थे तो आपस में इस प्रकार का डिवीजन नहीं था। अब जो डिवीजन डेवलप हुआ है सोशल मीडिया में, या जो इस प्रकार के जो टेक्नोलॉजी के यूजर्स नॉन यूजर्स का डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, तो इस चुनौतियों को हमें देखना है कि किस प्रकार हम इन चुनौतियों को देख सकते हैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के माध्यम से भी। और कई बार क्या है कि सोशल मीडिया में हम किस प्रकार यूज करते हैं, उसको किस प्रकार यूज करते हैं, क्योंकि किस तरह से हम अपने स्मार्टफोन को यूज करके कितने परेशान होते हैं। कई बार आपके इंटरव्यू में ये पूछा जाता है या देखा जाता है कि आप अपना स्मार्टफोन दिखाएं, और स्मार्टफोन में आपने इतना उसमें भर रखा है, कचरा भर रखा है, बहुत सी चीजें जो आपको आवश्यक नहीं है, बहुत सी चीजें जो अनावश्यक चीजें हैं। तो कई बार ऐसा अमेरिका में इस प्रकार के इंटरव्यूज हुए हैं, जिसमें लोग जब इंटरव्यू देने जाते हैं तो सबसे पहले 2 घंटे 4 घंटे 6 घंटे उसको इस बात में लगाते हैं कि डिलीट करते रहे, अपने स्मार्टफोन को साफ करें। और नई टेक्नोलॉजी में तो ये भी आ रहा है कि आपकी सिम है वो भी अब 15-15 सिम लग जाएंगी, डिजिटल सिम आ जाएगी। नई जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसमें नए शहर बने। सऊदी अरब एक ऐसा शहर बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें नए सड़क होंगी, नए कोई गाड़ियां चलेंगी। नियोन नाम का ऐसा शहर है, 2030 तक तैयार हो जाएगा। तो ऐसी शहरों की कल्पना की जा रही है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी से ऐसी टैक्सियां आ जाएंगी जो आकाश में उड़ेंगी। 5G टेक्नोलॉजी जो आ रही है, जिसका तो आपने ज्यादा सुना है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी से हम मंगल ग्रह में रहने की भी बात कर रहे हैं। तो इंसान को इन चीजों का, कि आज की जो पृथ्वी एक हमारा बसेरा है, क्या इस टेक्नोलॉजी से हम सब कुछ और दूसरी दुनिया में रहना चाहते हैं। जो आभासी दुनिया है, जो आर्गुमेंटरी रियलिटी जो है, वर्चुअल रियलिटी है, वो किस प्रकार की रहेगी। यद्यपि ये सही है कि हमारे काम की चीजें कम समय में हम बहुत सी चीजें कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे जो इन्वायरमेंट को, हमारे क्लाइमेट को किस प्रकार से प्रभावित कर रहे, इन सब प्रश्नों का उत्तर मैं समझ रहा हूं कि आपकी, मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर आपकी जो डिस्कशन में, डेलिब्रेशन में और आपके जो डिस्कस हो उसमें इन प्रश्नों के उत्तर आपको लेने चाहिए कि किस प्रकार हमारी जो डेटा सिस्टम है, डेटा साइंस है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ही है, या जो हमारी क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग है, वो किस प्रकार से जो टेक्नोलॉजी का एक ऐसा चीजें तैयार कर रही है, जो चीजें आसान कर रही है, चीजें सुविधाजनक कर रही है और चीजें कम समय में तैयार कर रही है। लेकिन उन चीजों को हम कैसे, हम हमारे लिए हमेशा के लिए हमारी सर्वाइवल को क्या चुनौती दे सकती हैं, हमारे रहने को क्या चुनौती दे सकती हैं, इन चीजों को है मानव सभ्यता के लिए क्या चुनौती हो सकती है, हमारे सोचने समझने और इमोशंस को क्या चुनौती दे सकती है। इन सब बिंदुओं पर भी आपके डेलिब्रेशन डिस्कशन में ये करना चाहिए और जो कंक्लूड निकले उन सबको हम जैसे लोगों को भी इस प्रकार की बताना चाहिए कि हमने इस प्रकार की इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में इस प्रकार कंक्लूड किया है कि इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी क्या मानव सभ्यता के लिए कितनी उपयोगी है या नहीं। जय हिंद।
The science of today is the technology of tomorrow. By innovating and investing in health technology, we believe that we can really change the future of health. Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed and motivating and extremely informative. We are so honored and privileged to have you amongst us as the team dignitaries, whom we would like to appreciate. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Give a big round of applause, sir, please.
बड़े बड़ाई न करे, बड़े न बोले बोल, रहीमन हीरा कब कहे, लाख टका मेरो मोल। सर, आपके अचीवमेंट्स इतने हैं कि अगर हम चाहें तो भी हम हमारे मुंह से बता ही नहीं सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर योर इंस्पायरिंग एंड मोटिवेटिंग स्पीच। Now we have two scientists whose name included in 2% scientist list in the world. First one is Professor I.P. Jain and the second one is Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma. Mr. I.P. Jain, sir, it's a great honor to have you with us today. I know you didn't need any introduction because you are the sculpture of humanity, so far enlightening us with your words. Professor I.P. Jain is founder director CNCER and honorable chairman ICETSD 2022.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm very happy this morning to see young girls, which are future of our country. I'm thankful to all organizers to invite me here this morning. Honorable Chief Patron, Mrs. Suman Didwania, presiding our function. Distinguished patrons, Mr. Sujit Roy, Ms. Neha Diwan, Dr. Prashant Madan. Our chief guest, Professor Bhagesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pandit Deedayal University, Seeker. Before that, he was very close to so many Vice Chancellors in our university. I know him for 30 years. And I congratulate him for such a fantastic lecture. Although he is not man of science, but he has deep knowledge of science. Thank you, sir. Our special guest, Professor Sanjay Kumar, JESRT Jaipur, and I congratulate him for appearing in the world top 2% scientists in the world. So you young girls can take advantage of this fantastic faculty. Our research head, Dr. Mukesh Kumari, convener of the conference. I want to congratulate her because her dedication to join this university. She has open offer from France, from Italy, from Canada. She can go anywhere in the world, but I don't know why she has chosen to serve here girls. So I congratulate again Mukesh And you must know that why I'm saying this thing, because she's my PhD scholar. Distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, scientists presenting their research work, our Vedanta College faculties, students, ladies and gentlemen. Today, on the occasion of first international conference on emerging trends in science and technology, organized by our Vedanta PG Girls College, Ringas, India, during March 29, 30 to 31. I to welcome. Now, I will name some of the top scientists you should learn. Hear seriously. It's my proud privilege to welcome distinguished keynote speakers, Professor John William Sheffield, President, International Organization of Hydrogen Energy. And you know, hydrogen is the future of fuel. So he's one of fantastic person, my personal friend. Professor Jane Louise Bobbitt, he likes Mukesh. Anytime he'll call and she will go. But she's staying here. Although she will go for 15 days as a visiting professor to France, joining Louise Bobbitt. Professor Sanjay Kumar, Deja Jaipur, he doesn't need any introduction. India, Professor Balachandran, Argonne National Laboratory, a top scientist in America, in government America, in science, in defense system. He's a person from India. Professor S.A. Sharif, University of Florida, USA. Professor Y.K. Vijay, Director, MRIC, Chapter India. Professor P. Muthukumar, IIT Guwahati. Professor Daniel Merabale Getia. With him, Mukesh has worked with this fellow. Professor Takahiji Ichikawa, Hiroshima University. She is a collaborator of Mukesh. Professor D. Das, IIT Kharagpur, India. Invited speakers, scientists, presenting their research work, our Vedanta Girls College faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen. The primary objective of this conference is to provide an intellectual forum for exchange of knowledge and information related to development in various fields of science and technology and their application for betterment of human life on planet Earth. The conference will address various themes designed to the scenario for the renewable energy, material science, nanotechnology, environmental and natural science. And as I worked so much on hydrogen energy, so I'll be talking a little bit of renewable energy, which is very important. And unfortunately, I take it fortunately that Russia attacked Ukraine. This will lead to the renewable energy coming in the world. All India is going to e-vehicles. All world people are trying to go to hydrogen energy. So, and this Professor Sanjay Kumar knows that green hydrogen will change our future. I'm glad that there has been excellent response to this conference from abroad, around the world, scientists, academicians, industrialists, research scholars, students, administrators, policymakers, economics, and social scientists. Large number of papers from researchers containing scientific and technical aspects, including application, production, and market analysis, is the backbone of this conference. The scientific program of the conference include several keynote addresses, plenary lectures, delivered by distinguished scientists from across the world, along with the number of invited oral and poster presentations. Now, coming to energy. Energy is an important aspect in the development of any nation. The present energy scenario is passing through a crucial period due to worldwide energy crisis, both for domestic and mobile applications. So much so that the ordinary citizen is very uncertain even for the present day supply and production of energy. In view of the rising energy demand and reducing source of conventional energy conservation, management, application of non-conventional resources is imperative. One of the reasons of great worries of scientists, technologists, economists, and political thinkers is the reducing source of conventional energy. Oil and gas supply security and climate change continues to represent prominent challenge for all countries. They are particularly pressing in the transport sector, which still relies almost exclusively on oil. Reducing the dependence on hydrocarbons and the emission of carbon dioxide is becoming increasingly imperative. This will require significant change in the global energy system and the introduction of new technologies which are able to produce and use energy more efficiently, cleanly than in the past. Renewable sources offer viable operation to address the energy security concern of a country. Today, India is on the highest potential for the effective use of renewable energy. India is the world's 5th largest producer of wind power. Denmark, Germany, Spain, and USA. Other renewable energy source technology, including solar photovoltaic, solar thermal, small hydro, biomass, powder, and hydrogen energy, are spreading fast. The scientific community around the world has identified hydrogen as the best energy system, which is renewable, sustainable, efficient, low cost, convenient, and safe. Hydrogen shows the solution and also allows the progressive and non-traumatic transition of today's energy to perfect fuel for the future energy system. Research is being conducted throughout the world for hydrogen energy, which is based on advances of production, storage, distribution, and different applications essential for a transition to a hydrogen economy. Recently, exciting application of energy is taking place around the world. In short, renewable energy shows the solution and have potential to solve world energy crisis for stationary and mobile application. Greater reliance on renewable energy source offer enormous economical, social, and environmental benefit so as to provide better quality to human life and better environment to planet Earth. I hope this conference will provide a platform to young research workers around the world to present their work and interact with world-renowned scientists, leading them to better contribution in their field for renewable energy, material science, nanotechnology, environment, and natural science. And in the end, I want to add what Professor Bhagrat Singh said, that a day will come where artificial intelligence and robot will start guiding you. And it will be very difficult at a time that they will force you or they will kill you if you don't obey them. So you have to be very cautious at how to use technology for betterment of you. My best wishes to all of you participating in the conference. Thank you.
जिंदगी बहुत हसीन है, जिंदगी बहुत हसीन है, कभी हंसती है तो कभी रुलाती है, लेकिन जो जिंदगी की भीड़ में खुश रहता है, लेकिन जो जिंदगी की भीड़ में खुश रहता है, जिंदगी भी उसी के आगे सिर झुकाती है, जिंदगी भी उसी के आगे सिर झुकाती है. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure your thought-provoking address set a perfect platform of our audience.
परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पर बोलते हैं, अक्सर वो लोग खामोश रहते हैं जमाने में जिनके हुनर बोलते हैं, हुनर बोलते हैं. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Surjit Roy sir, patron of Vedanta PG Girls College. He will address us online. Please give big hands to Mr. Surjit Roy sir. ये हुनर, ये सादगी, ये अपनेपन की मूरत नहीं देखी, किरदार तो बहुत देखे हैं जमाने में मगर आप जैसी शख्सियत नहीं देखी, शख्सियत नहीं देखी. हर दीप तले अंधेरा होता है, हर दीप तले
हमें ये चुनना है कि at what end we have to go on the positive side and on the negative side. Mr. Roy will be joining in just 1 minute. कर दो, दोनों एडमिट कर दो ना, तुम तो कंफ्यूज हो।
हेलो
ये लाइट बंद करा,
हेलो
स्टेज के बीच में।
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
या कैन यू हियर मी एवरीबॉडी
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay I'm sorry I mean just when this is technology so just when my turn came I got logged out so anyway so good morning honorable BC Shekhawati University the collector dignitaries on the stage and in the audience Dr. Madan the faculty and the teaching fraternity from all over the globe, professors and students of the Vedanta College as well as the colleges across the globe. I am very happy to be a part of the first international conference on emerging trends in science and technology being organized by the Vedanta College, Ringas. So, the Vedanta College has been there with the Ringas community for more than 30 years or nearly 30 years now. And over the years, we have reached to catering to about 3,000 students, graduates and postgraduates. And besides this, the Vedanta Foundation also runs 2 more colleges. One is in Bombay and one is in Kolkata. And it runs 2 more schools. One school is in Ringas and one school is in Bharatpur. Over and above that, the Vedanta Foundation is involved in running about 150 skill centers all across India. So what I would like to share with you is, because you're all experts in your own field, so and I do not want to get into the academic part of the deliberations, because in all humility, I have very limited knowledge of the world of research, science and technology. But I would like to share with you the broader vision of what we are trying to do in the education and skill ecosystem as the Vedanta Foundation. Our focus is on resolving a basic disconnect which India faces today, which is the twin problem or opportunity, it depends on how you put it, of India being a young nation and a developing nation, and yet India facing a huge problem of unemployment and a dearth of skilled manpower or ready to move in workforce by the industry. So our idea in Vedanta Foundation is to fix this connect. So our focus, apart from education, is also on enabling employability and employment, including entrepreneurship, to the youngsters who come to us, whether in our skill centers or the schools or colleges, and we will do whatever is needed to get this right, and at the same time ensure for the industry a ready to employ workforce. This is in a sense the focus also of the NEP, and we would look to running apprenticeship embedded degree programs, apprenticeship linkages to youngsters doing their graduation, running certificate and diploma programs, ensuring multiple exit and multiple entry to students, integrating digital education with our education, and having a lot of industry interface in the way we teach or prepare our children for the for livelihood. So we have this concept of the college and our skill centers becoming assets, not only for the students or the trainees who come to our college or skill centers or schools for formal education, but assets for the community at large, running all kinds of services and programs, formal and informal, to enable them for livelihood, whether it is by way of employment and or by entrepreneurship. And I will keep coming to Ringas, and personally I would like to meet the VC Shekhawati University, the collector, and see how we can work together to make this happen on ground. Similarly, I would like to take this opportunity to also reach out to the principals who are there of Ringas College, Kolkata, the Ringas College, Mumbai, so that we can quickly shape up or design courses and activities around the college so that they become one of the most popular solution provider institutions for the community at large, especially the youngsters and the local industry, to fix this problem which India faces. That's all I needed to say here. Thank you very much. We will be here together for the next 3 days, and I hope to meet many of you even after this. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
You shared with us, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time from your busy schedule to be the present here and the patron of Vedanta College. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now, the world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today to build this event, and one of them is Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma, who is FRSC Professor, Department of Chemistry, Dean, JECRC University, Jaipur, India, Series Editor, Springer, UK. With this note, we are pleased to have you here for guest speech. Please welcome, sir.
Honorable Professor Bhagirath Ji, Honorable Professor Jain, Dr. Madan, all other subject experts, organizer of this event, and dear students. First of all, I must express my gratitude for being here as a part of this wonderful event organized by this college. So first of all, you please give a big round of applause for the organizers. This type of events are not only provide you a platform to interact with the people of different subject areas, but also it gives you an opportunity to update yourself with the latest happenings around, not only in the area of science and technology, but also in the area of other fields applied to your subject areas. If I talk about recent developments, I talk about the research updates, now this is the era when pure research is not that much important, but applied research is now very important. If a person is from, suppose, physics, and he is working with a person of economics and a person of management, then that research would be more beneficial for the society. And the outcome of that research will be definitely useful for the society, useful for the mankind, and useful for the sustainable development. Since I am a student of green chemistry and environmental sustainability, I always advocate the thing that whatever we do in research or in academics or in industrial developments, we should take care of our environment, because we should not do any development at the cost of environmental sustainability. And this is the most important point across the globe. It is the debate going on that how can we save our environment? How can we save the sustainability of our environment? As Professor Bhagirath Singh ji rightly said, that day by day we are being depending upon the technology. But be aware that we should not be the slave of technology. We should use the technology, but don't let the technology allow to use us. That is a big challenge for all of us. And I'm sure during these 3 days, a lot of scientific deliberation will be there. And this is a wonderful opportunity to all these young girls to learn so many new things in these 3 days. With the galaxy of speakers and the expert who will deliberate their discussions, would be definitely beneficial for you in a long run. Thank you very much. Thank you.
मुद्दत से दूर थे आप और हम, मुद्दत से दूर थे आप और हम, किस्मत ने जब मिलाया तो अच्छा लगा, सागर से गहरा लगा आपका स्नेह, तैरना तो आता था पर डूबना अच्छा लगा, डूबना अच्छा लगा. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen you again in our future events. मुश्किलों से भाग जाना आसान होता है, मुश्किलों से भाग जाना आसान होता है, हर पहलू जिंदगी का इम्तिहान होता है. डरने वालों को मिलता नहीं कुछ जिंदगी में, लड़ने वालों के कदमों में जहान होता है, जहान होता है. A very much delighted to invite Ms. Mukesh Kumari, convener of ICETST 2022 and research head of Vedanta College, who is Women of Principles, symbol of honesty. I request her to kindly come over to the dais and occupy her honorable seat. Let's give her a thunderous ovation. Dr. Mukesh Kumari, ma'am.
Good morning to all. I think our students are most excited for this conference. Am I right? So big applause round for our guests, Professor Sanjay Sharma, Professor IP Jain, Professor Bhagirath sir, and Dr. Prashant Madan, who gave us opportunity to organize this international conference. So big applause round for all the guests. We have lots of curiosity, but who solved them, we don't know. So me and principal sir think about this, that we have to organize one conference so our students solve their curiosity. So we organize this conference. The primary objective of ICTST 2022 is provide an intellectual forum for exchange of knowledge and information in relation to latest developments in various fields of science and technology and their application for the betterment of human life on planet Earth. The conference will address various themes to design the scenario for the renewable energy, material science, and nanotechnology, environmental and natural science. I am glad that there has been excellent response to this conference from around the world. Large number of papers from researchers containing scientific and technical aspect is the backbone of the conference. The scientific program of the conference included several keynotes, addresses, plenary lectures delivered by distinguished scientists from across the world, along with number of invited talks, oral and poster presentations. I hope this conference will provide a platform to young research workers around the world to present their work and interact with world-renowned scientists, leading them to better contribution in their field. My best wishes to all of you who participating in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your delighted words. नारी तुम केवल श्रद्धा हो, नारी तुम केवल श्रद्धा हो, विश्वास रजत नगपक तल में पीयूष स्त्रोत्र सी बहा करो, जीवन के सुंदर समतल में पीयूष स्त्रोत्र सी बहा करो. Yes, I'm talking about a lady who is a HOD of Botany Department and Ranger Leader of Scout Guide Team. Please give a big hands to the Jyoti Rajawat ma'am. Ma'am, please be on the stage for the vote of thanks.
Good morning to our most valued honorable chief guests, dignitaries, respected principal sir, management committee, worthy teachers, my dear colleges, media and everyone present here. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks speech and acknowledge the contribution of those who work really hard to make this international conference happen. Presence of Honorable Professor Bhagirath Singh sir, VC PDUS University Seeker, Chief Guest of ICETST 2022 in today's program, in spite of his extremely busy schedule. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable knowledge, guidance, and encouragement. My heartfelt thanks to Professor IP Jain, Founder Director, CNCR, and Honorable Chairman ICETST 2022 for the gracious presence and sharing valuable knowledge with us. We are extremely thankful Dr. Sanjay Sharma, Dean JCRC University Jaipur, special guest in ICETST 2022 for their support, valuable contribution, influential message, and gracious acknowledge. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, PC Mali sir, Rajesh sir, and everyone present here. And I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the guests and students present today. Thank you so much.
Inaugural session, and it's time to start our first session of conference. Thank you so much, all the guests. Thank you so much again. A good event never ends in the word. They take only a pause and keep us awaiting for the next. The moment is special for us, and we all are gathered here for the day to make it more important. खुदा की फुर्सत में एक पल आया होगा जब उसने आप जैसे अच्छे इंसान को बनाया होगा। ना जाने कौन सी दुआ कबूल हुई हमारी जो उसने आपको हमसे मिलाया होगा। Let's proceed ahead.
Now, I would feel really, really grateful if we could have Professor Jean-Louis Bobet, who is a professor, University of Bordeaux, director of the study of the chemistry department, ICMCB, University of Bordeaux, France. Please, sir, if that's an online mode, I would like to invite again Professor Jean-Louis Bobet.
Yes. Whoop. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's perfect. So, well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the invitation. It's really great for me to be, well, not to be in Jaipur, but to be at least online with you. So I will directly start my presentation, if I can do that. Tick, sorry. Where is it? Okay, this one. Okay, and up, tick. Oop, hope you can see my presentation. We'll start. Sorry, it's not the beginning one here. Okay, you can see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so well, today I will speak about new ternary rare earth transition metal magnesium alloy for hydrogen energy, and I will speak a little bit on light mobility also. I will start to be not too long, so do not hesitate to cut me if I'm too long. So the first point is, well, I will not detail you why energy is that important and why you have to use hydrogen, because all of you know that hydrogen is a bit something like 3 times more efficient than oil, and you all know that there is less and less oil and it will cost more and more. So hydrogen is of course very important, and so I will mainly detail on the first part why ternary system based on magnesium can be so important. Then I will detail you the 2 new compounds we discovered during the last 5 years. Then I will speak about composite material, and then I will conclude. So the first point is why ternary system based on magnesium. In fact, when you want to store hydrogen, there is mainly 3 ways to store that. You can store that under liquid form, under gaseous form, or under solid form, in fact. And if you store that in a metal, you will form metal hydride, and it's completely safe, and it allows you to have some capacity between 100 and 200 grams per liter, which is almost competitive with oil, in fact. And according to all the systems that exist, the most well-known system is pure magnesium. So magnesium is a very promising material for hydrogen storage because it's very low cost, it's very abundant, and it can store 7.6 weight% of hydrogen inside. The main trouble is that the thermodynamic is not good at all, because this system is working at almost 300 degrees C, and the kinetics also are not really good. We'll just take that, sorry. Yep, sorry. Yep, yes. Okay, the kinetic are not good too, but in fact it's not a big trouble because it can be solved quite easily. Then everybody can up. Okay, of course, unary system is not that good, So people are thinking first, people think about binary systems. Or for example, if you look at magnesium 2 nickel, the temperature, the working temperature is only 20 degrees C lower. So that means that it's not 300, but it's 270, 280. But then you go down to 3.6 weight percent instead of the 7.6 weight percent here. So on another way, there is lanthanum nickel 5, for example. It's also a binary system, but it does not contain magnesium, as you can see it. And it works at room temperature, but then you have only 1.5 weight percent. So so there's also a lot of binary system that can exist, like iron, titanium, zirconium, chromium 2, and etc., etc. But all of them present some severe drawback. So, well, if unary system and binary one are not filling all the requirements you have, the idea is to think about ternary system. The ternary system, I propose you to divide that into 3 categories. The first one is what I'm calling the pseudo-binary. So in fact, you start with a binary system AB and you change one A but one by one A prime. So that means that you have A prime, and B. So it's really a ternary system, but it's based on a binary one. So it's not really, for me, it's not really a ternary system. You can create that from binary packing. So for example, you have AB2 structure that can absorb hydrogen and AB5 also. So you can try to make some AB2 and A prime B5 stacking. And then if you do that, you will obtain also a ternary system. But the idea is that you can also try to have some really new ternary without starting from binary system. And the question is what kind of binary or ternary system you have to work on. It's quite easy, in fact, because I already give you the answer at the beginning. So I told you that magnesium is very promising, but it's working at very high temperature. And lanthanum nickel 5, for example, it was working at room temperature, but only with 1.5 weight percent. So in fact, if you combine the magnesium here with this system, lanthanum nickel 5, so if you combine magnesium plus rare earths plus a transition metal here, you can have a new good system. So if you work on rare earths, transition metal, rare earths, transition metal, and magnesium, that can allow you to store a huge quantity of hydrogen. So I'm turning to the two new compounds we discovered. So neodymium, nickel, magnesium 5, and the same with magnesium 15. So then for the first point, I will present you the structure, and you will see that it's very interesting. Well, at least for me, it's very interesting. So for example, the 115, it's composed of 5 layers. As you can see here, there is 5 layers of magnesium, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 layers of magnesium, and 1 layer which is composed of neodymium and nickel. And the neodymium and nickel, it adopt a kind of graphene structure. Okay, and this neodymium nickel sheet is separate by 5 layers of magnesium. The good thing is that the magnesium here appear to be cubic. Okay, and the distance between two magnesium is reaching from 3.1 to 3.2. So it's very close to the distance you have in metallic magnesium, where the distance magnesium is 3.2. So here, the distance you have between two magnesium is always in the range of what you have in metallic magnesium. So it's more or less like if you would have some metallic magnesium, cubic metallic magnesium, separate by sheet of neodymium nickel arranged on a graphene way, in fact. So the structure is described like this. You have 5 layers of magnesium, 1 layer of neodymium nickel, and etc., etc. So it's a very interesting compound. We have also discovered another one, which is something like 1,1,15, so neodymium, nickel, magnesium 15. So exactly, it's neodymium 6.5, nickel 6.5, and magnesium 87. And if you like at the electron probe microanalysis here, you have almost a single phase with some trace of 115 compound and some part also of magnesium 2 nickel. But it's something like 95% of this 115 compound. So up to now, it's the richest, magnesium richest compound that has been discovered in the neodymium nickel magnesium diagram. And the structure, it's not really a new structure because it's already derived from a known structure, because it's derived from the vanadium 15 antimony 18 structure type. But as you can see here, you have a kind of matrix of magnesium here in yellow, and you have some kind of line of neodymium and nickel. So for the 115, you have some sheet of neodymium nickel. In this case, you have some kind of line of neodymium nickel. So you have the 3D network and channel, 1D channel of neodymium and nickel. The main trouble is that when you see that, it can appear as very interesting because you have neodymium and nickel on a straight line. But then the main trouble is that you have no chemical bond between neodymium and nickel. So in fact, if you look at the distance between neodymium and nickel, it's much larger than the sum of the metallic radius of neodymium and nickel. So that's why we can stipulate that there is no bond between neodymium and nickel. And if you look at that more closely, in fact, you have the nickel here and the neodymium here. And as you can see, it's very far from each other. And it's, in fact, it's chemically bound through the magnesium. So you have bond between neodymium and magnesium and nickel, but no chemical bond between neodymium and nickel. So this is a description of the structure. And the good point is that once again, if you look at the distance between two magnesium in this structure here, the distance between two magnesium range from 2.9 to 3.3, more or less. So once again, it's very close to the distance you have in metallic magnesium, where you still have 3.2. Okay. So now the good thing is that you can have a look at the sorption property. Of course, you want to store hydrogen, but just I will just describe some interesting point on the magnetic property, because there is something very interesting. If you look at the magnetic property, in fact, on the 115 compound, you have here an antiferromagnetic transition at about 9 Kelvin. And the effective moment you calculate here is close to the one of pure neodymium. So that means that mainly the neodymium is magnetic in your compound. So it's more or less what you are expecting, because there is, of course, no magnetic moment on magnesium, but there is almost no magnetic moment on nickel also. So you have an antiferromagnetic ordering, so that is quite classical, I would say. But what is not classical is that if you look at what is happening below 9 Kelvin, so below 9 Kelvin, as you can see at 753 and 1.5, you have a transition here. So this is a metamagnetic transition because it's induced by the field, in fact. And as you can see, when the temperature is, well, the first point is that if you look here, the theta P is negative. So as the theta P is negative, it's really a proof that you have an antiferromagnetic coupling, which is in agreement with the Néel temperature you can see here. But on this metamagnetic transition, you have, in fact, this transition that appear. And as you can see, the lowest the temperature, the highest the field will be here. And that means that this metamagnetic is the signature of a spin flip. That means that if you go to very low temperature, you can have a ferromagnetic coupling. Then you can tell me that here you do not, well, you reach a kind of saturation here, but as you can see, normally we should have the value of the moment of neodymium, which is not really the case because the field is not that high. In fact, we cannot go up to 8 Tesla. If we can go to 20 Tesla, we will probably reach the value of neodymium coupling here. Now we have a look at the absorption. And then the main trouble is that when you have absorption, whatever the 115 or the 1115 compound, when you put that under hydrogen, you always have a decomposition and you form magnesium hydride, rare earth hydride, and some binary element. But the good thing is that even if you have this decomposition, after that, you can have some absorption and desorption from the magnesium here. And the good thing is that if you look at the activation energy, using the Avrami-Arofev model, for example, you have a value of the activation energy for absorption, which is very low, but the one for desorption is very high. As you can see, we have very good kinetics because it can absorb and even desorb hydrogen, but at very high temperature, but you have quite good capacity of about 4 weight%, which is good. In this case, the good point is that you are not doing any ball milling or whatever, and you can have absorption in less than 5 minutes. As you can see, the 5 minutes is around here, and you can have almost full absorption even at 200 degrees C without doing any ball milling. Here, in this case, you have a kind of chemical milling, which is very interesting, but it was not really what we were looking for, because in fact, we want to have reversible absorption of hydrogen from this sample. And here we have the formation of magnesium hydride. So in fact, if I resume what I said up to now, we had 2 new compounds, 1115 and 115 compound, neodymium nickel, magnesium 5 or magnesium 15. Both of them decompose under hydrogen. So that means that it's not as good as we were expecting that to be. Then the thing is that we have very light element, because neodymium nickel magnesium 15, the density of that is about 2.3, 2.5. So it's a very light element. So the idea is why, well, could it be possible to do composite material with magnesium matrix plus this 1115 element, for example? So in fact, the idea is not is to explore, in fact, what is happening between the pure magnesium here and the 1115 compound here. So in fact, what we have done is to study all these compound here, this one, and this one, to see if this can be new compound or is it a composite material. As you can see here, so here this 1115 compound that contains 64 weight% of magnesium. So we study the one with 70% here, we study 80% and 90% here of magnesium. And as you can see, if you look at the compound containing 70% of magnesium in weight, you have some in black, you have the magnesium, and in gray here, you have the 1115 compound. So this is really a composite material. You have some impurity like magnesium 12 neodymium also. If you look at the 80 weight%, for example, you have, of course, more magnesium, so more black phase, and you still have the gray phase, which is the 1115 compound here. And if you look at the 90%, you still have the same thing, but with more and more black phase, so more and more magnesium. So that means that it's possible to do a composite material. So it's really great, because that means that we can do some very light element. Because if you look at this composite, for example, well, this composite here with 90% weight% of magnesium, the density of this composite is about 2 grams per cubic centimeter. So it's very light. And the good thing is that if you look at the mechanical property for example, the micro hardness, you can go from 45 of micro hardness for pure magnesium to 220 for the magnesium neodymium, from the neodymium nickel magnesium 15. So that means that depending on the quantity of 1115 phase, you can adjust, in fact, the micro hardness. So it's very good. And if you look at the weight model, the Young modulus, it's more or less the same. But in fact, the Young modulus just range from 44 to 49. So the variation of the elastic modulus is lower than the one of micro hardness. But it's exactly what we were expecting, because in fact, if you still remember a little bit the structure of the neodymium nickel magnesium 15, it's mainly based on magnesium-magnesium bonding, and the magnesium-magnesium bonding is more or less the same that the one you have in metallic magnesium. So in fact, having more or less the same Young modulus, it's exactly what we were expecting. So it's really good, because that means that depending on the weight percentage of 1,115 phase, we can adjust the Young modulus. Sorry, we can adjust the Young modulus, and also we can adjust the micro hardness. So in fact, we can just adjust the mechanical properties, so it's perfect. So maybe this material cannot be used for hydrogen storage, but that can be used for mechanical application. Then to use that for a mechanical application, we have to look at the corrosion resistance, because we all know that magnesium is not that good for corrosion. And if we look at the magnesium, neodymium, nickel, magnesium 15 composite material, here is the corrosion rate. Here you have the one of magnesium, which is not good because it's more or less something like 6 grams per day. And if you look at the neodymium nickel magnesium 15, it's about 450 grams per day. So it's worse than in the case of magnesium. But if you look at the composite material containing 90% of magnesium, the rate corrosion is even 10 times higher than the one of neodymium nickel magnesium 15. So in fact, that means, and we can explain that, because in fact, in this composite material, you have a galvanic coupling between the magnesium and the neodymium nickel magnesium 15 phase, because the potential of magnesium is about 1.6, and the one of neodymium nickel magnesium 15 is about 1.2. So the difference in potential is more than 250 millivolts. So of course you have a strong galvanic coupling. But in this case, you do not have only galvanic coupling, you also have intergranular corrosion, because as you remember, you have something like this. So of course you have the intergranular corrosion. And I told you that in some case we can have some impurity, and this impurity act as pitting point corrosion. So you have everything, you have intergranular corrosion, but you also have pitting corrosion. So you have galvanic corrosion, intergranular corrosion, pitting corrosion. So you have all the corrosion possible. So in fact, the idea was to use this composite material as a structural material to make it light. So in fact, we were supposed to design some kind of truck like this, but if it's raining, your truck will become like this. So in fact, if I told you the full story, first, as you remember, we designed new material to make hydrogen absorption, and it was not really working. Then we thought, okay, we can maybe use it as a structural material. As you can see, it's not working. So in fact, we completely failed. But the good thing is that we completely failed, but the corrosion is very high. So as the corrosion is very high, that means that maybe this kind of composite can be used as hydrogen generator. Because if you put magnesium under water, then you will form magnesium hydroxide plus hydrogen. So when you are doing that, it's a little bit complicated, because this magnesium hydroxide will cover the magnesium here, and the reaction will stop. The production of hydrogen will stop after about 5% of the total yield. So the idea is, if we look at the magnesium plus neodymium nickel magnesium 15 composite material, what will happen? And in fact, it's working absolutely perfectly, because if you put this composite, a pellet of this composite material underwater, you have bubble generate, and it's really looking like an aspirin tablet, so that you have a very huge generation of hydrogen directly from your bulk material here. So that's really great, because usually people are taking magnesium, doing ball milling for a long time, and so on and so on. In this case, you just start for the bulk material, so you do not have any ball milling to do. You start with this full dense material. You put that under water and you are generating hydrogen. And just to show you that it's really working well, in fact, in this case, as you can see, after about 15 minutes, you have a complete transformation of all the magnesium into magnesium hydroxide and the generation of hydrogen. As for the ball mill magnesium plus additive, optimized ball mill magnesium plus additive, it takes you, of course, about 5 minutes. So it's 3 times longer in the case of your material, of your composite material. But in this case, it's really bulk material. It's not powder. So it's easy to manipulate, easy to handle, and not that expensive to produce, in fact. And so from that, we can even make a real apparatus. And in fact, we designed this kind of prototype here. So you have the water, which is here. You have a small peristaltic pump here. So you introduce water, the water go from here to here, and here you have a kind of composite capsule. So I call it the magnesium Nespresso capsule. So you introduce water in it, you produce hydrogen, then the hydrogen can power, for example, a fuel cell here. The good thing is that here, when you finish, you just have to just remove that. You remove the tablet here, and you put a new tablet, and it will work again. And we put that on a bike. So here is the prototype we designed, and we put that on a bike, and the bike is running perfectly. And it's well, what we call an electrically assisted bike. So that means that you have to bike a little, but you have the electric power, which can help you easily. Maybe, well, as you can see, it's not the design is not fully perfect. We are supposed to have a design like this to make it clean and nice. And this is a picture taken in Bordeaux, because you have the Bordeaux tram here. So let me go to the conclusion. So I present you some very basic research. And in fact, we have a lot of new composition that has been discovered, but all of these compositions, so lanthanum, copper, magnesium 8, sorry, and all this one, they are always on this line here. So you have always one rare earth, one transition metal, and more magnesium here. So we go from the magnesium 5 to the magnesium 15 here. And then what we have seen is that in between, there is only composite material. So that means that there is no more compound between this neodymium, nickel, magnesium 15 and pure magnesium. So maybe there is some other compound to be discovered all around here, for example. Well, what we have seen is that in the case of the 1115, we have quite good mechanical property with it's a good hardening compound, because we get an hardness of 220 compared with the hardness of 45 for the magnesium. We have seen that the composite material corrode very quickly due to galvanic coupling and pitting corrosion and so on and so on. The good thing is that this hydrolysis reaction and this hydrolysis reaction can be an efficient method to offer a second life to use magnesium alloy. So what I'm speaking here is second life. That means that it's not recycling magnesium or magnesium composite material, but it's just taking some part of this kind of composite material and to produce hydrogen. The good thing is, well, my point is that hydrolysis reaction is potentially the right method to introduce hydrogen in the market, because that allows you to solve both the storage and the production problem. Because you all know that producing hydrogen is not that easy, and actually 95% of the hydrogen is produced from oil. So in fact, you are not solving nothing if you do that, but it's the hydrolysis can be the method to do all these things. So thank you for your attention. So I finish with a picture of Bordeaux to just show you that Bordeaux can be nice, and actually it's the light start to raise a little bit, and it's sunny day actually in Bordeaux. So please visit us to try the magnesium power electrical bike, and of course drink some wine, even if I'm not a specialist of wine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I very much appreciate the time you spent discussing all these things with us. Once again, thank you so much, sir. And now, some people of media are also available. And they are also, I would like to call them.
Hello.
And I request our Vice Principal, Dr. Archana Sharma ma'am, and Principal Dr. Prashant Madan to honor them with memento. Press Club Adhyaksh Shri Shravan Shri Saraswat, Patrikar Shri Govindji और पत्रकार श्री विद्याधर जी शर्मा. अच्छा. Mr. Shravan Saraswat, Adhyaksh Press Committee. Mr. Govind ji, Dainik Navjyoti. Mr. Vidyadhar ji, Sandhya Jyoti. Mr. Pramod Pradhan, Dainik Bhaskar. Please give a big round of applause.
Now session will be open for questioning round, and Mr. IP Jain sir want to speak something.
Hello, Professor Buffett.
Hello.
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 Is Professor Buffett there?
Yes, I'm there.
He's not visible. Professor Buffett, I'm happy to see your lecture, and I'm thankful to you because you have come second time for second time in the February also and March also. Now, I want to ask one thing, that you are using both for hydrogen production and hydrogen storage. So how is your bike working? Are you using bike for you?
That's a good question. I'm using bike, but not this one, because in fact, we just have one bike like this. And the good point is that with 1 gram of magnesium, we can run the bike for approximately 10 kilometers. But it's not an electrical bike, it's an assisted electrical bike. So that means that you have not to make a lot of effort to bike it, but it's quite easy. So what I would say is that you are welcome to Bordeaux to try this bike, and like this you will be completely convinced that it's a good solution.
Now, one thing important is that you said hydrolysis is the best method for hydrogen production.
Yes, well, maybe it's not the best method, but it's a good method to introduce hydrogen on the market, because actually my point is that hydrogen is mainly produced from oil. And this cannot be the solution for hydrogen. So we have to find new solution. And the good point is that in our case, what I do not describe here is that instead of using pure magnesium, you can use trash magnesium alloy to produce this hydrogen. And so that's a good solution, because you take something from the trash box and you produce some green hydrogen. So that's not so bad, but of course it's not the solution to produce a huge quantity of hydrogen. So we have to look at other solutions to make it.
It is interesting to see that you're using both magnesium for production and storage also.
Yeah, because the good thing is that magnesium has been studied a long time ago for hydrogen storage, but in fact, it can also be used for hydrogen production. So in fact, you can start to use magnesium to store hydrogen at first. And then when it's out of use, you can again use this magnesium to produce hydrogen. So yeah, that's a kind of dual utilization.
So thank you again that you are available
Thank
to
you.
us and that short call.
Thank you, Soko.
And thank you for inviting Mukesh to your laboratory.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I hope she will be in Bordeaux University soon. And I hope that it will be sunny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question round is open for the audience. If anybody wants to ask any question, he or she can.
Hello. Good noon. YK Vijay here.
I can hear you.
Yeah, happy to listen to you. It is remarkable. A slight difference in the composition can change role of magnesium to storage to production. For production, you use water as a source.
Sorry?
Of hydrogen. For production, you are using water as a source of hydrogen.
Yes.
Yeah, which has got around 9%, 11% hydrogen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your vehicle should have fuel stored in the form of water.
Yeah.
And magnesium as a converter.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can these pellets be recycled?
That's the good bad question. In fact, yeah, because yeah, I would say yes, it can be recycled, but then the energy you need to recycle it, because you end with magnesium hydroxide, and you have first to transform that into magnesium oxide, and then to recycle into magnesium. And then the calculation we've been doing is that, in fact, you need about 10 times more energy you recover to recycle it. So it's why at the end I told that it's offering a second life to magnesium, and it's not recycling magnesium, because actually we do not have any method to recycle it.
It's like consumable these batteries.
Yeah,
like
yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
pellets.
yeah, you're perfectly right. Yeah, yeah. It cannot. Well, it can be recycled, but it will cost too much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a rapid production of hydrogen, which is needed.
Yeah. The good point is that it's really
very fast.
Very fast, because the reaction starts after 2 or 3 seconds only. And in fact, as we have a little in the reactor, we have a little buffer of hydrogen. So in fact, we have a small hydrogen storage, which is not really a storage, but a little bit. So it's quite quick, and of course you still need a small battery on your bike, because you have this 2 or 3 second time difference. But that's really rapid. Yeah.
Good. Looking forward to that technology.
Yeah. Thank you.
Acceptable.
Come to Bordeaux.
Yes. By
Thank
the
you.
society. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Bobbitt. You provided very knowledgeable solution for the question. We are pleased to have Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma with us, and they will enlighten us more about the subject with their thoughts as keynote lecture. Sir, please sum up your lecture within 30 minutes. Please give big hands to Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma. Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma is from FRSC, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Dean, JECRC University, Jaipur, India.
भी रहेगा। मैं आपको प्रेजेंट कर देता हूँ, ये है, यही है स्लाइड। So first of all, how many people sitting over here have ever listened about green chemistry? Raise your hand. Hello, अब आ रही है आवाज? Hello, hello, yeah. So how many of you have ever heard about green chemistry? Raise your hand. No one, no one. Oh, great. From this side? No one. So I think when you listen about green chemistry, you must thought about that there may be some other colors of chemistry. There may be red chemistry, there may be blue chemistry, there may be violet chemistry, isn't it? ऐसा होता था जब हम शुरू में, because this philosophy is not very old. Green chemistry is just 2 decades old philosophy. And when we started talking about this and going for the talks across the country and abroad, many of the students ask this question innocently. That's if there is a green chemistry, so there must be some violet chemistry. So there must be some red chemistry. So आज वो थोड़ी बात करेंगे, थोड़ा ये भी बात करेंगे कि how it is useful for you all. How many students of post graduation of science there? PG science? Science any stream? Okay, okay. It's all right, thank you. So the topic of today's talk is green chemistry and its role in sustainability development goals. It is another term, sustainability development goal. Have you ever heard about this one? SDG? No. So today I would try my best to explain both these terms and to explain the connection between these two. How green chemistry is helpful in achieving sustainability development goals, right? So let us start. As your Master of Ceremony just introduced that I am Sanjay Sharma and I'm Dean Research from JCRC University. Apart from that, I am Series Editor for Springer UK, Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry UK, and doing so many other assignments parallelly. So let us start. Why this type of session, or why we talk about sustainability and environmental ecosystem? Because there are so many challenges we are facing nowadays. We means we all across the globe. We means not the people of Ringas only. We means people across the globe. We are facing industrial pollution. We are facing industrial waste. Global warming. Global warming is another an evil, and everybody across the globe is working day and night for solving the problems of global warming. And there are so many adverse effects of global warming on your ecosystem and your environment and your socio-economic aspects. So, and climate change is another term which is related with global warming. Such type of photographs, I hope you all see in routine. There is a draft. This is the real picture of Jaipur city. The water crisis we are facing, because we are resident of Rajasthan. Nobody else knows better than us that what is the water crisis. So this is the actual photograph of Jaipur walled city. And such photographs are very common in summers. जैसे जैसे गर्मियां शुरू होंगी, आप इस तरह की फोटोएं बहुत देखेंगे अखबारों में. 9,640 rural schools, no drinking water there. Government is providing midday meal, but government is not providing water. Mind it. बच्चा आता तो है, स्कूल में आता है, मिड डे मील खाता है, पानी पीने घर जाता है, और लौट के नहीं आता है. So this is how our policies are failing. मतलब government is trying hard to announce such policies, such schemes, but still we are not successful in the increasing the enrollment number in the schools just because of an environmental problem, right? This is not आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा. बैक जाइए और बैक. या दिस इज अनदर फोटोग्राफ. कभी कभी आपने सुना होगा कि थर्ड वर्ल्ड वार हुआ तो वाटर की वजह से थर्ड वर्ल्ड वार होगा. अभी ऐसी फोटोएं देखने में लगता है कि शुरुआत हो चुकी है. छोटे छोटी जगह जगह उस तरह की शुरुआतें हो चुकी हैं. These are the facts which I am sharing here just to let you aware about the seriousness of the problem related with our environment and its sustainability. Since we are residing in Rajasthan, the biggest problem in Rajasthan is fluorosis. And this is how the whole Rajasthan is dark red. Dark red means highly fluorosis is there in Rajasthan, whole Rajasthan. And if we compare the percentage of fluorosis with the other states of the country, more than 50% fluorosis is alone Rajasthan is having, 51 point something, right? So this is how we are facing the problem of potable water, problem of drinking water, and whatever water we have, it is polluted, it is fluoridated, and it is not safe for our health, right? This is another report published in Times of India that water is contaminated with arsenic. 56 samples found arsenic contaminated near New Delhi. And this report is almost 5-6 years old. So maybe अब तक और ज़्यादा वो फैल गया होगा. And I want to share with you the severity of the arsenic contamination, why arsenic is so poisonous and so deadly metal. Just see few things that arsenic is the reason of so many diseases, including melanosis, keratosis, hyperkeratosis, dorsal keratosis, non-pitting edema, cancer and all. अब आपको लगेगा ये नाम पढ़ के तो कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है, तो कुछ देख के समझ में आएगा. These are the effects of arsenic contaminated water. These are the photographs जिनको आप देख नहीं सकते. ऐसे लोग arsenic contaminated water पी रहे हैं. The area which is West Bengal का area and the Bangladesh, that region is highly contaminated with arsenic. The water is highly contaminated with arsenic. And but yes, 20 to 30,000 people per year just dying because of contaminated water. This is melanosis of chest, keratosis of palm. Again, it is started. Keratosis of feet, black foot disease. These are the effects of arsenic contamination. So this type of challenges we are facing. Tsunami is another challenge. आप देख रहे हैं कहीं सूखा पड़ रहा है तो कहीं इतना पानी है कि वो भी परेशान कर रहा है. Right? So all these things are actually disturbing our climate and disturbing our environment at large. Because आप सुनते होंगे अपने घर में अपने grandfathers वगैरह से, grandmother से कि आज से 20, 25, 30 साल पहले there was a certain cycle of weather. 2 महीने ठंड रहेगी, 2 महीने गर्मी रहेगी, 2 महीने बारिश होगी, इस तरह का there was a certain cycle. Now due to climate change, that cycle has been disturbed and disturbed badly. तो वेदर आपका डिस्टर्ब हो गया, सन्स आउटपुट डिस्टर्ब हो गई, अर्थ आउट ऑर्बिट डिस्टर्ब हो गई. देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स, so many adverse effects of climate change which we are facing, and then the question appears how a student of chemistry or a student of science can help, can contribute in solving such problem. And here comes the chemistry's role. Professor Terry Collins, he is a legendary chemist, green chemist, and he spoke someday that chemistry has an important role to play in achieving sustainable civilization on Earth. Look, we are just talking about sustainable environment, while the Terry Collins is talking about sustainable civilization. So think how the environment is related with our civilization as well. And here the role of sustainable development comes. Sustainable development means development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. ऐसा कुछ भी हम ना करें कि सिर्फ हम इतने सेल्फिश हो जाएं कि अपने लिए ही सब करते रहें और आने वाली जनरेशन के बारे में ना सोचें. अगर हम अपना भी काम करें और आने वाली जनरेशन के बारे में भी सोचें, then that development is actually sustainable development. If we provide enough resources, enough natural resources for the coming generations, then only we can make our environmental sustainable. So this is the theme of sustainable development, and here the role of green chemistry comes: preventing pollution, sustaining the earth. Now, a very important question. अभी बहुत से लोगों ने, आपने ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री के बारे में तो किसी ने नहीं सुना, एनवायरमेंट केमिस्ट्री के बारे में सबने सुना है? Raise your hand. Many of them, many of you. But this is a big question. What is difference between environmental chemistry and green chemistry? There is a lot of difference. If we talk about environmental chemistry, it is chemistry of environment. ये definition आप समझ लीजिएगा, जिंदगी में बहुत काम आएगी, बहुत जगह आप बताएंगे लोगों को, बहुत लोगों को सिखाएंगे. Environmental chemistry is chemistry of environment, right? While the green chemistry is chemistry for environment. It is the big difference. When you're talking about chemistry of environment, this is environmental chemistry, how the environment interact with human being and animal. That is all about environmental chemistry. But when you are practicing a chemistry for the betterment of the society, betterment of the environment, then it becomes green chemistry. It may be organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, analytical chemistry, whatever you are practicing. But if you are practicing it with the aim of helping the environment, it becomes green chemistry. So green chemistry is nothing new, but it is just a new philosophy, just a new way of practicing your existing chemistry streams. आप में से बहुत से लोगों को ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री अच्छी लगती होगी, कुछ को इनऑर्गेनिक अच्छी लगती होगी, कुछ को फिजिकल अच्छी लगती होगी. But if you are practicing the same chemistry, same chemical reaction, same synthesis reaction with some alternating arrangements, which is producing less hazard, less waste, and improving the yield of the product, then it becomes green chemistry. So this is a very simple, definition, and this term was coined in 1998 by two genius persons, Professor Paul Anastas and John Warner. Paul Anastas was then scientific advisor of President Barack, and John Warner is himself a legendary. Both of them are jointly known as fathers of green chemistry. And what they propose, the definition of green chemistry may be defined as invention, design, and application of chemical products and processes to reduce or to eliminate the use and generation of hazardous substances. This is the official definition of green chemistry. And this definition very firstly appeared in the book Green Chemistry Theory and Practices, published in 98 from Oxford University Press. So whatever you see around, if you are following this definition, if you are practicing chemistry with this definition, believe me, you are a green chemist. Right? Now, there are so many environmental sustainability issues. Everyone is talking about pollution, everybody is talking about sustainability of environment. But how these issues are coming? If we see, every development, every synthesis, every production has these many steps: heating, cooling, stirring, distillation, compression, etc., etc., etc. More or less, these steps are involved in every production, in every synthesis, right? And when these steps you are following, it needs energy. Energy comes from fuel, burning fossil fuel, and burning fossil fuel produces carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is, when going to atmosphere, it is causing climate change and global warming, and resultantly you are having sustainability problems. Now you have two choices. Number one, stop all the technical and scientific developments. Can we stop? No. Because if we stop the scientific development, technological development, then this cycle will not start. That's all, our problem solved. But that is not a solution. So what to do? We should practice, we should do all the development practices with the aim of reducing waste, producing low pollution, consuming less energy, consuming less fuel, optimizingly using the available resources. And perhaps we can save our earth, we can save our environment. So this is how the problem arises. The problem arises when exploitation, consumption, and deforestation is there. And these problems are due to population explosion, urbanization and industrialization. ये तीनों चीजें ऐसी हैं जो कि रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रही हैं. Population exploitation, urbanization and industrialization. And when these three are there are some problems, some consequences and some needs. Consequences are what? Urban degradation, greenhouse effect, greenhouse gas, global warming, ozone depletion, extinction of wildlife. And the needs are clean environment, pollution prevention, waste minimization, eco-efficiency and all. That is the consequences and need, then the solution is green chemistry. And it is a way of thinking. That's why it is also known as sustainable chemistry, which is based on 12 principles. 12 principles are the backbone of green chemistry. It works towards sustainable development by making chemical products that do not harm either or health or the environment, using industrial processes that reduce or to eliminate hazardous chemicals. So whatever I just shared with you, that if we are practicing chemistry with the motto, with the goal of reducing hazardous waste, producing less waste, consuming less energy, then it becomes green chemistry. Whatever I have contributed, that already Madam has discussed, I am just skipping these slides. More than 100 research papers, 21 books from international publication houses like Royal Society of Chemistry, Wiley, Springer, elsewhere. Series editor for Springer, and has been involved in editing books of more than 39, 40 around, from the contributor of across the board. These are few books which I have contributed. All are focusing green chemistry for environmental sustainability, biopolymers, heavy metals, ultrasound, green corrosion chemistry, water treatment from Springer, biosurfactant. These are few books which I have contributed. Green chemistry for dyes, bioremediation, green chemistry in literature. I'm thankful to CRC Taylor and Francis for providing me spotlight space in the spotlight editors and authors. Just keeping this recently included in 2%. So now come to the point. So green chemistry is all about reducing waste, materials, hazard, risk, energy, environmental impact and cost. अगर आपका chemical synthesis, अगर आपका alternating chemical synthesis जिस पे आप काम कर रहे हैं, if you are reducing these, any of these listed, you are practicing green chemistry. Now, how it is related with sustainability development goal? That is our theme. These are the 12 principles. I am not going in depth in these 12 principles, but I am just trying to connect you that how it is important for the sustainability development goals. These 12 principles are, quickly we just read: prevent waste, minimize atom economy, less hazardous chemical synthesis, safe chemicals, safe solvents, increase energy efficiency, use renewable feedstock, avoid technical derivatives, use catalysts, design chemicals and products to degrade after use, analysis at real time, and minimize potential for accidents. These are the 12 principles. You can Google it, very simple. It is nothing new which I am sharing with you. You just Google, you all have a smartphone in your hand. Just Google principles of green chemistry, you will have these 12. So I am just skipping these 12 principles and coming to the point how it is related to sustainable development goal. This is the same definition which we have discussed earlier. Now, what is the background of sustainability development goals? On September 25th, 2015, after 3 years of debate and negotiations, 193 member countries of the UN, including United States, unanimously decided about to adopt these goals, sustainable development goals, stating what it means. It means on behalf of the people we serve, we have adopted a historical decision on a comprehensive, far-reaching and people-centered set of universal and transformative goals and targets. We commit ourselves to working tirelessly for the full implementation of this agenda by 2030. This is a unanimous statement by 193 countries. And then they disclose 17 sustainability development goals. And in these 17 sustainability goals, if we just read it, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, sustainable cities, affordable and clean energy, decent work, industrial innovation, reduce inequality, responsible consumption of resources, climate action, life below water, peace and partnership for global. These are the 17 sustainability development goals. And in these 17, there are more than 7 to 8 goals are directly related with green chemistry. In which, if we want to achieve those goals, we have to practice green chemistry. There is no other way. So, like, if we see how it is useful in different sectors of industry, pharmaceutical sector, manufacture of drugs, agriculture, production of fertilizer, food, medical, transportation, clothing, safety, sports, everywhere, in every walk of your life, chemistry is there, chemistry is involved. आप सुबह उठ के सोचिएगा, अगर सुबह आप उठते हैं, उठने से लेके रात सोने तक आप अपनी दिनचर्या पे जरा नजर डालिए, आपकी हर स्टेप में केमिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व है, आपकी हर जो भी चीज आप यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें केमिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व है, राइट? So every walk of your life, whether it is medical, whether it is environment, whether it is transportation, clothes, safety, everywhere chemistry is there. And that's why chemistry, green chemistry is particular, means prevailing pollution before it happens rather than cleaning up the mess later. Now, these are the sustainability development goals which are directly related with green chemistry: zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy. Just we have listened a talk of a renowned professor who is talking about green energy, industries, innovation and infrastructure, responsible consumption and production, climate action. So these are the sustainability development goals where green chemistry can contribute. So first of all, zero hunger. There are many examples of how chemistry will help in achieving zero hunger, because hunger is a universal problem across the globe, right? So how we can help? Advances in chemistry will help to better protect plants from infections, improve food production and distribution channels, extend the shelf life of food through advances in packaging, and maintain food quality and safety. If we are providing better shelf life to food items, अभी हम कोई खाने की चीज लाते हैं, एक दिन या दो दिन में वो खराब हो जाती है. If we are able to increase its shelf life, so we are definitely serving the society, serving the purpose of reducing hunger, right? High yield seeds in combination with new approaches to fertilization will increase food production and help to reduce soil erosion. When we use high yield seeds, indirectly we are saving our soil. We are increasing the production and at the same time we are saving our soil. And saving the soil is the directly service to the Mother Earth. We are serving to the environment directly if we are saving the soil. Recently, if you are aware, a very renowned spiritual leader, Sadhguru, he has started a movement to save soil. If you have seen, he's started a campaign to save soil, and it means a lot. So through chemistry, through improving our seed quality, through improving our yield, we can definitely save our soil. Fortification of food will help combat malnutrition in area with limited access to healthy foods. And technologies for sustainable ammonia production for phosphate recovery and reuse. This is another very important thing, that if you have technologies to produce sustainable ammonia, it would definitely help in agriculture sector a big way. So this is how we can achieve the sustainability development goal related with hunger through green chemistry. Another one is, ये top क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है इसका? Yeah. समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या लिखा हुआ है, वेल बीइंग, गुड हेल्थ एंड वेल बीइंग, गुड हेल्थ एंड वेल बीइंग. Chemistry is key to achieving the good health and well-being goal. Medical equipments, medicines, and so many things. We all are witness that in last 2 years, only chemistry saved lives. There was chemistry only in all vaccines, in all medicines, in all, whatever treatments. There are so many other technologies are also involved, but chemistry was the important ingredient of all the cure treatments. So medical breakthrough and technology is made possible through advances in chemistry. Chemistry plays a critical role in medical diagnosis and drug development, enabling people to live longer and healthier lives. So there is no need to discuss in detail that how much important chemistry is for the medical sector and development of different medicines and different vaccines and all other life-saving drugs. Next is like use of green chemistry in health and well-being. If we talk about pharmaceutical chemistry and organic chemistry are involved in every drug development, and if we use these 3 important principles of green chemistry are very much involved in pharmaceutical education and research. Number 1, maximize atom economy. Number 2, use of safer solvent. And number 3, use of catalyst. If you want to know in detail about how these 3 principles are useful in pharmaceutical industry, this is how it is involved. And then that pharmaceutical chemistry is a newer with the inclusion of green chemistry, and it becomes green pharmaceutical chemistry. And if you see a process starting from the drug discovery to final implementation, there is a lot of steps involved where you can use the different principles of green chemistry just to reduce the input, reduce the energy consumption, reduce the feedstock, and increase the impact, increase the yield and the usefulness. Atom economy is the game changer because an atom is a terrible thing to waste. अभी आप लोग केमिस्ट्री पढ़ने वाले बच्चे भी बैठे होंगे यहाँ. Every time when you read a chemical reaction, you talk in terms of yield. That how much yield of this particular reaction? 70% yield, 60% yield, 80% yield. This is how you are learning the chemistry. But the principle of atom economy is entirely a new vision. When you see a reaction like this, मेरा वाला स्क्रीन उधर करो कॉर्नर बैक, रिएक्शन वाले स्क्रीन पे आगे रिएक्शन वाला जो स्क्रीन था पीछे 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 यस मेरा वाला स्क्रीन कॉर्नर कर दो. ये एक एग्जांपल मैं डिस्कस करूंगा, उसके बाद में आप लोगों के क्वेश्चन हुआ. इस एग्जांपल के थ्रू आई विल ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन how an atom is important, how an atom is terrible to waste. क्योंकि अभी तक जो हम पढ़ते आए हैं, जिस तरह की केमिस्ट्री हम पढ़ते आए हैं, उसमें हमें सबने ये तो बताया कि हाउ टू बैलेंस ए केमिकल रिएक्शन, बट किसी ने ये नहीं बताया कि हाउ एन एटम इज टेरिबल टू वेस्ट. कैसे एक एक एटम इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसकी बात ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री करती है. एंड दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट प्रिंसिपल ऑफ ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री, which is called atom economy, right? क्या हो गया? इसको फुल स्क्रीन करो। आगे बढ़ो। Yes. Now see this reaction. Students, please see this reaction. This is very simple reaction, just to make you realize that how an atom is important. This is a reaction. Butanol is reacting with sodium bromide and H2SO4, and that is butyl bromide, NaHSO4, H2O, right? Now, the beauty of this reaction, you can easily see that there are some atoms are green colored and some atoms are red colored. Green colored means the atoms which have been utilized to produce a desired product, and the red atoms are the atoms which have been wasted during the process, right? So we just make a table, and you can try it for any reaction of your choice. कोई भी रिएक्शन आप लीजिए और इस पैटर्न पे उसको जरा चेक कीजिएगा, राइट? So in the first column there is a reagent formula. All four reagents are there: butanol, NaBr, H2SO4, right? Total atoms कितने हैं? 4 carbon, 12 hydrogen, 5 oxygen, 1 bromine, 1 sodium, 1 sulfate, 1 sulfur, right? In second column the reagent weights. Every reagent का weight है 74, 103, 98, and total weight is 275. In third column, utilized atom which are green colored atoms को उस column में रख दीजिए, right? 4 carbon, 9H, 1 Br, H2SO4 में से कुछ भी नहीं है green, and then total is 4C, 9H, and 1 Br. Fine. Next column is weight of utilized atoms. अब जो green atoms हैं उनका weight आप अगले column में रख दीजिए और उसका total देखिए. The weight of total utilized atom is 137. Next column में रखिए red atoms. जो red हैं which have not been utilized उनको रखिए और उनका भी weight लिख लीजिए. It is 130. It is a very simple exercise you can do for any reaction, right? अब क्या होगा इसका यूजफुलनेस क्या है? By practicing this way you can easily identify that a particular reaction is whether it is green or not, and meaning of greenness is whether it is suitable for the environment or not, right? So the next step is there is a formula of percentage atom economy is equal to formula weight of atom utilized divided by formula weight of all reagents into 100. This is a formula. अब आपके टेबल में से देखिए formula weight of utilized atom is 137 divided by formula weight of all reagents is 275 into 100, and this is just 50%. 50% is not so good. Percentage atom economy is 50% is not so good, but if you get percentage economy is more than 60, 70%, 80%, then it is purely a green reaction. And it is clearly visible from this example that every atom counts. Every atom is important, and you can utilize this type of change in the organic chemistry. And it is very much required that all the chemistry reactions must be changed from yield basis to percentage atom economy basis. मीन्स हम जो पढ़ते आ रहे हैं वो यील्ड बेसिस पढ़ते आ रहे हैं. 60% यील्ड है तो बड़ी अच्छी रिएक्शन है, 80% यील्ड है तो बहुत ही अच्छी रिएक्शन है, 90% यील्ड है तो जबरदस्त है. But now it is time to reinvent, rethink about a chemical reaction, about greenness of a chemical reaction in this way, that how many atoms are properly used. Because जितने ज्यादा आइटम्स आपके यूज होंगे उतना ज्यादा वो प्रोडक्ट में कन्वर्ट होंगे और उतना कम वो वेस्ट बनाएंगे. दिस इज द होल फिलॉसफी. अगर कम आइटम यूटिलाइज होंगे तो ज्यादा वेस्ट बनेगा, अगर ज्यादा आइटम यूटिलाइज होंगे तो कम वेस्ट बनेगा. सिंपल रिलेशन. So this principle of percentage atom economy is directly related with your sustainability of environment, sustainability of resources, right? Pharmaceutical industry we have just discussed. This is another one very important table which you can see, that use of green solvents. There is a 3-colored solvents. In first column, the green colored, then blue colored, then red colored. You are quite aware that for a chemical reaction, there must be presence of some solvent. In some solvent, you can carry out a reaction. So what are the alternating solvents? Suppose you are using pentane, then it is undesirable. Use of pentane is not good for health of environment. So if you want to replace pentane, better you can use cyclohexane. And if you want to improve more, then you please go to water. Water may be a good solvent. Water is actually a green solvent which is available in abundance and produce no waste and does not harm your environment. So this is a table which is given by Dunn and Perry et al. And published in 2008 in Green Chemistry Journal, which is published from Royal Society of Chemistry. So it is very good table to help the chemists that how to replace hazardous solvents, right? The same thing, undesirable solvents and alternative like pentane can be replaced by heptane, hexane replaced by heptane, pyridine replaced by acetonitrile. So like this. Now another very important term, E factor. मेरा ख्याल है आपने इसके बारे में भी नहीं सुना होगा. What is E factor? E factor was coined and given by Roger Sheldon. Roger Sheldon is a legendary green chemist, a renowned green chemist, and he invented the term E factor, that how to evaluate any chemical reaction in terms of wastage. And he given a formula that E factor is equal to total waste divided by product, right? अब E factor जितना कम होगा, रिएक्शन उतनी ज्यादा ग्रीन होगी. यू कैन सी इट इज क्वाइट विजिबल. ई फैक्टर कम होगा, जब वेस्ट कम होगा प्रोडक्ट ज्यादा होगा. एंड फ्रॉम दिस फॉर्मूला व्हेन यू गेट लेस ई फैक्टर, योर रिएक्शन इज ग्रीनर. तो हाउ दिस ई फैक्टर इज यूजफुल? इट इज यूजफुल इन कंपेयरिंग टू अवेलेबल ways of synthesizing the same product. If you are having two available ways, you can compare the E factor. एक रास्ते पे जाने से इतना E factor निकल रहा है, दूसरे रास्ते से जाने से इतना E factor निकल रहा है, जिससे कम निकल रहा है that is green, right? Because we are fighting for saving the environment. So any option which is providing us the path to generate less waste, that is a greener approach. That is the adoptable approach, right? So E factor is another term after atom economy. Use of catalyst, you all know, there is nothing much to say about use of catalyst, but yes, enzyme-based catalysts are another new dimension of chemistry, and enzyme catalyst chemical transformations are now widely recognized as practical alternatives to traditional organic synthesis. Okay, the enzymes have the advantage to cut down the number of steps in an organic reaction and can produce clean products with no need of purification. If you remember, there was one principle which says that less derivatives is also one green principle. So when we use enzyme-based catalysts, you are able to reduce the synthetic steps. And when you are able to reduce the synthetic steps, you are actually able to reduce the production of derivatives. क्योंकि मान लीजिए 5-step reaction है, 5-step reaction का मतलब है उसमें 4 derivative बनेंगे बीच में. अगर आपने 5 steps को reduce करके 3-step reaction कर दिया, तो आपने कम से कम 2 या 3 derivative कम कर दिए. And when you reduce the production of derivatives, you are basically reducing the consumption of chemicals, consumption of energy, consumption of resources, and consumption of man hours. Right? So you are basically serving the environment. So environment means, so enzyme-based catalyst is another very useful way of practicing chemistry. This is an example, very popular example, ibuprofen. Ibuprofen is an anti-inflammatory drug, and there are 2 ways possible for its synthesis. The students who are studying chemistry, it is useful for them that how can we synthesize ibuprofen. One is the Boot synthesis, which is the traditional synthetic method, and another one is green synthetic method. And I'm sure it would be quite visible to you that what is the difference. First of all, see the Boot synthesis. In this Boot synthesis, there are 6 steps. And the red colored chemicals, I'm not going in detail, but just see that these red color chemicals are wastage producing every step, right? So 2 things you just see from this sample. First is 6 restriction. Second, there are a lot of wastage producing. You can see there are so many red chemicals, right? Now this is green synthesis. Only 3 steps. And only 1 waste. The waste is acid, which is actually waste. It is used some other way. Right? If we compare these 2 ways of synthesizing ibuprofen, you can easily compare that Boot synthesis, there is aluminum trichloride is not a true catalyst, while in green synthesis, hydrogen fluoride is the true catalyst, and which is recoverable up to 99.9%. Catalyst की definition होती है कि catalyst does not participate in the reaction और वो enhance करता है, उसकी speed को enhance करता है और खुद unreact करता है. So in this case, hydrogen fluoride is behaving exactly like that, because 99.9% hydrogen is, reusable, right? In Boot synthesis, there are a lot of waste, while in the green synthesis, gas waste, which is not actually waste, it is used in some way. This is 6-step reaction. 6-step means more derivatization. Derivatization means more chemicals, more energy, more resources, more money, right? And when we reduce it, there are only 3 steps, means we are reducing the resources, we are reducing the energy consumption, we're reducing the efforts, money, and everything. And finally, the percentage atom economy of wood synthesis is only 40%. 40% atom economy is not good, not at all it is good. We have just seen in an example that 60 से ऊपर अगर आता है, then it is good. अगर उससे नीचे है तो it's not good. So in wood synthesis it is just 40%, while in synthesis it is 77%. So atom economy wise also it is beneficial to adopt the green synthesis of this particular drug, and that's why resultantly the green synthesis is better because it is decreasing unnecessary derivatization, decreasing the energy consumption, chemical consumption, and having a greater percentage atom economy. Right? With all these words, I think I should stop here. And if any question you have from audience, especially from the students sitting over there, which are actually budding scientists, budding researcher, you're most welcome. Any student? एक चीज मैं और यहाँ से कहना चाहूंगा, not related with this talk, but important for all of you, that in national education policy, there are three important factors are there. One is innovation, second is skill development, and third is research. And I request all the faculty members to please mentor your students for improving their research aptitude, right? Encourage them to write some articles, some review articles, some short reports, some any type of article which is focusing on some particular scientific topic or subject. It will help you in two ways. Number one, it will improve the scientific temperament of the student. Number two, in their profile, after 2 or 3 years, there will be 2-3 good research paper will be reflecting. And since you are mentoring them, the same papers will be reflecting in your resume also, right? And overall, it will increase the intellectual profile of the institute, right? So I'll encourage all of you, all girls sitting over here, studying in different courses. ये ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए मैं कह रहा हूं. In every subject, you should start thinking with the research mindset. Thank you very much. Any question if you have, you please ask. Sir, you want to ask? Yeah.
I have one comment. You talk about 12 principles and 17 goals.
12 principles for
12 principles and 17
goals.
But when all developing countries sits on the table, they only decide 2050 or 2070. They don't talk about the present situation, when they want to change. So this is a horrible situation that no country is allowing green chemistry to come into picture.
Sir, it is, you are very much right that it is quite unfortunate that green chemistry is not at all part of syllabi in our education system. But it is very good sign that in last few years, people have started to include as a unit, not a complete paper, but they are starting as a unit in BSc and MSc, and people are starting thinking about it. But yes, if we practice it at large, it will definitely serve the purpose of solving all these problems related with environmental sustainability.
And the second important thing is, you suddenly talked about soil degradation. It's very horrible to see the soil degradation, but nobody has ever think about this. Nobody heard about this thing. In the general public, people don't have this picture of soil degradation.
Yes.
It's the first time I'm hearing from you that soil degradation is taking place. And I think no country is worried about all these things.
This is unfortunate, sir. Because quality of soil is, after all, responsible for the quality of crop. And if the quality of the, देखिए यहाँ एक relationship है between water and soil. If there is water is polluted, definitely the soil will be polluted. And if the soil will be polluted, the quality of soil will degraded. And with the degraded soil quality, you will not get the good quality of crop. This is the whole relationship. So sir is very much right that nobody is bothered about the soil quality, right? While it is very much important, because soil से जो crop हो रहा है वो सब हम खा रहे हैं, अगर उसकी quality ठीक नहीं है तो there are so many diseases which we have consuming at the daily on the daily basis by consuming that food. But unfortunately no one is talking about the quality of soil.
तो हमारे खाने क्या होगा, खाने क्या होगा हमारे को?
सर खाने का क्या होगा, जैसा हम खा रहे हैं वो तो हम खा ही रहे हैं. अब आगे लोग, ये यंग जनरेशन है, ये इस बारे में सोचे कि how to come up with new ideas to save water as well as soil. Both these elements are very indispensable for everybody's life. I am sure you all are agree कि अगर water अगर polluted रहा तो भी हमारे लिए problem है, और अगर polluted water से crop हुआ तो भी हमारे लिए horrible. And ultimately soil is very important, because that soil is only giving us food, right? So it is very, very important concern sir raised. So I would be thankful to sir to raise this very important concern. Any other question?
Why don't you tell Government of India to talk about this thing?
Sir, I am part of a task force which is focusing on all these green initiatives, and all such suggestions we have already given, and we try to give at any and every platform, and to make people aware, to make young generation aware that they must come up. And आगे की वतन आपके हवाले है, तो आप लोग जैसा करेंगे, क्योंकि पॉलिसी मेकर्स देखिए पॉलिसी बनाने के भूल जाने वाले होते हैं, पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंट हम लोगों को करनी होती है. वी आर द पीपल हु कैन एग्जीक्यूट द पॉलिसी इन द राइट स्पिरिट, राइट? और जैसा मैंने सुबह इनॉग्रल में भी बोला था कि यहाँ कोई सब्जेक्ट की बाउंड्री नहीं है. एक साइंस का स्टूडेंट एक कॉमर्स के स्टूडेंट के साथ मिलके कुछ भी मिरेकल कर सकता है, कुछ भी नई चीज इन्वेंट कर सकता है. एक इकोनॉमिक्स का स्टूडेंट एक केमिस्ट्री के स्टूडेंट के साथ मिलके क्या पता क्या नया मॉडल दे दे, एग्रीकल्चर के स्टूडेंट के साथ मिलके क्या पता क्या नया मॉडल दे दे. सर ने जो कहा है कि सॉइल इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड नोबडी टॉक अबाउट द क्वालिटी ऑफ सॉइल. It is a point where we should stop this talk, but it is very important point to think about, that we must start thinking about our natural resources, including water, air, and soil. Thank you very much.
Sanjay Sharma.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you very much for an excellent talk. This is Balu Balachandran from Argonne National Lab, USA. Excellent talk on sustainable development. But I have a question. On you in the early part of your talk, you mentioned about tremendous amount of fluoride and arsenic poisoning or contamination in groundwater in state of Rajasthan. My question is, what is the source? Is there any industry in that part of the country that produces these pollutants?
No, sir. The source is not the industrial. The source is actually the decreasing water index quality, water index of the underground water, because the availability of water is declining day by day, so that the different contamination are dominating in the water and affecting the quality of water adversely. So in Rajasthan particular, fluorosis is a big problem. While the arsenic contamination is not that much in Rajasthan, that is the problem of West Bengal and that area. But yes, of course, it is not due to the industrial developments. It is a natural disaster. It is a natural problem which is caused due to declining water index.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And one more thing, I offer from this stage, I offer myself, if you Anybody want to contact me through email, through phone, through my website, you're always welcome. And I would be happy to help you if you want to do something or you want to develop some model, some new thing. I'll be definitely happy. Thank you very much. How many teachers of chemistry are there? Or teachers of science, including chemistry, physics, geology, botany, whatever. Okay, wonderful. So I request them all, you please provide hand holding to the students so that they would improve their intellect in the area of research and publications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your thought-provoking address set a perfect platform for the other speakers to deliver this presentation in the areas of science and technology. Now, all the participants who are giving an oral presentation today, so please be prepared with your PPTs and all. Now we have oral session. I would like to invite first Professor Ankur Jain, second Professor Rajesh Kumar Yadav, Dr. Biswajit Pai, Professor R.J. Verma, Dr. Murgesh H. Trivedi to chair the oral session. The first speaker in oral session abstract ID is IC 101 Farah Diba. And remaining all the participants, please be ready with your PPTs and all. Yes, sir. Hello. Am I? Farah Diba, are you audible to me? Are you there? Again, I'm announcing all the oral sessions. I would like to please invite Professor Ankur Jain to come upon the stage. Professor Ankur Jain. Professor Rajesh Kumar Yadav. Professor Rajesh Kumar Yadav. Dr. Biswajit Paik. Professor R.J. Verma. Dr. Murgesh H. Trivedi. Professor P.C. Mali. First eminent speaker, abstract ID IC 101 Farah Diba. Is she there? I'm sorry for this delay. She will join us soon. No time to leave. Okay, I'm sorry, she is not present here, so Next, abstract ID IC102, Rakesh Kumar Arya. Abstract ID IC102, Rakesh Kumar Arya. Rakesh Kumar Arya, are you there? I repeat, Rakesh Kumar Arya, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can start now.
Can see the screen, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Make it full screen.
Sir, I request you to please show your full screen.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see my slide, ma'am?
Sorry, I didn't get you. Can you please repeat that?
सर प्लीज शेयर करो इसको दोबारा से शेयर अगेन फुल स्क्रीन करके शेयर करो सर इसे
Yes. Let PPT show me.
शेयर अगेन सर प्लीज शेयर अगेन Sir, please share your screen.
Yes, sir. I tried something.
Do one thing. Just click on. Just open up your PPT and then just click on share button. Yes, ma'am. Share your screen, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just click on share screen button, sir.
Sir, my PPT was not shown the screen, sir.
So do one thing. Do one thing. Share only screen. All you can share your entire computer, sir. Then PPT would be visible. Share your entire computer if you are not able to share on the presentation. Yeah, your computer is visible. Now open your PPT. Now open your PPT, sir. Kindly make it full screen. Kindly make it full screen. Just click on slideshow button. No. Just do one thing. You closed it, sir. Open again. Open again. Open again. No issue, sir. No, take your time. Open your PPT. Yes, sir. Sir, it is fine. Okay.
This is not my PPT.
Rakesh, is there any problem? You can take your time. Everyone, please maintain silence. There is some technical issues. He will be us with soon. I request to all the students, please maintain silence. Have some patience, please.
Hello, Mr. Rakesh, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are having some time, may I start next one?
Just 1 minute, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you see the slide, ma'am?
Sir, just click on slideshow menu, then make it full screen, please. Just click on slideshow button. Slideshow at the top of. Sir, slideshow at the middle of. There is a slideshow menu. There is a slideshow menu. Sir, slideshow menu. Just click on slideshow menu. Sir, just click on slideshow menu. नीचे play. Sir, make it full screen, please. Just click on slideshow menu. There is a slideshow menu on the top. Just click on slideshow menu, sir, at the top, middle top, at the middle top. Look at this. Yeah, slideshow, just up, little bit up. Slideshow. You can see slideshow over there. Sir, click on slideshow. Just press F5, sir. Press F5. Okay, sir, continue your whatever. Sir, चला लीजिए आप इसको ऐसे ही चला दीजिए, कोई इशू नहीं.
Mr. Rakesh, keep continue, please.
राकेश कुमार आ रही है, स्कॉलर ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट.
कोई बात नहीं है, जैसा भी आपका स्लाइड शो हो रहा है आप उसके साथ कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं.
राकेश कुमार आ रही है, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिस्ट्री, जयनारायण व्यास यूनिवर्सिटी, जोधपुर, राजस्थान, इंडिया. I would like to present my research work. My topic is study of a photogalvanic cell with a mixed surfactant system, lauryl glucoside, decyl glucoside, fructose as a reducing agent, and tetrazine as a photosensitizer for renewable energy conversion and storage. Abstract. A photogalvanic cell is a form of photoelectrochemical cell that uses the Becquerel effect to operate. Photogalvanic cell are light harvesting device that convert solar energy into electricity and store it. The PG cell is a two-in-one device that combines solar power generation with solar power storage capabilities. The biodegradable non-ionic surfactant, lauryl glucoside and decyl glucoside was employed in these studies because it aids in the solubilization and stability of the system. Tetragen food dye was used as a photosensitizer and fructose was used as a reducing agent and in an electron donor. At a high pH, a very dilute solution of dye, reactant, and surfactant was used in the photogalvanic cell. Experiments have been conducted on photopotential, photocurrent, and power. The cell current voltage characteristics were also investigated. Introduction about solar energy. The solar energy is the best option to fulfill the energy demand. First of all, scientist Becquerel explained the photochemical effect for solar energy. And William mentioned the action of solar energy into electricity, electrical energy, and storage. In the present work, biodegradable surfactant lauryl glucoside and decyl glucoside has been used as it assists in the solubilization and stability of the system. Tetragen food dye act as a photosensitizer or fructose as a reactant act as electron donor. A very dilute solution of dye, reactant, and surfactant used at high pH range in photogalvanic cell. Electrical parameter like photopotential, photocurrent, power has been studied. Current voltage characteristics of the cell has also been studied. E factor, conversion efficiency, photopotential, photocurrent. My obtained result is the obtained VPP, IPP, PPP of the mixture surfactant system, lauryl glucoside and decyl glucoside are 712 millivolt, 939 microampere, 668.568 microwatt, and 864 milliwatt, 1050 microampere, 907.20 microwatt respectively. The performance of the determined as T half is 185 minutes and 205 minutes. Conversion efficiency of the PG cell is 6.4278% and 8.723%, and fill factor is 0.4806 and 0.5543 for efficient photogalvanic cell in a suitable manner. The efficient and economic feasibility of photogalvanic cell for solar energy conversion and storage may still be improved by selecting many more combinations of two distinct surfactant and selecting the appropriate reactant and photosensitizer dye in a photogalvanic cell. Methodology: we use the simplified form of photogalvanic cell as follows. Here, V for potential, digital pH meter, A for current, microammeter, R for resistance, carbon pot, K for key, C copper connecting wire, G simple glass beaker as vessels, T platinum electrode as negative terminal of the cell, E electrolyte solutions as saturated calomel electrode as positive terminal of the cell. Conclusion: providing a safe, efficient, and clean energy source is one of the most pressing concerns for the worldwide community, because there is a pressing need to invest greater resource in the development of alternative fuels. Based on the findings, we believe that a single surfactant has a greater impact on photogalvanic cells than mixture of surfactants. The single surfactant has improved not only the conversion efficiency, but also the storage capacity of photogalvanic cells. Extensive efforts are still needed to improve electrical output and storage capacity of photogalvanic cell while lowering their cost to achieve commercial viabilities. Solar energy is futureful. Thank you. Any query?
Next, can I? Thank you so much, Rakesh Kumar Arya.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
someone having any query? If anybody have any questions, so they can put there. Participants can unmute themselves.
We have some dignitaries also with us.
Hello. It is not a question, but a lot of people are having problem in unmuting. For example, one Sonia A has been sending messages. I don't think the host is reading.
मैं नाम लिख के लाती हूँ।
एक को बुला लेते
Yes, sir. I don't.
हैं। Next participant को बुला लेते हो ना?
अबे नहीं, पहले ये करना।
Don't want this. Don't see this slide, sir.
Participants can unmute themselves for any question.
Dr. Archana Sharma.
I would like to call Dr.
Honor. M. With movement.
Slider will not move.
Good.
We have some dignitaries with us. I would like to call Dr. Archana Sharma to honor them with mementos. Professor P.C. Mali, sir, Professor Rajesh Kumar Yadav, Professor Murgesh H. Trivedi, Professor R.J. I would like to request to come up on the stage, Professor P.C. Mali, sir.
ये तो बुला ही नहीं रहे मुझे। माली सर को बुला रहे।
वो भी इतने ही
statistical data. Charity performance. चल नहीं रहा है
so much for your presence. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. Let's proceed. Next, we will keep continue our oral presentation. Next, abstract ID is IC 103 Priyanka Cholak for oral presentation. I repeat, abstract ID IC 103 Priyanka Cholak. Ma'am, are you there? I repeat, abstract ID IC 103 Priyanka Cholak. Ma'am, are you there? She is not present. Next ID is IC 104 Tarun Patodia. I repeat, IC 104 Tarun Patodia. He is also not present. Next abstract ID is IC 107 Kish Priyalakshmi Devi. KSH Priyalakshmi Devi. I repeat, abstract ID is IC 107 KSH Priyalakshmi Devi. She is also not present. Sorry. She is present. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I
Please
see my
continue.
slide. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you
Sorry, no.
still sharing, ma'am. Still sharing.
Okay.
Wait. But it is not visible to us, but it is shared.
Students, please make silence.
It's not visible till now.
No, it is not visible to us, ma'am. Do one thing, stop sharing and do again. I'm stopping your sharing
Yeah.
and share again, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, share again.
Yeah. Is it visible now? Hello.
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet, ma'am.
Still, it's not visible.
Not yet, ma'am.
Hello. Host.
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am. Yeah, it is visible. You can continue, ma'am, please.
Okay. Yeah. Now it's in full screen, right?
You can continue. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Khetrimiam Priya Lakshmi Devi from IIT Guwahati. And today I'm going to talk on the topic green and fissile synthesis of silver graphene hybrid nanocomposites and its investigation of structure, morphology, and optical properties. So graphene, nowadays, it has been, researchers are more attracted towards this graphene because it is a carbon, one atom thick carbon sheet with unique properties, and because of its fascinating properties and various and it can be applied in various fields. So it is an highly researched topic areas. But nowadays, recently, graphene with various inorganic nanoparticles like platinum, gold, silver, zinc oxide, now it has become a good candidate for optoelectronics, photonic circuits, surface enhanced spectroscopy, and biomaterials also. So in today's talk, I'll be talking about this green and fissile synthesis of graphene silver hybrid nanocomposites, and this was the synthesis of graphite oxide from graphite powder. Normally, mostly we have used modified Hamer's method or Hamer's method for synthesizing graphite oxide. But in my paper, I'm using this. I called it as improved graphite oxide synthesis, because in this we are not using sodium nitrate, which produces nitrous oxides and all, which are harmful to the environment. Here I'll be using more of K2MnO4 potassium permanganate, and the oxidizing agent here I'm using is H2SO4 and H3PO4 phosphoric acid in the ratio of 9:1 ratio. And through this I have synthesized graphite oxide, and this shows the Raman spectroscopy, which shows that the graphite powder has been oxidized to graphite oxide. And
सर पिन कोड क्या है कॉलेज का 30-20-22
This is the synthesis method of graphene silver nanocomposites. In this, now for reducing the silver from silver nitride, mostly the reducing agent which we are nowadays using produces toxic components to the environment. So I'm here using environmentally friendly reducing agent sodium citrate. So so that is why I'm calling this as green synthesis. These are the process which I'll be using: graphite oxide and water in 2:1 ratio and ultrasonification for 1 hour, so that the graphite oxide are highly dispersed, equally dispersed. And after that, I'll be adding silver nitrate, GNO3, and it will keep on stirring. And 1 gram of sodium citrate is also added and stir the mixture for 30 minutes. Then the solution is transferred to hot water bath shaker and kept at 95 degrees Celsius for 10 hours. Then the mixture is cooled down naturally, then washed with ethanol and DI water, and the final product is dried in a vacuum rotor at 60 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And now let's start the analysis part of the nano hybrid composites which I have synthesized. In the XRD patterns, you can see that the E, it is for graphite, that the peak at 002 plane shows that the graphite is of crystallite graphite. And then while after oxidizing, the peak at the HKL plane of 002 has been shifted to 001, which shows that the graphite has been oxidized to graphite oxide. And the figure C, D, and E shows the silver graphene nanocomposites XRD spectra. In this, we can see that the peak at 11, 200, and 220 and 311, which shows that the silver nanoparticles has been deposited on the graphene sheets. Then here you can see the crystallographic data of silver nanoparticles. The observed one is this 38. Observed one is on the left side, and the standard one is that from this there is a small shift from the standard side. So it is then that the silver has been reduced. Silver nitrate has been reduced to silver nanoparticle. And these are some of the microstructural properties of some HKL planes of silver nanoparticles. And this, you can see the HKL plane, D spacing, which I have calculated, then FWHM, then these are the crystallite size of the silver nanoparticles, which I have calculated using the Bicerer formula, and this is the microstrain properties of the silver nanoparticles, and these are the dislocation densities, and this is the staking fault. And all the formulas are given here. That for crystallite size, the formula I have used is this one, and microstrain, this, and dislocation density, and this is for staking fault. This is the Raman spectral analysis of the silver graphene hybrid nanocomposites. From this, the black curve shows the Raman spectra of the graphite oxide, and the red one is the Raman spectra of the silver graphene nanocomposites. And by studying the ID by IG ratio of the two samples, we came to know that ID by IG increases in the silver graphene nanocomposites compound, which indicates that the reduction of graphite oxide and to graphene, and the peak intensity of the silver graphite nanocomposite is much higher than those of graphite oxide, which may be due to the surface enhanced Raman scattering occurred from the silver from the intense local electromagnetic field of silver nanoparticles that accompanies plasmon resonance. And this is the UV visible spectral analysis of the hybrid nanocomposites for studying the optical properties. The red curve shows the UV visible spectra of graphite oxide. And the black one shows the UV visible spectra of the silver graphene nanocomposites. And the difference, you can easily see the difference in the two spectra, that there a new peak at 420 nanometer that is here appeared, indicating the surface plasmon resonance absorption band of silver nanoparticles, which signifies the formation of silver nanoparticles. Then these are the FSM images of silver nanoparticle hybrid nanocomposites. The first one shows the from the first one you can see that in the graphite the seeds you can see on this seeds the silver nanoparticles are well dispersed, and these nanoparticles, and the second image you can see the measurement of the nanoparticles, and it is around the average nanoparticle size is around 10 to 12 nanometers. So in the conclusion, you can say that a fossil and green approach to synthesis of silver graphene hybrid nanocomposites is reported by using sodium citrate as the reducing agent. Graphite oxide is completely reduced to graphene, and the silver ion is reduced by sodium citrate simultaneously. Sodium citrate is a superior compound owing to its mild reductive and non-toxic properties. Then silver nanoparticles were well dispersed with an average diameter of 10 to 12 nanometer, and are deposited on the graphene nanosets homogeneously. In addition, the surface plasmon resonance property of silver nanoparticles of graphene can provide the use of these compounds in various fields of research. Lastly, I would like to thank my supervisors, Dr. Harsh Chaturvedi and Professor Pranab Goswami, for their encouragement and guidance. I would also like to acknowledge School of Energy, Science and Engineering, Center for Nanotechnology, Department of Physics, and Central Instrument Facilities, IIT Guwahati, for providing the characterization tools. Thank you. Any suggestions or queries are welcome.
Hello, is there anything happening? You're not hearing anything right now.
ये हो गया ना अभी तो आप उसमें ये जो
Can I start?
करो हो गया ना प्रियंका? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Priyanka Cholak from Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. My presentation topic is synthesis and characterization of CDS, PVA nanocomposites.
Kindly make it full
And-
screen, ma'am, please. Kindly make it full screen. Press F5.
Main objectives of the work to synthesize CDS nanoparticles and CDS PVA nanocomposites and structural and optical characterization studies of CDS and CDS PVA nanocomposites. These are objectives of the work to synthesize CDS nanoparticle by Solgel method and CDS PVA nanocomposites and structural and optical characterization studies of CDS and CDS PVA nanocomposites. And synthesis, first I explain synthesis of CDS nanoparticle. The cadmium sulfide nanoparticle were synthesized by a Solgel method, and 1 m zinc salt solution was made by dissolving cadmium sulfate in distilled water, and 1 m sodium sulfide solution was also made in distilled water. From this stock solution, 50 ml of cadmium sulfate and sodium sulfide were mixed with EDTA. EDTA is used as a capping agent to reduce the particle size, nanoparticle size. With continuous stirring, the appearance of the resulting solution is cloudy yellow. These solutions were kept overnight for precipitate. Then it was washed several times with distilled water to eliminate the unreacted molecules. The product nanoparticles then were filtered and dried in vacuum oven at 60 degrees centigrade for 8 hours for dried. Next, synthesis of CDS PVA nanocomposite. The polymer solution was prepared by completely dissolving PVA in distilled water under constant stirring for 2 hours. The mixture was heated up till 100 degrees centigrade. Then the mixture was left to cool down to room temperature. While stirring of the mixture was carried out to ensure a homogeneous composition, the mixture of nanocomposite film was prepared by addition of 1.19 gram PVA and 0.0625 gram CDS in 23.75 milliliter distilled water. The mixture was further stirred for 5 minutes to ensure homogeneity. The film of appropriate thickness was cast onto glass plate. The solution was dried at room temperature to minimize the gelation effect. The pure PVA with doped with CDS nanoparticles films were formed, and CDS PVA nanocomposite are formed. Next, result and discussion. Structural characterization. In order to get information about the structure, the particle size, surface morphology, the following characterization techniques were used: X-ray diffraction and scanning electron microscope. In XRD pattern of CDS nanoparticles, the three strong peaks at angle of 26.507, 43.682 degrees centigrade, and 51.825. And the particle size of CDS nanoparticle is estimated to be 10 nanometer by using Debye-Scher formula. Next, XRD pattern of synthesized pure PVA, CDS, PVA, and pure CDS pure CDS. PVA show two peak at 2 theta is equal to 45 degrees centigrade and 50 degrees centigrade and has an amorphous nature. The cadmium sulfide is uniformly dispersed in the polyvinyl alcohol matrix, and diffraction peak of composite indicates the presence of very small size crystallites. Again, it was seen that nanocomposites show crystallite as compared to that of pure PVA due to uniform dispersion of the nanoparticle in polymer matrix. In XRD pattern indicates the synthesized CDA nanoparticles has hexagonal phase due to presence of reflection plane to 2 theta values of about these peaks. Next, by comparing the XRD reflection pattern for synthesized pure PVA, CDS PVA nanocomposites and pure CDS, it can be noticed that there is noticeable change in the intensity of XRD peaks of CDS PVA in addition to appearance of new peaks. Next, SAM analysis of CDS nanoparticles. SAM is a suitable technique to study the particle size of material. From this image, it is noticed that the surface morphologies are in the form of assemblies of nanoparticle having shape, and the CDS nanoparticles are uniformly distributed over the entire surface. The particle size of nanoparticles as seen in the micrographs is the order of tens of nanometer. And surface morphology of CDS PVA nanocomposites shows the film is almost homogeneous without any pinholes or cracks and covered the substrate well. Next, optical characterization. Optical characterization included UV visible spectroscopy, photoluminescence spectroscopy, and FTIR spectroscopy. First, I will explain UV visible spectroscopy of CDS nanoparticle. If the absorption peak of the obtained sample appeared blue shift compared with that of bulk CDS, it could be indicate the presence of quantum confinement effect. The bulk CDS material exhibit an absorption peak of about 515 nanometer. Next figure, the band gap of CDS nanoparticles comes to 2.42 electron volt. Next, the absorption peak of CDS PVA nanocomposite films over UV visible absorption spectrum was obtained at 450 nanometer at room temperature is shown in figure. By comparing this absorption with the absorption band of bulk CDS, is come about 550 nanometer. It can notice that blue shift was happen. The band gap of CDS PVA nanocomposites is due to quantum confinement effect, and it can also observe that values of band gap in case of CDS PVA nanocomposites are higher than that of CDS nanoparticle. This is maybe due to the strong quantum confinement in the nanocomposites. Next, I will explain the photoluminescence spectra of CDS nanoparticles. With the excitation wavelength is 240 nanometer and PL peaks is about 450 nanometer is shown in figure. The PL spectrum of CDS PVA nanocomposite with excitation wavelength is about 250 nanometer and PL peaks is about 460 nanometer is shown in this figure. FTIR spectrum of CDS nanoparticle in the higher energy region, the peak at 3429 per centimeter is assigned to zero edge stretching of absorbed water on the surface of CDS. The peak at 1440 per centimeter is assigned to bending vibration of methanol used in the process. It is also verified by CS3 stretching vibration occurring as very weak, just below 3000 per centimeter. The CO stretching vibration of absorbed methanol gives its intense peak at 1117 per centimeter. Its ring CH vibration occur at about 3000 per centimeter. It is very weak. Similarly, such weak peak due to CH bending vibration are observed at about 617 per centimeter. The FTIR spectrum of CDS PVA nanocomposite is shown in figure below, in which band at 3437 per centimeter are due to OH stretching vibration of water molecules. Two peak at 2920 per centimeter and 2852 per centimeter are the characteristic band of the asymmetric and symmetric aliphatic CH stretching vibration respectively. The stretching vibration band of CO can be seen at 1728 per centimeter, whereas the characteristic infrared peak of CC bond appeared at 1632 per centimeter. The absorption peak observed at 1426 per centimeter assigned to CH2 banding vibration. The infrared absorption peak at 1136 per centimeter was assigned to COC stretching vibration. The band at 827 per centimeter results from CC stretching vibration, and OH wagging was found at 620. So observed at 1426 per centimeter assigned to CS2 banding vibration. The infrared absorption peak at 1136 per centimeter was assigned at COC stretching vibration. The band at 827 per centimeter result from CC stretching vibration, and OH wagging was found at 627 per centimeter. Next conclusion, the CDS nanoparticle are synthesized through Sol-Gel method, and further synthesis of CDS PVA nanocomposite are prepared. The crystal structure and grain size of particle is determined using XRD refraction, and SAM is used for microstructure study to find agglomeration. The average crystallized size of CDS nanoparticle is obtained as 10 nanometer. And nanoparticles show a small amount of agglomeration. UV visible spectrum show a blue shift, indicate quantum confinement of charged particles. The value of band gap is found to be 3.32 electron volt and 2.43 electron volt of CDS nanoparticle and CDS PVA nanocomposite. The photoluminescence spectra recorded for excitation light energy show a fine structure on the higher energy side of the spectrum, which has been explained as due to selectively excited photoluminescence. The presence of template on nanoparticle is confirmed by FTIR technique. These are the references. Thank you.
Hello. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, sir. Hello, everyone. I'm Brijesh. I'll be sharing my slide. Just a second. Is it visible to everyone?
Yeah, at least to me, yes.
Okay. So, I'm changing the slide. So, is it changing at your end?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So I'll start, sir. Hello, I'm Brijesh. I'm working under the guidance of Dr. Harsh Chaturvedi at School of Energy Science and Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. And I'll be presenting a study on coal mine samples for extraction of useful carbon. So as we all know that we are changing so there is this climate change and we are changing our energy sources from fossil fuels to renewable. But then while changing this, we will be leaving behind a lot of coal waste, mine waste and everything. And it is going to take time to shift to renewable. So still there will be a lot of coal mine generation. So my work is relevant in this way that we can extract useful carbon out of the coal mine samples and coal mine wastes. So I'll start. Going to the second slide. So the samples were provided by Nisarg Ispat Private Limited it's a private company that owns various ores mines from Raipur, Chhattisgarh. So first, the samples were characterized. The Raman spectroscopy showed peaks of carbon, which were D, G, D prime and 2 prime bands, as you can see in the A part. And for comparison, the B part is also there from the literature. And from the XRD diffraction pattern, we can also see that there is presence of quartz, silicon dioxide present into it, and also other aluminum silicate and other silicate crystals were also present. Going further towards the EDX analysis of the pure mine samples, we can see these are the distribution of the elements in the mine samples. So first, the samples were crushed using mortar pestle to form a uniform powder. Then powder samples were then sieved, separated using 100 micron sieve. Then EDX analysis was performed on this, and you can see the presence of carbon to be between 20 to 25%. That shows that the carbon percent is low. So if we use this directly for the generation of energy, there will be a lot of ash generation out of it, because there is a lot of silicon oxides and aluminum oxides also present in this, which is visible in this EDX. Oxygen presence is around 40% of the total. So based on all these, all the concentration of elements, the alkali treatment was used for the removal of silica, and acid etching for the removal of aluminum compounds was considered. Going further, this was the process. Alkali treatment performed on the samples. First, the pure mine sample was crushed using mortar pestle. 1 gram of this crushed powder was mixed into 40 ml of 2.5 molar NaOH solution. This solution was then hydrothermally treated in an autoclave reactor. It was kept at 180 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. And after hydrothermally treated, the solution was washed with distilled water till the pH was 7. The neutral solution was kept under ultrasonication for 30 minutes and then was subjected to gravity separation using centrifuge. After the centrifuge, you can see there are 2 layers forming, the bottom layer and the top layer. So the bottom layer is little more darker compared to the top layer. Both the layers were then again subjected to EDX analysis, which we saw the elemental analysis previously for the pure. And now you can see the comparison between A, B, and C. A is the pure mine sample, B is the bottom layer that we got after doing this process, and C is the top layer, the one which we again got from this process. So the bottom layer is a little darker and the top layer is little grayish. You can see in these images. And now we can compare that the carbon, which was around 20 to 25% in the pure sample, has increased for bottom layer. It has reached from around in between 40 to 50%. And the carbon in the top layer has decreased, gone down till 10%. At the same time, the oxygen has also decreased. It has changed from 40% to 20 to 30% in the bottom layer, and in the top layer, it has reached for 40 to 45%. This shows that we have extracted useful carbon after the mine sample, and we have also eliminated silica out of silicon compounds out of it. As you can see, the silicon concentration has decreased compared to the pure samples. So as we go ahead, this is the Raman analysis of the alkali treated mine samples. You can see the black line is for the bottom layer samples and the red line is for the top layer samples. Both of them have a certain degree of amorphous nature into them, but still for the bottom layer, we can see sharp peaks at around 1354, 1582 and 2715. These are the carbon peaks, D, G and G prime bands. And in the red part, we can see there are peaks at 534 and 1078. These are peaks for sodium silicates and other impurities. And also the amorphous nature can be seen in the red, which is more compared to the bottom part. As we go further, we can see the FESM images of the bottom layer. As you can see, there are graphitic nanoparticles in the bottom layers. So these were extracted from the pure mine samples. In conclusion, I would like to compare both the layers. The change in concentration, the carbon concentration has increased by 92.7% for bottom layer and decreased by 55.9% for top layer. At the same time, silicon concentration has decreased by 70.7% in bottom layer and by 2.7 in top layer. So in both layer, the silicon has gone down. And in the aluminum, concentration has increased for both both layers 51.2% and for bottom layer 31.1%. So for the bottom layer it is higher. Then for both bottom and top layer shows the presence of sodium and absence of potassium, because that might have gotten washed away during the process. So at last, I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Dr. Harsh Chaturvedi, for motivating and guiding me. And I would also like to acknowledge School of Energy Science and Engineering and Central Instrument Facility at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay. If anybody wants to ask any question, he or she can. Thank you very much, sir. Next abstract ID is IC 104, Tarun Patodia. Sir, there is a time limit. You have to sum up your presentation within 5 to 7 minutes. I repeat, abstract ID is IC 104, Tarun Patodia. Sir, there is a time limit. You have to sum up your presentation within 5 to 7 minutes. Sir, are you there?
ठीक है सर, हो गया हेलो
Hello, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are, sir. You can continue, sir. Please make it full screen.
Okay. Okay, sir.
No, yeah, it's fine. You can continue, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Tarun Patodia, research scholar, Suresh Gyanwar University. Today, I am here to present my work titled Carbon Polymer Composite Framework for Trapping of Polysulfide Formation in Lithium Sulfur Batteries. Outline of my presentation is introduction, literature review, followed by experimental techniques, results and discussion, conclusion and future plan and acknowledgement. Initially, some introduction about lithium sulfur battery. Why the need of lithium sulfur battery? As presently we are using lithium ion batteries. As we all know that electric energy storage system are becoming very important due to eco-friendly devices and the non-availability of renewable sources at every places. For that, we need some electric devices such as battery. Presently, lithium-ion batteries are in use, but they do not meet the expectation of tomorrow's energy system due to their low energy density. And in past few years, the investigation of lithium-sulfur battery has gained interest due to its high theoretical capacity and density, which is multiple times, that is 5 times to that of lithium-ion battery. It is around 1675 milliampere hour per gram. Basically, battery is a device consists of 3 things, that is anode, cathode and electrolyte. And my work is on cathode material, that is of electrochemical cell. This is a graphical representation of the batteries that are in use. Presently, lithium-ion batteries are in use, but in future, lithium sulfur battery will rule the. This is the basic reactions that involve in lithium sulfur battery. There is a major drawback in the lithium sulfur battery mechanism, that during the electrochemical process, there is a polysulfide formation, that is Li2S8, Li2S6, Li2S4. This polysulfide formation, because of this only, the commercialization of lithium sulfur battery is held, as it reduces the capacity of lithium sulfur battery. That is, so like from the top, in the top right corner, we see that when there is Li2S, we have capacity around 1675. But as soon as the polysulfide formation starts, the capacity starts reducing. Li2S2, it reduces to 840. Then further for Li2S4, it reduces to 418, and Li2S8, it reduces to 209. This is a small comparison between the lithium-ion battery and lithium sulfur battery, from which we can see that the capacity and energy density of the lithium sulfur battery is far better than that of lithium-ion battery. Also, the major drawbacks of lithium-ion battery that are currently in use, that in this, for the better conduction, the liquid electrolyte is used, And for after the use of liquid electrolyte, the leakage of electrolyte is the major problem in the battery, or the bursting of battery, or the dendrite formation. Also, the cost issue for the raw material used in lithium ion battery is very costly as compared to that of sulfur. That is, sulfur is around $28 per ton, whereas other raw materials that are used in lithium ion battery are above 100, or they reach maximum up to 40,000, 46,000 for molybdenum for the better capacity. Based on the literature review, I found that the market share in electric vehicle is increasing, which again depends on the battery. Electric vehicle mostly uses lithium ion batteries, but they have reached their theoretical limit. Also, the use of vehicles at different temperature is also facing with batteries, lithium ion battery. And based on literature, the advantages of lithium batteries are that it is low cost, easily available, eco-friendly, and high capacity. The major challenges in the lithium sulfur battery that I found, that are the low ionic conductivity of sulfur, polysulfide formation which reduces the capacity, electrolyte leakage, solubility, and the dendrite formation. Various types of carbon materials were used. Based on this literature review, I have in my approach, I used carbon composite electrode material for the lithium sulfur battery, in which I have used graphene oxide and reduced graphene oxide as a carbon additive with the sulfur. Because by the use of this graphene oxide and reduced graphene oxide, the drawback of lithium sulfur battery, that is, the conductivity of sulfur is poor. But after the addition of these carbon additives, the conductivity is found to be increased. The major difference between these two carbon additives, both are better than the previously used material, but graphene oxide and reduced graphene oxide are also different. That is, the main difference between them is the carbon oxygen ratio. In graphene oxide, it is low as compared to reduced graphene oxide. Both have high surface area, which can accommodate the volume expansion. That is, during the electrochemical reaction, there is a volume expansion which causes the blast in batteries. So for that, we have used that material that has high surface area that can accommodate the volume expansion. Why I have used that, I have tell. And the advantage of the approach that I have used is control of lithium polysulfide formation, easiness of fabrication, safety, low cost, and also the problem of liquid electrolyte. In my work, I have used the solid electrolyte. This is the list of raw materials that I've used in the present work. Graphene oxide was synthesized by Hammer's method. This is a complete chart map of my work. In this, first electrolyte material was prepared, then composite electrode materials were prepared. After that, coin cell of lithium sulfur battery was fabricated under the use of argon glow box. After the preparation of coin cell, the electrochemical performance was tested. The ball milling was used for the preparation of nano composite of graphene oxide sulfur and reduced graphene oxide sulfur with different weight percent. This is the step-by-step process of coin cell fabrication, in which 6 major parts were used. That is casing, spring, SS plate, 3-layer pellets, PFA gasket for sealing the cell, and finally we get this cell, T3. And this cell was tested for the electrochemical performance of the lithium sulfur battery. This is a diagrammatic representation of the globe box in which the cell was prepared. In this, a 3-layer pellet was prepared, in which lithium foil act as an anode for the battery. Electrolyte, I have used lithium borohydride, that is solid electrolyte, and in cathode composite material, I have used graphene oxide sulfur and reduced graphene oxide sulfur. And in further, we have also used polymer framework for the same. The characterization technique that I used are X-ray, SEM, cyclic voltammetry for the testing of cell prepared discharge charge measurement. The XRD plots of the prepared composite shows that after the ball milling, when additives were added with the sulfur, there is no change in the structure of sulfur. In this, sulfur is a host material in which the additive were added in a very small proportion to increase the conductivity of the host material. And the carbon additives presence is found by the peak 002, which is present in the composite materials also. There is no phase transformation of sulfur after the addition of graphene oxide and reduced graphene oxide, and the average crystallite size calculated with the help of Debye-Scherrer formula is around 32 to 36 nanometer. SAM images shows the uniform distribution of carbon materials within sulfur. This is again the XRD of sulfur graphene oxide with electrolyte. That is, in cathode material, some portion of electrolyte is also added for the better ionic conductivity. These are the SAM images of the pellet, that of cycle lithium sulfur. Figure A shows the pellet that is prepared before cycling, before electrochemical testing of the cell, that from which we can see that there are no cracks before cycling. And after testing, few major cracks were seen in the pellet, which confirms that.
Excuse me, Tarun.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am? Yes.
Your time is over. We gave you only 5 or 7 minutes.
Okay, okay.
You may sum up in within 1 minute.
Okay, madam. In addition, I also used polymer composite framework for design of flexible cathode material for the use in flexible electronic devices. In this bottom corner of the left, I have designed this cathode material that is flexible approximately to 180 degree. And the polymer framework also helps to control the polysulfide formation. This is the summary of my work. That is, before addition of the additives, the capacity of the lithium sulfur battery is poor, and after the addition of additives, graphene oxide and sulfur and reduced graphene oxide sulfur, the capacity of the battery is found to be increased. And for the polymer framework, the polymer coated sulfur battery also showed better performance as compared to pristine sulfur battery. This is the future plan. Acknowledgement to Department of Physics, Gyan Vihar, my supervisors, SCRB DST, New Delhi, Professor Takayuki Ichikawa, Hiroshima Institute, Japan, for providing the lab facilities, and the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my work here. Thank you.
Anybody wants to ask any question? Okay, thank you so much, sir. Next abstract ID we have IC 243 Vejanti Mala. I repeat, abstract ID IC 243 Vejanti Mala. She is not present. Next abstract ID we have IC 246 Biswajit Paik. Sir, there is a time limit. You have to sum up your presentation within 5 to 7 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, that's my slide. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So my name is Biswajit Paik, and I'm going to just summarize some of our work that we years back. But it's about systematic approach to develop ternary composite system. Ternary means 3 composite material, means 3 compounds will be there for hydrogen storage. So I will discuss about for hydrates and amides of lithium and magnesium. So basically, these are the 4 compounds that come under this category. But for my presentation today, I just pick up these 3. And here is that Gibbs phase diagram. So you can see if I plot them. Before I show you the next slide, let me ask the question. I mean, we have done a lot of work on hydrogen storage material. The question is, have we exhausted all the options that we can to prepare new samples, new composites? So to answer that question, let me first show you what have been done so far. Right. So these are the summary of the work, particularly magnesium amide, lithium amide. This is magnesium amide, if you can see. This is lithium amide and this is lithium hydride. So, and basically there are two component system you can see. So that's why they're lying on that sidelines of these triangles, the Gibbs triangles. So the question is, can we find something in between here, right? So to do that, I actually prepare samples, basically equal mole of magnesium amide and lithium amide, and then I keep adding lithium hydride in this mole ratio. You see the M, so I'm going to change M from 0 to 18 this way. So this is n equals to 0, n equals to 1, sorry 1, yeah, 3, 4, 6, 8, 8, like that. So then I just did the basic experiments. I also give the name of this. So these are the seven samples, 7 samples, yeah. And then you can see from this TG data, probably you can see I skip other data at this moment. So we found that probably this sample A4, which is this one, M equals to 4. That means 1 mole magnesium amide, 1 mole lithium amide mixed with 4 mole lithium hydride, probably the best sample. Okay, the others are not good because they are giving up ammonia. So that way we just so this is the sample actually. Here, the composition, right? And these are the reported samples. Just to show you the overall graph, this is the 3 component composition sample. So basically this area is looking for very promising, yeah. So then, yeah. So I'm just picking up some of my data, just quick slides. Basically, we can ask question later if you're interested. So we did PCT, and that is showing, yes, it gives us that deserves some temperature around 154 degrees C. So then we did also TGDTA. You can see the storage capacity is somewhere around 7.2 that we can achieve, right? Also, we did some structural study. You can see that is ball mill sample, while you cannot distinguish, but we started with this one. Yeah, so we started with this one, and then we ball mill, then we dehydrogenate at 180 degrees C, 500 degrees C, and we rehydrogenate at 160 by PCT, and we can get back all these initial starting materials. So that seems to be reversible, okay? So the question is, why we get this new composite that seems to be working well in this one. The reason is that important message that we get here is that if we mix these two, for example, our sample, the promising sample, that A4 actually is in between this R2 and R4. So if we just mix up R2 and R4, we expect that the reaction, the decomposition reaction should follow this one, the white one, the white latest that we have shown here. But then instead of that, it actually followed 3-step reaction. So that is the new decomposition pathway, and that's why there is a new thermodynamics, right? Now from there, we can understand that probably there are many such components possible here that can give reversible hydrogen storage system with new thermodynamics. But of course, in this case, that's, for example, here, our storage capacity is in between these two. Of course, there's nothing new. This is 10.5, we have 5.5, so it's around 7.2, which should be 8 ideally, but we get 7.2. But then the important part is that we get a new thermodynamics, okay? New decomposition temperature, which is around 150 degrees C, okay? So from here, we can expect that, yeah, if we can get some composition in between, say, R2, or just binding R2 and R6 in this, sorry, R6, then we may also get something new, or we can actually add R2 plus R5, we may get something new. But we didn't do that part. So I just leave that part for the new researchers who might be interested. But our message is that we haven't exhausted all our options to make new hydrogen storage material. So probably it's just the beginning of something very new. There is huge amount of possibilities there, because you see this is only magnesium amide, lithium hydride, and lithium amide. there are plenty of two material system that you can combine. So there'll be huge potential actually. So that is my point for today's presentation to you. So that is a trend that we can set for the new hydrogen storage materials. I think that will be very well in the line with the theme of this conference. So that's it. I think I'm enough just right time. Okay. Thank you very much for this time. Yeah, I go give it back to you.
Also, participants can unmute themselves. No questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will have a question. Can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So do you think that I'm Jean-Louis Bobet from Bordeaux University. Do you think that you have a synergetic effect in your composite, or are you expecting to have the two plateau pressure for each of the sample which are reacting with hydrogen? How does
No,
it work?
this is actually synergetic effect. Yes. Yeah, this one,
Okay.
one plateau pressure. Yeah, if you can see my PCT data, that actually single plateau. So it's a new thermodynamics. That's why that's the point.
Okay, so that means that your composite is behaving like a single
Yes.
phase.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any question?
Hello.
Yes.
It's not, host, it's not a question, it's a comment. Actually, Deepti is asking permission to present IC 118. Please take a
Okay.
note.
Yeah. Organizer, please take note. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
I finished. Yeah. Is there any question?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So next, I would like to invite ID IC 110 Sagar Vikal. Next abstract ID is IC 110 Sagar Vikal.
Yes, ma'am. I'm present.
Okay, so you can start your presentation now. Okay, one more thing. There is a time limit for everyone. For 5 to 7 minutes for one presentation. Now you can start your presentation, Mr. Sagar Vikal.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to all of you. I hope you all are fine. Let me introduce myself. I am Sagar Vikal, doing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Yogendra Kumar Gautam. I have to present my topic, structural and morphological of silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles. This is the overview. Introduction, copper oxide nanoparticles, synthesis of silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles, experimental work, characterization, literature review, result and discussion, conclusion. What is the meaning of nanoparticles? Nanoparticles means the change in the property of the material. The material properties change as their size approaches the atomic scale. This is due to the surface area to volume ratio increasing, resulting in the materials surface atoms dominating the materials performance owing to their very small size. Approx range up to 1 to 100 nanometer. Actually, the nanoparticles with size between 100 to 1 nanometer. For the example, copper is considered as a soft material with bulk copper bending with its atomic cluster at the 50 nanometer scale. Consequently, the copper nanoparticles
smaller than 50 nanometer are considered a very hard material with drastically different ductility and malleability performance when compared to bulk copper. Nanoparticles are interesting because of nanoparticles are interesting because of the new properties such as chemical reactivity and optical behavior that they exhibit compared with larger particles of the same material. For example, copper oxide, zinc oxide, and titanium, and many other metal oxides become transparent at the nanoscale and have found different applications. Nanoparticles have a range of applications in the short-term applications such as cosmetics, textiles, and paints. In the longer-term applications such as a photocatalyst and drug delivery, where they could be used deliver drugs to a specific site in the body. Nanoparticles can also be arranged into layers on surfaces, providing a large surface area and hence enhanced activity relevant to range of applications such as photocatalyst and many other applications. So the copper oxide is an inorganic compound with the formula of copper oxide nanoparticles. Copper oxide nanoparticles appear as a brownish black powder. They similarly brown nanoparticles, they can be reduced to metallic copper when exposed to hydrogen or carbon monoxide under high temperature. Copper oxide have a large surface area relative to their bulk and relative to their bulk size and high catalytic activity. Copper oxide is an expensive and non-toxic semiconductor material with a monoclinic crystal structure, which we confirm by the XRD having indirect band gap of 1.2 electron volt to 1.9 electron volt. So these are the properties of copper oxide nanoparticles. This is the chemical formula, molar mass value, band gap, density, melting point. This is the high melting point, 1201 boiling point, solubility in water. This is insoluble. This is approx insoluble in water. So these are the applications of copper oxide nanoparticles. Antibacterial, this is used for as an antibacterial agent and as a photocatalyst, sensing materials, in the sensing materials as a sensing device metals, gas sensors as semiconductors, solar energy transformation, and high-tech superconductors. This is used in thermoelectric materials. This is used synthesis of glass, ceramics, and other fields. So these are the sample precursors. These are the sample precursors which we have used to synthesize the copper oxide nanoparticles. Further, we have magnetic stirrer. Further we have the chemicals. This is the copper oxide pentahydrate and similarly NaOH. Step 2, we have we have a magnetic stirrer which uses for precursor mixing in a manner. And this is the autoclave Teflon beaker, which we use in synthesis of copper oxide nanoparticles by the hydrothermal synthesis. Hydrothermal synthesis can be defined as a method of synthesis of single crystals that depends in the solubility of minerals in hot water under high pressure. The crystal growth is performed. The crystal growth is performed in an apparatus consisting of a steel pressure vessel called an autoclave, in which a nutrient is supplied along with water. And after that, we have filtered the copper oxide nanoparticles. These are the process parameters of synthesized copper oxide nanoparticles. This is the NaOH precursor as NaOH and copper oxide pentahydrate and silver nitrate. We have used these chemicals and the steps for hydrothermal synthesis. We have used the copper oxide. We have used the copper sulfate and sodium hydroxide to synthesize the nanoparticles in the hydrothermal synthesis. Copper oxide nanoparticles were synthesized by hydrothermal method using copper sulfate pentahydrate and sodium hydroxide. After that, we have mixed these both solutions under magnetic stirrer, and after that, the mixture of NaOH solution is added drop by drop in copper sulfate pentahydrate solution. This will be kept in oven for 7 hours at 200 degrees centigrade temperature. After that, we get precipitate and filtering. Then after, we have dry the sample at 150 degrees centigrade temperature, and after that we have get nano powder of the copper oxide material of the copper oxide metal oxide of the copper oxide. Sorry. And we have characterization. First of all, we have XRD of pure and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles. The diffraction peaks at 111.200.011.202.020 and 023 indicates the formation of nanoparticles have strong signals of the monoclinic copper oxide phase in the XRD patterns and will indexed with the Joint Committee on Powder Diffraction Standard, JCPDS card number this. The maximum intensity has been noticed at 2 theta value corresponding to 011 plane. The peak intensity is decreased with the doping of Ag. After that, we have observed crystallite size by the using of Scherer formula, and the pure copper oxide nanoparticles have 21 nanometer, and with the doping of Ag, we have 26 nanometer particle size of copper oxide nanoparticles. This is the same results. Synthesized pure and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles have leaf-like and circular nanostructure which grows in all direction, as we observed in SAM images. We have prepared copper oxide and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles were investigated using FSM in order to examine the surface more. Hello.
I'm sorry to interrupt between that, but your time limit is over now.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, you can sum up your presentation in only 1 minute. I will give you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
We have examined the surface morphology and elemental composition of pure and copper and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles are shown in figure. These are the FESM images. We have shown the leaf-like circular nanostructures which grow in all directions. Similarly, we have index of pure and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles. This is the elemental composition of pure and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles. This is confirmed by the index energy dispersive X-ray analysis. We are published a research paper, and these are the results. We have work on the zinc oxide nanoparticles. We have zinc oxide nanoparticles. The antibacterial activity of copper oxide nanoparticles will be tested by well diffusion method. This is the antimicrobial activity of 2 different particle size were measured. The plates which shows in growth after 24 hours incubation were selected, and presence of an inhibition zone clearly indicated the antimicrobial effect of zinc oxide nanoparticles. The antibacterial efficiency increased with decreasing particle size from bulk zinc oxide to white zinc oxide nanoparticles. It has been seen in this study by increasing the concentration of zinc oxide nanoparticles in wells and discs. The growth inhibition has also been increased. The size of inhibition zone was different according to the type of bacteria. We have used a Staphylococcus aureus bacteria in this experimental work. The size and the concentration of zinc oxide nanoparticles. These are the conclusion. We have successfully synthesized pure and silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles by using hydrothermal method. The XRD patterns of synthesized silver doped. Hello. Ma'am, may I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Let me finish. XRD pattern of synthesized silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles confirm the formation of a leaf-like nanostructure which grows in all directions. The calculated crystallite size of pure and silver doped copper oxide are 21 to 26 nanometer by the Scherer formula. The crystallite size of copper oxide nanoparticles increased with the silver doping. The same image shows the morphology of the synthesized silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles, and nanoparticles are found in leaf-like circular structure. The elemental analysis confirmed the material contain copper, oxygen, and silver elements. So we want to work on silver doped copper oxide nanoparticles to investigate the antimicrobial and similarly photocatalytic activity in the future. We have similarly work done on the zinc oxide nanoparticles. So the future work is metal oxide copper. The metal doped copper oxide nanoparticles will be developed by various chemical methods like as sol gel and hydrothermal also. Further, we will do some more characterization for the sample of silver doped copper oxide like as UV TL, and many other, the synthesized nanoparticles will be tested for antimicrobial, antifungal, and photocatalytic activity also. We will toxic gas sensing property of copper-based thin films prepared by sputtering will also be tested in future. So I would like to thanks for organizing this knowledgeable and wonderful conference. So in addition to that, I want to thank Dr. Yogendra Kumar Gautam, is my supervisor, and Professor Birpal Singh for his continuous guidance and support. And I also thanks to Dr. D. Pratap sir and Ms. Jyoti for done the antibacterial test for antibacterial test for the copper oxide nanoparticles. I want to thanks Professor Ramesh Chandra and Dr. Ashwani, IIC IIT Roorkee, for the characterization of my samples. And I want to thanks to all faculty members of the physics department for teaching me physics in the Department of Physics, ISS University Meerut. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, question session is open for audience. If anybody wants to ask any question, he or she can. Anybody wants to ask?
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Please continue, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, I want to ask a simple question. What is the ratio of the doping of the silver to copper?
Excuse me, sir.
Am I audible?
You are not audible, sir. There is an echo.
Now? Hello. Now I'm audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
ये announce करो. ये announce करो. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Remaining oral presentation will continue on 3:45. Please be prepared. Now, I would like to call our next speaker, Professor Balchandran.
Next key speaker.
Next key speaker, Professor U. Balachandran.
I am here.
He's from Argonne, Distinguished Fellow, Group Leader, Sorensen and Covetic Materials Section, Applied Materials Division, Argonne National Laboratory, USA.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you can see my screen.
No, sir. Please share your
You can't see my screen?
No, sir.
I am sharing my screen. Can you see it now?
Not yet, Balu.
Well, I'm sharing the screen. Let me.
You just reshare again.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So I put it on a full screen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Mukesh Kumari for inviting me to the conference to share some of my thoughts on the sustainable energy systems, and in particular, the role of nanotechnologies to overcome some of the material challenges. This morning, Professor I.P. Jain as well as Professor Sanjay Sharma stressed the importance of sustainable development. And in fact, Professor Sanjay Sharma gave an excellent talk on sustainability development goals, in which he actually repeated what I intended to say a couple of times. What is sustainable development? That it is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I am from Argonne National Laboratory, and good afternoon to everyone in India. I am making this presentation from Washington, where now it is 5:45 a.m. I have been up all night
Sorry to
listening
interrupt
the
you, sir.
excellent presentation.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Please share your video, sir. Share your video too, sir.
Oh,
Your
it's not there?
No, sir. Please turn on your camera, please, sir.
Yeah, I thought, hold on, how do I go back? Hold on.
कोई बात नहीं, देख लेंगे इसको तो अभी. Sir,
I'm
turn on your
trying my
camera.
best. Hold on, yes. Can you?
Yeah, now you can. Yeah, now you are visible to us, sir. Please, thank you, sir. Continue, sir.
Very good, thank you. I am making full screen, yes. Making this presentation from Washington, DC, where it's like 5:45 a.m. I have been up all night listening to the excellent presentation by various speakers, and thank you. Before I go any further, I would like to say a few words about Argonne National Laboratory, especially for the benefit of the students there. It is a US Department of Energy laboratory, and it's a science and engineering research facility. It was established in 1946, 1 year before India's independence. And last year we celebrated 75th anniversary. I have been at this laboratory for 35 years. There are over 4,800 employees right now, with about 1,800 scientists and engineers. We are located about 40 kilometers from the city of Chicago. In this national lab, we do research in energy and environmental science and technology, engineering research, physical, biological, and computing sciences. In addition to that, we have advanced photon source, which is the brightest X-ray source in the Western Hemisphere. It's a 7 GeV, and if you can see from my mouse, this circumference of the APS ring is about 3 kilometers. And we do have centers for nanomaterials, electron microscopy, and advanced computational center for AI and machine learning, things like that. So this is a few words about Argonne National Laboratory, where I work. Now into my main topic. Here is the outline, and basically what I intended to do is for the students' benefit, a bird's eye view of energy scenario and focus about energy scenario in India. I don't want to talk about US. Let us talk about India, what is happening. And then what will happen if business is continued as usual? And then what can we do to change the codes? In that process, I will point out few challenges which I consider as opportunities for young researchers for doing R&D and PhD thesis work. And then for end of my talk with a takeaway message and summary. And I always like to give away my summary first. My summary, one important takeaway point will be that sustainability development is the most pressing issue for the 21st century. It has already been stressed by both Professor Jain and Professor Sanjay Sharma and other speakers. But what it does is, it is actually a remarkable opportunity for the nanoscientists and technologists, because many of the challenges in attaining this sustainable energy system is all centered around materials. It's material centric. Therefore, as a material scientist, you can call it as a nanoscientist, physicist, chemist, and so on, so forth. Doesn't matter. It is all material science. So it is centered around materials. Therefore, you, the young scientist sitting there listening to this talk, have an excellent opportunity to, an excellent role to play in meeting these challenges. So that is my final takeaway point. I have given this takeaway point, therefore you can take a nap if you want, you won't miss much. Let me give you the world's view. What I'm showing in this slide, number 4, is the world's total primary energy supply. I'm going for the last 5 decades, okay, from 1971 to 2019, by different fuels like coal, oil, natural gas, nuclear, hydro, bio, and other renewables. The total energy we used in 1971 was only 230 exajoules. For the young people sitting there, for the students, 1 exajoule is actually 10 power 18 joules, which is equivalent of 278 terawatt hours of electrical energy. But that one changed over 5 decades. It almost tripled. And the year 2019, the total energy supply in the world became 606 exajoules. What is interesting to notice, over the last 5 decades, the contribution by the fossil fuel, the share of the fossil fuel is still very high. Even though we are all switching to renewables, still the fossil energy contribution decreased to only about 6%, from 86.6% in 1971 to 80.9% in 2019. So we are still relying or depending on the fossil fuel, and then we'll see the consequences of using this amount of fossil fuel. The renewable energy share changed not much, even though India is very big on renewable energy, and which we'll see you in the next 2 pie charts. But still worldwide, the renewable energy share changed only about 1% over the last 5 decades. I told you that the total world energy supply is 606 exajoules, and in that, India's consumption is 32 exajoules. Okay, so that is a world's view. Let us see what is happening in India. Let us look at the overall generation of energy mix in India. In the March of 2017, it was 326 gigawatts of electricity generated. And as of April 30th, 2020, that increased to 373 gigawatts. And this pie chart shows the contribution. Once again, in India too, coal and gas, natural gas, are the big players. About 67% of our energy mix, electricity, comes from the fossil fuel, purely from coal and gas. Our renewable source, including a large hydro, is only it's about 31%. It's a big chunk. Okay, India is the world's 3rd largest renewable energy producer. We are all proud of, with 37% of energy capacity installed in the last year, 2020. About 138 gigawatts out of 373 gigawatt comes from renewable resources, and we must all be very proud, but still it is not enough. In fact, Rajasthan is now the top solar state in India with 8.2 gigawatts of installed capacity. Okay, so it's good, but it's not good enough. A lot of improvements to be made in order to get sustainable system. Another slide I would like to share with the young scientists and students sitting there is the per capita energy consumption in India from 1965, okay, where per capita consumption was just about 1,100 kilowatt hour. Look how we jumped all the way to over 6,000 or 7,000 kilowatt hour in the year 2019. Of course, in 2020, we took a dip. Everyone else took it because of the pandemic, but it is now coming back again. And India's energy demand has grown at a steady pace of about 3.6% per annum over the last 30 years. One example of that is the insert I am showing here, which is basically the number of registered vehicles in India. It has steadfastly grown from 1951, which is near zero, you can see, all the way to 300 million in the year 2019, okay, which is 30 crore registered vehicles I'm talking about. And I believe in Rajasthan itself, it is about 1.8 crore registered vehicles in the year 2019. They all consume energy, which is basically oil. And that's one of the reasons why the per capita energy consumption has gone up steady. So where are you going to get the energy to meet this, heavy demand? Let us look at that also. India is the 6th largest energy consumer in the world. What is scary is that 3/4 of India's energy need is made through fossil fuels. Coal, crude oil, and natural gas. That is not good. And Professor Sharma showed some of the very, very scary photographs of what will happen when you do the damage to environment. Our electricity consumption in the year 2019-20 was ranked 3rd in the world. We consumed about 1,600 terawatt hours. And for the students, we please take a note, crude oil, petrol, we consume 53 lakh barrels in a single day in India. Out of that, 1 barrel is equal to 159 liters. So you guys can, you all have a smartphone on hand. You can multiply 53 lakhs barrels by, for each barrel is 159 liters, and see how much of oil we are consuming in a single day. And then see how many cricket stadiums we can fill with that oil. That's a huge amount of oil you are consuming. But what is scary part is 83% of India's oil is all imported. We don't have it domestically. So about 44 lakhs or lakh barrels per day is imported. That is not sustainable. We are the world's 4th largest importer of oil. Let us see what it costs. It costs to Indian economy, Indian treasury, about 1,850 crore rupees in a single day, just with oil import at the price of $56 per barrel. On March 25th, because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, the price shot up to $110 per barrel. So if you have to buy at that price, Indian government will be shelling out 3,600 crore rupees in a single day. How can we sustain? Because the government has to tax us. Can we pay those tax? So it is very important. So what I'm trying to say here is that we are consuming, of course, fossil fuel a lot, and we are consuming it at a very fast rate, about million times more rapidly than the rate at which fossil energy was produced by geothermal reaction after the Big Bang to form the universe. So no one can predict the future, but we will eventually run out of oil, right? It cannot sustain forever. The question is when, not if. So that is a very scary situation for everyone on this planet Earth. And I said 83% of our oil is imported, and we are consuming so much of fossil energy in a single day that all causes the CO2 or greenhouse gas emission. Just for comparison, I want to give you that about 3 million tons of carbon dioxide per year is emitted from a 500 megawatt plant. Since you are in Rajasthan, I was able to pull what happens in the Chabra thermal plant in Rajasthan. Its plant plate capacity is like 2,320 megawatt. That plant alone emits 14 million tons of CO2 in a given year. Okay. So if you look at the entire state of Rajasthan, you have about 12,800 megawatt that is emitting 77 million tons of carbon dioxide in a single year. This is just the CO2. In addition to that, it gives a nasty sulfur, the acid rain issue, and all other pollutants. Because in coal, you can find everything on the periodic table except probably uranium and plutonium. That all rains down back. And the effect is what the photographs, the scary photographs that Professor Sanjay Sharma showed early in the morning. Okay, now, so the annual emission from the thermal power plants in the whole of India is like 1,600 million tons. The Rajasthan's contribution is 77 million tons. This greenhouse gas emission also has a serious health impacts. So the total premature mortality due to the emission from the coal-fired power plants is expected to grow like 2 or 3 times. And there's a table here, I have listed the annual health impact factor in some states in India. The topmost in the list is the UP, Uttar Pradesh, where the index in 2017 was 16,500, and it is projected to get to 26,000 in 2030. 2030 is not too far. We are already in 2022. Within the blink of our eye, we will get to 2030 and see what happens in Maharashtra. And then in your own state of Rajasthan, it was a mere 4,340 back in 2017. Now it is projected to go to 6,500 in 2030. All these things are really very scary. So something must be done. So we cannot continue business as usual because there are 2 specters I believe will threaten civilization. One is this economic disarray and the incitement to war by the local depletion and global malnutrition of high quality fuels, especially oil. People fight each other for fuel. The second one is the prospect of almost unimaginable environmental, economic, and cultural disruption caused by the climate volatility. They are all triggered by CO2 effluent. Therefore, we need a sustainable energy system, period. Okay, there's no alternate. So now what is sustainability? There are different ways that you can explain sustainability. To me, the sustainability, of course, we don't want to damage the environment. We want to leave the world in a better shape than the way that we found it. Because students, remember, we are all renters on this planet. When our time on this planet ends, we want to make sure we clean up. It's just like renting an apartment. Once your renting period is over, you have to clean it. Otherwise, you will lose your security deposit, right? Look at this on the same way. That is what we must do. So sustainability here is that we have to think about energy sustainability, environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, to which I will also add the 4th leg, which is the resiliency. So if something happens, how can we stand up on our own legs very quickly without going through blackouts and brownouts? So basically, sustainability means anything that you develop that should last for a very long time, is just no harm, and it should leave no changes. Okay, so it's really a multi-dimensional approach. The entire sustainable energy system is based on CO2 emissions. So it's all related to how to reduce the carbon intensity of global energy. Do what you do, okay, but do it that uses less energy, which reduces the carbon intensity or carbon footprint. That is what actually the green chemistry Professor Sanjay Sharma talked about leads to. Okay, so you can think about that way, reducing the carbon intensity of the global energy. That is what sustainability is ultimately. Now, since we are all pushing for sustainability, so young researchers and research scholars and students sitting there be thinking about, okay, let us do the alternative energies. We all think about renewables and so on. Whatever it is, there are also, we must consider the economics and ethics of developing alternate energies. Okay, what it is we should always keep that in mind. For example, you cannot come up with something saying that, okay, it's a clean energy, but it uses prohibitively expensive materials for tackling that issue. For example, platinum, catalyst, okay? Or when you talk about the bloodthirsty batteries, where are the materials come from? For example, in the lithium batteries, cobalt comes from Congo, where they use the child labors, and they also use the money for terrorists. So some people call the lithium battery as a blood battery. And also, where is lithium coming from? And other materials like nickel, which is a scarce. When you talk about other renewable, like wind energy, how is the wind turbine made? The generators made. Some of them use, in fact, all of the motors and generators use rarest of rare materials, gadolinium and neodymium. Okay, they're all coming from China. So what happens if China turns off the faucet because of political reasons? So the young scientist sitting there, when you develop new technologies, keep in mind about economics and ethics of research. Another example I always cite is that you should be quite cognizant of the social economic factors. For example, this corn ethanol came up, producing ethanol from corn. Okay, so a lot of biorefineries came. When it came up, the cost of the corn rose exponentially. Therefore, as a cost, the food price, the syrup, the cereal price went up, and many people were not able to afford. So people were hungry. Animal food chain was disturbed and so on. So that is not the real solution for sustainability. Therefore, it takes more than science to address the future energy needs of the society. I would like the young scientists there to keep this in mind as they develop new materials. So what can we do to change the course? To reach the development of for sustainable energy system, there are many pathways. We can have the hydrogen energy system, solar, wind, water, power, energy storage to enable the renewable energies, the so-called circular economy. And in my talk, I don't have that much time to cover everything. I chose hydrogen energy technology because in the program I saw Professor I.P. Jain listed. So I know that he will be pushing for hydrogen energy technology, and therefore I want to side with him and talk about the hydrogen energy technology. Reason why we want to do that? Hydrogen economy, it is a solution that holds the potential to provide really sustainable, clean, safe, secure, affordable, and reliable energy, because that provides its an environmental stewardship, energy security, and economic prosperity. So I will just touch upon that and point out some of the opportunities for the young scientists and the research scholars, students listening to this presentation. So now let us look at, again, India. I don't want to talk about USA and the other world. Let us think what it will take to transform the surface transport, like the cars that you drive, the two-wheeler, the scooties that the girls drive there to come to the university there, okay, to Vedanta PG Girls College. Let us think about that. So in India consumes about 26 lakhs barrels per day of petrol for surface transportation for the cars, scooties, rickshaw, auto rickshaws, and so on. The demand actually grew by 50% in 2021 and 22, that's projected. But students should know the internal combustion engines in our transport vehicles are only 25% to 30% efficient. Therefore, out of these 26 lakhs barrels per day of petrol, only 6.5 lakhs barrel per day is used for useful work. That is, bring each person from their home to university, like that, okay, from point A to point B. On the other hand, let us think, okay, take all the vehicles in India now and then provide them the fuel cell powered cars, because fuel cell cars are expected to have 60% efficiency as opposed to 25% for the internal combustion engines. If you did that in India today, right now, India will need to generate daily about 50,000 tons of hydrogen per day. You know how much hydrogen that is? If you liquefy that much hydrogen, you need to fill space shuttle or booster rockets, 478 space shuttle booster rocket in a single day. That much of hydrogen needs to be produced in India alone in a given day in order to transform all the cars and the scooters and taxis into fuel cell powered one. We are nowhere near that. The largest plant capacity in the world now is only about 500 tons per day. That's an oil company like Shell uses that to produce petrol. So in India, we need to have 100 large plants. We have to build that to meet every day's demand if you transform into hydrogen economy now. That is the challenge. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just throwing away the challenges, which are the opportunities for the research scholars to think the ways to produce. Let us move on. Okay, so when you want to transform into a hydrogen economy, okay, there are several steps involved. One, I said about production. We need to have 100 plants, each one producing 500 tons of hydrogen a day. There are ways to produce, we'll come to that. Then we have to store that hydrogen. We heard a lot of talks, very interesting talks about hydrogen storage media, magnesium. Professor Poe talked about, producing in addition to storing using magnesium compound. Okay, then we have to deliver that hydrogen to place where we need it, just like petroleum. You go to petrol bunk to put petrol in your vehicle, right? Same thing, how are you going to do that? We have to distribute the hydrogen into every place there in order to fuel your vehicle with hydrogen. Then you have to convert that hydrogen into useful energy, whether it's internal combustion or using a fuel cell convert into electricity or whatnot. Then it comes to the safety codes and standards. And the last step is the educating the public about the acceptance. But one good thing in India has is very simple. We have been using natural gas powered vehicles for a long time. So the infrastructure and education is there. People have accepted that. So it will be a lot easier in my mind to introduce or transform into hydrogen-based economy in India than in Western countries, because we have been using natural gas for a long time and the acceptance has happened. Now, talk about hydrogen production. By the way, you guys can see my full screen, correct? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
good. So, because I cannot see the whole thing here in my screen, so I'm assuming you guys can see it. Okay, now this is, I think I'm talking about electrolysis or to one way of producing hydrogen. There are barriers because the water actually needs to be of high purity. The cost of hydrogen depends on the cost of electricity. Now I told you that if you transform, if you take away all your cars and the scooties from all these girls in this college there and give them the scooties powered by fuel cell and the cars powered by fuel cell, we need 50,000 tons of hydrogen a daily. In order to generate that much of hydrogen by electrolysis, you need to produce now 87 gigawatts of electricity. That will be like building 90 nuclear power plants of 1 gigawatts equivalent. So I looked at this India's energy chart that is equivalent of building 90 Robert Bata atomic power stations. I believe that is in Rajasthan. I may not be pronouncing it correct. And think about that. That's a challenge. 90 Robert Bata atomic power stations to be built. And not too long ago, there was a plant built in Kudankulam in Tamil Nadu, and we saw all the opposition and everything that we faced. So now think about it. This is a challenge. How do you educate people? Hey, we are moving into green technology, so we have to build all these things. It's a safe, but that takes a lot of, that's a challenge. So as a young scientist there, we have to be ready to face those challenges. And this electricity needs to be produced from non-greenhouse gas emitting power source. We need to worry about the material stability and compatibility for high temperature steam electrolysis. And above all, the cost and durability. And I believe there are, I mean, I talked about the electrolysis here. There are other ways. This morning we heard about hydrolysis. And Professor Jain asked the question about that part. We all listened to that, right? And probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow, Professor Das from IIT Kharagpur will talk about the biohydrogen. And there are ways to produce photolysis and thermolysis, and they all come with their own challenges. Those challenges actually open the door for the students, the research scholars sitting there right now at the Vedanta Girls College. So think about this as an opportunity, golden opportunity for you to do something good in your own research. Let us assume that we produced enough hydrogen, 50,000 tons of hydrogen per day. How are you going to store it? Hydrogen has excellent attractive properties because it is about 3 times the energy per unit mass of petrol that you put in your scooties. And the liquid hydrogen has about 4 times the volume and triple the mass of gasoline on an energy basis. Excellent. Right now, the metal hydride storage would require double the volume of gasoline, and it will be like 12 times the mass. But a lot of progress is being made. And I heard this morning from some of the young research scholars, and Professor Bobbitt talked about. They are good, but it's not still there yet. So for the cube I have drawn is basically for the research students there. Students, think about hydrogen in a standard STP. I am assuming you know that, standard temperature and pressure conditions. So you build 1 cubic foot volume of a box, fill hydrogen in STP conditions. The British thermonuclear energy of that box energy content of that box is 275 BTU. Whereas if you put petrol in the same box, its energy content is 8,500 BTU. Okay. If you put diesel, that has even much higher, 9,500, which is, I'm trying to convert into lakhs. I believe it's 9,49,000 BTU as opposed to 275 BTU. If you took methanol, that will be like 4,000 of, what is that? 4,30,000 BTU. If you compress this hydrogen from STP into 6,000 PSI, then the energy content goes up to, okay, I think you guys can convert into lakhs. It's too early in the morning for me to convert. I think it's 1,10,000. Yeah, 1,10,000 BTU and so on and so forth. So all other ways, we need to really compress hydrogen to 6,000 PSI even to get only 1,10,000 BTU. Whereas gasoline, if you fill it up in 1 cubic foot volume, petrol that has 8,53,000. So these things come as a winner. That is why people stick with that and use it. Okay. So that challenge has to be met. How are you going to really, store hydrogen? And then think about it. If you are going to use high pressure like 10,000 psi cylinder, immediately people will think how safe it is. Is it going to explode? And so on and so forth. Now, let us assume that the scientists sitting there have solved the storage problem.
Professor Balu, can you finish in 5 minutes?
Yes, I am going to. So then becomes the problem with the fuel cell. Fuel cell converts fuel, hydrogen, and hydrogen into electrical energy directly, but it has challenges with the interfaces, anode, cathode, electrolyte interfaces. And I believe Professor Ankur Jain, in he gives his talk, he will touch upon those interface problems and challenges. So I would like you to listen to that carefully for that aspect. What I want to point out here is same electrolyte material used in the fuels like yttrium stabilized zirconium, when you go from the micron size to nano size, 100 nanometers, its electrical resistivity goes down by orders of magnitude. So basically what it tells is instead of operating the fuel cell at 1000 degrees, you can now operate it at 400 degrees Celsius and still get the same properties. That's all because of nanostructuring. So one can actually alter the properties of these energy materials by using nanotechnology. That is what I wanted to bring up. So if you can solve that in India, we have a lot of electricity losses during transmission and distribution, which is about 30%. So we can use fuel cells for distributed power generation in India and solve all these problems right there, right now. That's all we can do it with nanotechnology. So the point I'm getting closer to, there's only 2 more slides. So the opportunities that this sustainable development present to the nanotechnologies is that all this energy conversion, production, storage, distribution, and so on takes in the elementary steps of involves atom exchanges. That's all the nanotechnologies can change it. Whether it's electrochemical reaction at the anode and cathode interfaces for energy generation, storage, utilization, electrocatalyst for carbon capture, conversion, materials with superior properties even compared to the single crystals, anomalies in electrical and mechanical and thermal properties, they're all with the nano interfaces and nanotechnology. Therefore, failure to establish sustainable system is not an option, but with nanotechnology, we can achieve that. So the last slide is here. Consider the business as usual case. People talk about, 2.5% growth rate per year. You may think it's a small number, but at this rate, International Energy Agency forecasts the world's electricity demand will double by 2030, which is only 8 years from now. So how are you going to meet unless you get into sustainable system? And the CO2 emission is going to increase by 75% to 2030 in 2030. And the world population is going to increase by 1.5 billion by 2030 in 8 years from now, which is equivalent of adding 5 USA, United States of America to the globe. Therefore, finding sustainable alternative is an urgent concern that you, the young scientists and students sitting there, have a big role to play. So my message to the nano scientists and nanotechnologists is that everything, these challenges to get to the sustainable energy system is all material focused. Therefore, focus on that. And it is really a tent that involves nanotechnologies, clean energy technologies, economists, chemists, physicists, and everyone work together to meet that objective. And this is my last question. I want to end my talk with this Greek proverb, which says that a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit in it. For example, take me. I'm a 70-year-old man. I preach these things. I know very well I will not be alive to see this, but that does not prevent me from planting the seeds in young mind. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I will answer. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon or evening there.
Question session is open for the audience. If anybody wants to ask any question, he or she can.
Hello, Balu.
Yes.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Good evening.
I want to say one thing, that your lecture is very interesting, giving a lot of examples for energy situation in India. I'm very impressed by your lecture that your status energy in India is very important for you. How is that you are so much interested in sitting in America, you are interested in Indian energy situation?
Because I have seen a lot of people suffer. Some of the pictures that Professor Sanjay Sharma showed, I have my personal experience there. It is very close to my heart. Even though I left India in 1977, it's about 45 years ago, I still keep track of what is going on there because that is my motherland. And that is the most important thing for me. Go ahead, Professor Jain. Nice to see you on the screen.
And one more thing, you say a lot of carbon emission in India, but same is true for whole of the world. But no country is interested in reducing carbon emission.
Well, they are now pushing, and also fossil energy, as I told you, because of the energy content in a 1 cubic foot box, people are leaning towards that, easy to fill in. When these girls sitting there, when they want to fill up their scooties, they want to pull up to petrol bank and then get everything done in 1 minute or 2 minutes. That is not possible with these renewable energies at this time. So they are addicted to those. It is very hard to change. And number two is, like, for example, if you took China, which is the biggest polluter, okay, and now they are actually coming to the table with alternative energies and slowly trying to change. It's all going to take time. That's what I said in the last slide, my concluding slide with this Greek proverb. It's all going to take time. For me, I won't see it in my lifetime, but it is going to happen for my grandchildren.
We are really thankful to you because you spent whole night here for us. It's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President. Is this Mukesh Kumar sitting next to you? Is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I remember your face seeing a long time ago in Jaipur.
Yeah, yes, sir. We met in
You are a
2011.
student.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nah. Thank you,
I
sir.
actually want this. I want the question from students.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I want really, questions from students. They
Yes,
are the
sir.
ones who should be asking. Anything from students there?
Any student wants to ask something?
Please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, actually, we are not known about the nanoparticles so much. We are from basics.
Yeah, actually, nanoparticles are basic ones. They are tied up, but you should know when you break material into very tiny parts, the property of those tiny particles, especially when you go to nano, it changes drastically. That is because all the surface properties changes. That is one example I showed you in the fuel cell electrolyte, right? If you do that in a small scale, like 100 nanometers, you can reduce the temperature by 600 degrees. And that makes life lot easier to handle with new materials for manifolding and so on. So basically think about it. When you keep on breaking the material in tiny parts, the property will change.
Sir, why we are
And that
focusing
is
on
what
nano?
nanoscience is. And there's a new field that you guys should be, reading, learning, practicing, doing research in that area. Same thing with the catalyst. Nowadays, some of the chemists will know that the most interesting thing nowadays is the single atom catalyst. Single atom catalyst. They actually orient that in such
Yes,
a
sir.
way, because in most of the chemical reactions, people use a lot of catalysts. Only about 2% of the actual catalyst loaded into a catalyst carrier is used in any chemical reaction. The remaining 98% is totally wasted. So now think about why that only 2% is active, and then you engineer the catalyst in the proper orientation and sitting and facing the reaction site. That's it. So the modern buzzword in the catalysis is the single atom catalyst. So you guys have access to, you all have your smartphones, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
Google on that, just simple single atom catalyst. That will give you a clue and ideas for your PhD thesis work. There's a lot to be done on the single atom catalyst. That's
Sir,
just
why
an
we
example.
are
That's
focus-
also nano scientists and technologists can do.
Sir, why we are focusing on
Any
nanoparticles
other
now so
question?
much?
More from the students, not from the professors. I won't let you leave and have coffee unless you ask questions.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Sajid.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Sir, my questions.
I think Sajid has question. No.
Sir, brief
Yes,
idea
hello.
about future fuel in the world.
Other
Sir, may I ask some
please
question?
mute.
Ji. Sir, brief idea about future fuel in the world. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
I'm not able to hear you.
Ji, sir. Sir,
I'm not
brief
hearing
idea.
you.
Ji, sir. Brief idea about future fuel in the world.
I think his mic is muted.
Hello. Sir, am I audible, sir? Sajid Mansoori.
Hello, Sajid's mic is muted, I think. I'm not able to hear anything.
I repeat. Brief,
Hello.
Sajid sir, am I audible?
I'm not hearing his question.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, Balu, we can hear you, both you and Sajid.
Am I audible, sir? Hello.
sir, my question. Brief
I think
idea
the mic
about
is
future
muted the other
fuel
side.
in the world. Hello,
Hello.
audience, sir.
Hello.
Sir, future fuel. Sir, brief idea about future fuel in the world.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and wise words help magnify our cause in the best possible way. Now, we will continue our oral presentation. Next, abstract ID is IC 111 Sweetie.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your screen.
Just wait a minute. Is my screen is visible?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, ma'am, there is a time limit. You have to sum up your oral presentation within 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, okay. Just now my slide is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Make it full screen, ma'am.
Okay, just wait.
Press F5.
Yeah. So, good evening to all. My topic for the presentation is fissile green synthesis of titanium oxide GCN composite for enhanced photocatalytic degradation of dyes, a sustainable approach toward environment. So basically, for the synthesis of nanoparticles, there are many methods such as chemical reduction, electrochemical reduction, photochemical, and many more, which are ability to create monodispersed nanoparticles. So although all of these methods are capable of producing metal nanoparticle, but there are a number of drawbacks, which include high cost of the process, and they are not environment friendly due to the use of hazardous solvent and the reducing agent. So despite the fact that chemical stabilizers are utilized more than the plant extract, these compounds are hazardous to the environment and the human health. So green synthesis approach, which have been used to produce nanoparticle, is simple, convenient, and less energy intensive, eco-friendly, minimize the use of hazardous material, and maximize the efficiency of the process to avoid these drawbacks. Because the plant biodiversity has been widely considered due to the presence of effective phytochemicals in the various plant extracts, especially in flavonoids, terpenoids, phenols, ketones, ascorbic acid, aldehyde, amide, and carboxylic acid. So, as we all aware that the dirty water is the biggest issue since the aeon. So, the contamination in the water are of mainly of two types, that is inorganic elements such as trace of metal and the organic compounds such as dyes. So, the organic contaminants are quite difficult to handle, and the best way to degrade the organic compound is the photodegradation of the particular matter. So in the present work, I use titanium. That is, titanium is a notorious material and which has been under wide focus because of its safety towards the human and the environment, and its biocompatibility and the stability. So a variety of synthesis method has been devised during recent years, such as solothermal, sol gel, chemical vapor, and the hydrothermal technique and the electrodeposition technique. But in this method, I used the hibiscus rosa leaf extract. So this is the overview of the mechanism. Firstly, the leaf extract from the hibiscus rosa leaves are extracted. Then the synthesis of the titanium dioxide nanoparticle and the synthesis of graphite carbon nitride. Graphite carbon nitride is the best of the photocatalytic activity, and then the nanocomposite are prepared. Firstly, the synthesis of graphite carbon nitride is done by urea, which is calcined at 550 temperature for 5 hours, which is synthesized into graphite carbon nitride. Then the titanium dioxide nanoparticle from the hibiscus leaf extract was prepared. For the precursor, we use TTIP, that is titanium tetraethyl isopropoxide, and the hibiscus rosa leaf extract was used and washed and boiled at 80 degrees Celsius. Then the TiO2 nanoparticles are formed. Then after all the process from the TiO2 MPs and the GCN, the preparation of the TiO2 doped GCN composite were pursued. Then the titanium oxide nanoparticle and the urea, which are stirred for 4 hours and drying in oven, and then they are calcined at 550 Celsius for 5 hours. Then they are formed at TiO2 GCN composite, and we can call it TCN nanocomposite. So the steps of the basically nanoparticle formation in the green synthesis include the activation phase, the growth phase, and the termination phase. Basically, in the activation phase, we have metal ion reduction, and the nucleation of the reduced metal atom will be during this phase. During the growth phase, the nanoparticle stability increased during this phase, and in the termination phase, the shape of the nanoparticle formed during the phase. Then the characterization of the prepared nanoparticle and the nanocomposite are done by XRD, that is X-ray diffraction, SAM, TAM, and the FTIR. For the UV, we have the verification of the production and the stability, FTIR, XRD, SAM. So here is the data of the XRD and FTIR. The FTIR of the TiO2 is present at this, the XRD and this, and the GSEN for the XRD of the GSEN is prepared this. The GSEN peak is 27 Miller indices, and the TiO2 we have many peaks such as 211, 204, 116, 220, 225, and relative to that, theta position angle to 25 degrees Celsius, 36, 48, 53.9. And then the prepared TiO2 GSEN prepared TiO2 GSEN nanocomposite. The composite and the peak are shown as clearly. Then the photocatalytic activity of the prepared metal is checked for the possible mechanism is shown as in the figure. So the mechanism can be, we can say that the response could be because of two main evolutionary processes between the two variants, such as the increased surface area, smaller band gap, which can support the phenomena of synergism between the adsorption and the photocatalytic process. Basically, in general, when the light of the suitable photon and energy falls on the surface of GCN, the electron in the valence band absorb the light and get excited and move to the conduction band, which generate holes in the valence band. So the electron can combine with oxygen to generate superoxide radical, and then superoxide radical can further photodegrade organic pollutant. So the enhanced photocatalytic activity result in the case of GCN TiO2 are considerable, with result of reduced optical band gap, which can result in better light harvesting. As the photocatalytic activity is related to the surface area, as the size of TiO2 nanoparticle decrease, the number of the coordinated titanium nanoparticle increase the enhanced absorption of the reactant dye on the catalyst surface. Many factors such as light absorption, contact time, pH, temperature, etc. play significant effect on the degradation activity of the TiO2 nanoparticle and the composite. As the size increase, more active site and the surface area increase, which enhance the binding area. So I took the dye Rose Bengal, which is an anionic dye. So these are the result of titanium oxide nanoparticle, which decrease up to 67%. In the GCN, we have 54%. And by composite TiO2 and GCN, that is TCN, it is up to 75%. So there is an possible increase in the degradation of the Rose Bengal dye. So we can easily conclude that the exciting successful synthesis of the TiO2 nanoparticle is adapted through the green method by using the hibiscus rosa leaf extract. The nanocomposite of the TiO2 GCN was firstly prepared by green synthesis as known before. So the XRD peak and the FTIR spectrum shows the successful formation of the nanocomposite. The photocatalytic performance of the prepared nanoparticle is far better than the photocatalytic performance of the prepared nanoparticle than the commercial particle. So the prepared specimen show that the 75% photocatalytic activity. The many other application, or we can say future aspect of the TiO2 nanoparticle and the composite include electronic batteries, biomedicine, water cleaning, surface cleaning, energy production, and various countless fields. So these are the references, and thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. If there is any query, please can ask.
Ma'am, this here is Sonia, and I want to present my PPT now. My paper ID is 158. Please allow me to present my PPT. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Can you allow me to present my PPT? I'm unable to share.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
I also want to present my PPT. May I?
Ma'am, actually, I have a problem in sharing my PPT. Only host can allow for share their screen. Can you allow me to become a host so that I can present my PPT?
I'm not a host.
Go. Ma'am, please wait. After a presentation, you can present. Okay, just wait. After a presentation. Okay, just wait.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Wait. After a presentation, you can
Okay,
represent yourself.
okay,
Okay, ma'am.
okay. Actually,
Wait,
my
wait.
name is Dr. Deepti Goyal.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
I want to present after this presentation. Actually, I have an urgent meeting. From the beginning, I am requesting, please give me chance to present the presentation. Same issue with me, ma'am. Also, I have to leave for my home and I can't present my PPT in bus.
वो वाला
So
mic
please,
खोलो. Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, no issue, ma'am. Okay.
this is Sonia. Please allow me to share my.
Different subjects of chemistry. I'm here, Mrugesh Trivedi, presenting something which is not related with the chemistry and not directly related with the environmental science. I'm going to here to give you some general glimpse about the impact of plastics on human beings. See, the motto of my presentation, as I'm learning since morning, that the audience is from a heterogeneous group. They are not basically from all chemistry background or from an environmental science background. So I'll just keep this lecture restricted myself to speak around the general awareness on the impact of plastic on humans, right? तो थोड़ा ध्यान में हम लोग इतना जानते हैं कि भाई जो रोड साइड एनिमल्स है उनके स्टमक्स में वो प्लास्टिक फंस जाता है. प्लास्टिक से गटर की नालियां जो है वो ब्लॉक हो जाती है. प्लास्टिक के कारण प्रॉब्लम होता है कि वो नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, वो एक बार सॉइल में गया तो गया. बट देयर आर वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग facts about the plastic which I would like to share with you. ये चल नहीं रहा है, नेक्स्ट नहीं हो रहा है. हाँ, ये अच्छा है, I guess.
Yes. Okay. So just would like to explain that ki when scientists invent something like Dr. Leo else also invented about plastic since long back. He has never thought about the impact of plastic on humans. Even Schrodinger, a Nobel laureate, has speak well about plastic. He said that plastic is the only invention on the earth which can turns into any shape, anytime, and again. So the thing is that कि प्लास्टिक एक ऐसा versatile research एक जमाने में माना जाता था, जिसने श्रोडिंगर ने भी बताया कि plastic is one of the best invented in the history of human mankind. But accidentally in 2008, it was invented that Dr. David was working in his lab and he realized that कि जिस लोगों को प्लास्टिक में खाना दिया जाता है या तो जिस माइक्रोब्स को प्लास्टिक की पेट्री प्लेट में ग्रो किया जाता है उनको एंडोक्राइन के इंजेक्शन देने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. And then after 2008, general public realized that there is some correlation between plastic and the emission of endocrine related chemicals from the plastic. And here are the facts. Few facts say that first we'll learn very few things about the endocrine glands. As we all know that from the hypothalamus up to the ovaries and testes, we all are controlled by the endocrine system. And these endocrine systems are releasing some specific chemicals into the blood. I'll tell you the fact that plastic, which release some specific chemical, which is resemble to these kind of endocrine chemicals. तो आप समझिए कि जो चीज हमको जरूरत नहीं है वो प्लास्टिक से हमको मिल रही है. I'll show some facts. There are three estrogenicity. Plastic is a type of a polymer where you have a monomer, then polymerization of monomer will give you a polymeric form of a plastic, which is hydrophilic in the nature, hydrophobic in nature. So you can store even a liquid or a solid into the plastic. Now, the monomer that we use to form plastic is bisphenol A. This bisphenol A is very much similar to 17-beta estradiol, which is female sex hormone. There is only a certain amount of 17-beta estradiol is required by female reproductive growth. Excess amount of exposure can do so many things. Second is about molecular aspect, that is, it acts on estrogen receptors, alpha and beta. And the third part is about the toxicological aspect. It can cause a breast cancer and ovarian cancer. Now, in fish, as I told you, plastic is endocrine hormones. Because of high concentration of these endocrine hormones, what happens in aquatic atmosphere, fish cannot identify the signal released inside the body or received from the outside of the body. So immaturely, it releases eggs and sperms into the water, and hence amount of fish growth and maturity affects a lot. Second, this bisphenol A acts in this way. These are endocrine disrupting chemicals. It reaches to the targeted apertures and cause the disease. In three section, it can cause from cancer up to Alzheimer and can cause heart and asthma also. The most important part here is, this one. See, this green color is a normal hormone, right? And these normal hormones are very much similar to monomer of plastic like bisphenol A. When we are consuming something which is filled in a plastic and exposed to a high difference of temperature, say for an example, we were habit to have a water in a bottle. Plastic bottle में हम लोग पानी भर देते हैं, freezer में रख देते हैं. Freezer में रखने के बाद उसको chilled करके पूरा दिन उसको use करते हैं. So that water inside the plastic exposed from 32 to 40 degrees centigrade up to 0 degrees centigrade. So there is a huge difference in temperature. Normal room temperature is around 37 to 40 degrees centigrade. 40 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पे हम लोग पानी भरते हैं. पानी भरने के बाद उसको फ्रीजर में डाल देते हैं. फ्रीजर में डाल के जब उसको यूज करने के लिए वापस लेते हैं, तब एक्चुअल में क्या होता है, that monomer which is actually present in the form of polymerization, that start releasing. It enters into your water, and then that water we consume. And so this green will be replaced by this pink, and these hormones are the mimicking agent. Mimicking agent means they are not actual hormone. They looks like a hormone, and they are basically a xenobiotic entered into the body from the external source. They are not a part of our body, and then they start mimicking your cellular activity. It immaturely sensitize your cell and give a cell response, so that your cell starts responding that, and ultimately it leads so many problems that we'll discuss. So from this cartoon, I just would like to say that plastic exposure can affect on all system and all part of human body. A publication that was published in 2006 tells about EDC blurring the issues of gender. Now tell me, like I'll explain you, how it has an impact on a gender issue. We have learned about climate change, sustainability, and so many things, but do we ever think about the sustainability in the gender ratio management? This plastic exposure can unwantedly or unknowingly produce manly women's and womanly men's. A male behaves like a female, and a female more or less behave like a male. It is the impact of alteration in the endocrine system which happens due to the exposure of the next and talks about the segregation to tissue. So when a mother with a baby during pregnancy time exposed to the endocrine disrupting relatively dysfunctional baby. So what it can cause? The major threats to human existence as a part of a gender change, it calls it gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria means, see, male requires testosterone. Instead of that, they expose more to the endocrine disrupting chemicals like here estrogen. Male doesn't require much of estrogens, but plastic gives you exposure to the estrogen-like compound. Female needs estrogen in a certain amount, but from the childhood, we have a habit to use plastic in a very good amount. So what happened? Polycystic ovary, disturbance in menstruation cycle, disturbance in conceiving the pregnancy are the major cause of exposure of the plastic. We know the external impact of the plastic a lot, but we never have studied or discussed about the impact of plastic inside the human body. In our laboratory, we have worked a lot on this. What we have worked, when plastic, that is bisphenol A, enters into humans, it gets metabolized and produced in quinone and semiquinone. These quinones and semiquinones are highly reactive in nature, and they are receptive like a 17-beta estradiol. What we have worked on RBC model, that is red blood corpuscle, and we have targeted two major proteins here. This paper was published, Trivedi et al. In 2020 in Chemosphere with an impact factor of 7. What this paper says about, as we have two major receptor on a RBC cell, right? Majority अगर आपने देखा होगा तो आजकल लो हीमोग्लोबिन के बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स फीमेल्स में देखने को जा रहा है. हीमोग्लोबिन कम है, आरबीसी कम होता जा रहा है, और their ability to work reduces, right? So what happened actually here, there are two major protein receptor, one HYN and one QKI. They are maintaining the chlorine shift and bicarbonate. So what happened when bisphenol A binds to this protein, it stop shifting out the bicarbonate. The acidity of the cell increases. As a result, what happened? Your bisphenol is stop ATP synthesis. Once your ATP synthesis stops, the RBC automatically collapse and cell death happens. To ameliorate this, a compound like gallic acid, when you are, this is antidote, like if no problem, we cannot live without plastic nowadays. So if you are consuming a plastic and if you are maintaining at the same time a diet, then the impact can be reduced, right? So gallic acid can easily bind with this. Jaldi, this last slide. This gallic acid binds to this. You can shift the from bisphenol A to gallic acid. We have a molecular docking which also represents the same. The another thing that happens is the amount of exposure increases, it causes cell death. At the same time, it also reduces the glutathione G6PD activity. So at both the time, like both the way, it has it causes cell death. You can see the RBC change in the shape. The change in the shapes. So ultimately, my message is that it can cause even impact to the DNA damage also. So just a simple message to that, a safer one. We can see the label on the plastic container. The number 1, 2, 4, and 5 is more usable, and not safe with 6, 7, and 3. And try to avoid plastic container at a different temperature exposure that are most dangerous. Fine. These all are the references, and thank you very much. If any questions, we can discuss.
So what we should do to stop the use of plastic?
See, it is very difficult to avoid the usage of plastic, but we can minimize the use of plastic by changing our habits. Say, for example, we can keep our water. We can purchase plastic water bottle from a shop that we can transfer our bottle. That may be of a copper made or maybe a standard bottle. We avoid, see, long back when I was a kid, we used to go to the shopkeeper to buy something, and we have our own container from house. Now it's a habit that we go with just a freelancing hand, go to the shopkeeper, buy something and bring it to the home in a plastic container. अगर हम लोग होटल में भी जाते हैं तो भी हम लोग हमारे घर से कुछ लेके जा सकते हैं, बर्तन वगैरह, उसमें पैक करा के अगर लेके आएंगे तो will reduce the exposure of plastic. So हमें see worldwide अगर देखने जाए तो India has banned the plastic at a local level. फॉरेन कंट्रीज में तो काफी कंट्रीज में बैन किया है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लेवल पे, पर अगर दूसरी इंपैक्ट देखेंगे तो प्लास्टिक इंडस्ट्री गिव्स एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप टू 4 मिलियन पीपल. तो आप प्लास्टिक इंडस्ट्री बंद नहीं कर सकते, पर अपनी हैबिट्स चेंज करके वी कैन मिनिमाइज द एक्सपोजर.
But nowadays, what happened when we travel, we used to take that instant food like Maggie. Let's take an example of Maggie. Like when we go outside, we used to take that, and some of time we used to call that it's a development or it's a growth of our country that we are using instant foods and all. So is that correct to use that instant food according to you? Like,
See, major threat is what, if you see any container which store the food, it has an inner lining plastic. So that inner lining plastic is very thin plastic. And that thin plastic are very vulnerable to the exposure of a different temperature. So even when we are traveling, say for example, we came all the way from Gujarat to Rajasthan and have a plan to stay back again for another 3 days. So for these 3-4 days, we can have a food which is not exposed to different kind of temperatures. Say for example, a biscuit packing or something like may not have that much impact as compared to a pizza pack in a very fashionable manner in a plastic container, exposed to microwave for different temperature, right? So change in habit that helps you to maintain maintain the exposure that can happen.
Sir,
Thank you so much,
may I
sir.
ask you one question, sir? Hello? This is Balu. So what is your take on compostable plastics versus recyclable plastics? Compostable plastics versus recyclable.
Sir, recyclable plastics are, see, again, even Nobel laureate Schrodinger has also speak about that plastic can be melt again and again and can give a different shapes and can reuse again and again. But as you are a chemist also, you know that polymerization ability of recycling the plastic reduces. So more number of residues are used to bind inside when we polymerize, melt again the monomer and go for the second time polymerization. So that can be used for that recyclable plastic can be used for some furniture kind of thing like a chair or something other thing rather than edible items. So that can help us a lot to keep ourselves away from plastic exposure.
Can you actually upcycle the plastics then? In other words, from less value to more value added products? Is that a route that we can do to get a sustainable chemicals?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir, you are right. Actually, recently, even the scientists are here sitting. I just would like to tell them there is a announcement from a department of biotechnology, and they have asked for the proposal to make a biodegradable plastic using biotechnological tools, and they are ready to give a fund up to 50 lakh rupees, and call is open up to April 2022. So if you visit us website www.Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, then the call for proposal is open.
These
so
are
research
golden
is going on,
opportunities.
and yeah, sir. You're right, sir.
For the researchers, young researchers who are going to propel our country forward.
You can apply for fund. They have plastics from aquatic atmosphere and from soil samples.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed motivating and much informative speech. And I just say that I got to know many things from your speech, and I'm damn sure that our lovely audience also get that. Sonia Rani. Now the abstract ID IC 158, Miss Sonia Rani. Abstract ID 158, Sonia Rani. Again, I repeat, Sonia Rani. ID?
Too bad she put some message, Sonia, in the chat box, but it's all Hindi. I cannot read it.
Okay, so I think she's not here. So next abstract ID is IC118, Dipti Goyal. And once again, I remind that to everyone participants that your time limit is 5 to 7 minutes for one presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Dipti Goyal is not with us. So I
Yeah,
see
I am here.
abstract
I am
ID
present.
IC119, Surendra Saini.
I'm present, ma'am.
Okay, so you may start now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you please tell me your name?
I'm Dr. Deepti Goyal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible. You can start your presentation, Dipti Goyal.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Now you can share your screen, ma'am, please.
Okay.
You are registered with Ridhiman Goyal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. You can continue.
1 second. Okay, 1 second.
Your system is visible.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Continue, please.
Okay, so my name is Dr. Deepti Goyal. I'm from Gautam Buddha
Presentation
University.
is not visible to us. Please share your presentation.
I have shared, already shared. Is it not visible?
It's not visible to us, ma'am.
Okay, wait a minute. Is it visible now?
Ma'am, just no, it is not visible.
Okay, wait a minute.
क्या बोलता जाता जाता क्लास में दिन
Ma'am, listen, ma'am. Hello.
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 Hello. Is it visible now?
No, not yet.
But I have shared it.
I think not.
एक second. Start video, I think. Okay,
Now video is fine, ma'am, but your screen is not visible. Your screen is visible, but your PPT is not visible.
But I have shared my entire screen. Let me, please give me 1 more minute.
You just
Give me 1 more minute, please. Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
wait. Still, screen is visible, but PPT is not visible to us, ma'am. Yeah, now it is visible. Make it full screen, ma'am, please.
Now
Oh, it was visible now.
Okay, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Open it. Yeah, now it is visible to us. Kindly make it full screen.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name
Yeah,
is
it's
Dr.
fine, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay. So, okay. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I am Dr. Deepti Goyal from Gautam Buddha University. So, today's the title of my presentation is Synthesis, Physiochemical Properties and Potential Applications of Green, Sustainable and Waste-Derived Silica Nanoparticles, a Recent Review. So my presentation will include these contents: introduction, agro waste precursors for synthesis of green silica nanoparticles, industrial waste precursors for synthesis of green silica nanoparticles, characterization of green silica nanoparticles, and their multifaceted applications. So first of all, we will discuss about what are silica nanoparticles. Silica nanoparticles, basically the particles which are in nanometer range, and there are different types of silica nanoparticles like amorphous silica nanoparticle, precipitated silica nanoparticle, and mesoporous silica nanoparticles. So these are some kind of silicas, MCM50, KIT5, SBA16, etc. The properties of silica nanoparticles. Silica nanoparticle, actually silica is SiO2, silicon dioxide, and it is a white powder, and it contains high stability, low toxicity, and ability to be functionalized with a range of molecules and polymers. Nanosilica, mainly it is of two types, P-type and S-type. And P-type nanoparticles, they are characterized by having pore rate of 0.61 milli per gram, and S-type, they have comparatively smaller surface area as compared to P-type silica nanoparticles. Basically, silica nanoparticles contains more than 90% of silica. The rest of maybe the impurity. So in this review, we have focused about the synthesis of silica nanoparticles from some industrial waste. So we have included two types of waste, agricultural waste and industrial waste. So first of all, these five types of agricultural waste we have taken: corn cob, wheat husk, rice husk, sugarcane bagasse, and bamboo leaves. So from these waste materials, we can synthesize silica nanoparticles. So one by one, we'll discuss about these wastes and their properties and the method for the synthesis of silica nanoparticles. So first of all, rice husk. We all know that rice husk is a byproduct of rice, and it mainly contains 90% of silica with other metal oxides in trace amounts. Because of this high content of silica in rice husk, we can use it as a silica precursor. So many researchers have studied the synthesis of silica nanoparticles from rice husk. So in one study, rice husk ash was washed with deionized water and dried, and then grinded into fine powder, and then it was mixed with ionic liquid, and then this solution was stirred, and obtained slurry was centrifuged, and the supernatant obtained was washed with deionized water, and thus obtained precipitate was dried and calcined at high temperature to get the silica nanoparticles. The second precursor is wheat husk. Wheat husk is a byproduct of wheat milling process. It contains 90% silica, and when we calcine it at 900 to 1000 degrees Celsius, its surface area increases up to 1.47 to 7.21 meter square per gram. So this can also be used as a precursor for silica. So a group of researchers has synthesized silica from wheat husk. For that purpose, they have taken wheat straw. They calcined it at 500 degrees Celsius for 8 hours. Then they mixed it with nitric acid, sulfuric acid solution, and then obtained slurry was washed with deionized water, and then again mixed with nitric acid, and then this slurry was washed with deionized water and calcined at various temperatures. This is another work done by a group of researchers. They used alkali fusion treatment followed by precipitation. For that purpose, they used wheat husk ash. They treated it with NaOH, and this slurry was filtered. This filter contains sodium silicate solution, which then again treated with HCl. Precipitated silica received, which then again washed, and we get nanoamorphous silica. So this is the XRD of nanosilica, a broad hump at 22 theta. It is showing the presence of silica, nano range. Corn cob ash, it is again a waste of corn. It contains 60% silica, and if we treat it with acid, the silica content can increase. So corn cob ash can also be used as a precursor. For that purpose, corn stalk ash, it was mixed with 3 molar NaOH solution, then heated for 5 hours, and then this precipitate, then precipitation was done by using 3M HCl solution. This precipitation was then filtered and washed with water and dried at 50 degrees Celsius, and then we can get silica zero-gel nanoparticles. Sugarcane bagasse in an agricultural waste, it contains 64.88% silica, and by acid treatment, we can increase the silica content up to 80%. So this 80% silica content can be extracted by different methods. So in one study, this is the schematic diagram for synthesis of nanosilica from sugarcane bagasse. This this sugarcane bagasse calcined at 650 degrees Celsius, then refluxed with NaOH and then precipitated with HCl. So this precipitate was then again dried, washed and dried and calcined at high temperature so that we can get nanosilica. In another method, this is another method for synthesis of silica nanoparticles. So next is bamboo leaf ash. Bamboo leaf ash is an abundant and fast growing renewable source. It can be used to extract silica because it contains high amount of silica.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupt, but you have limited time.
Okay.
So please complete your presentation as fast as you can.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
So this is another method. We can use bamboo leaf ash for synthesis of silica nanoparticles. Again, it is alkali extraction and acid precipitation. Next precursor is industrial waste. For industrial waste, we have taken fly ash and water glass. Fly ash and water glass both contains more than 70% of silica. So this is the schematic diagram of extracting silica from the fly ash. Similarly, this is the schematic diagram for extraction of silica from waste glass. So waste glass, by recycling, it is converted into powdered glass. Then by synthesis process, we can convert it into zero gel. So these are the characterization of extracted silica nanoparticles. This is XRD, this C, this is silica extracting from corn cob ash. So this broad hump, it is showing the presence of silica. This is the SAM image micrograph of nanosilica. B is nanosilica and A is silica. SAM and TAM images of silica nanoparticles derived from rice husk ash. So TAM image, we can clearly see that the silica nanoparticles synthesized are in 100 nanometer range. So thus produced silica nanoparticles can be used in catalysis. We can use as a catalyst in different organic reactions. Like these reactions are performed by using silica derived nanoparticles. Next application is adsorption. We can treat wastewater by using silica nanoparticles. Like rice husk derived silica nanoparticles can be used to remove nitrate ions from the aqueous solution. Drug delivery, we can use silica nanoparticles for drug release. This is the schematic for this is husk and this is the biosilica converted from the husk, and this biosilica can be used as a transporter for drug release. Energy storage, some lithium-ion batteries can also be formed with the help of nanosilica. First, rice hulls converted into nanosilica. This nanosilica then magnesiothermic reduction, it converts into nanosilicon, and this nanosilicon can be used in lithium-ion batteries. So we can say that with the help of these silica nanoparticles, we can convert this into many value-added chemicals. Thank you. These are the references. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Can I stop sharing?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I can't present my presentation before 6 p.m. Can you allow me to present my PPT after 6 p.m.? This is Sonia Rani. You called my name before this presentation.
Sorry, ma'am. Today's presentation will close at
Hello. So you are not audible, ma'am. Hello. There is a connection problem. Please repeat.
5:30, sorry.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
No, ma'am. Your voice is not clear. I have messaged you in chat box. Actually, I'm in, yes, ma'am. Actually, I am in bus, so I can't present my PPT now. You announced my name.
So will
Sonia
you
Rani.
present your presentation tomorrow?
Ma'am, after 6 p.m.
Sorry, ma'am. Not possible. Will you please
Ma'am, I
present your
requested you to
presentation
4 p.m. I request. Please take mine. Please take mine.
No problem. You can present your presentation like tomorrow. Bolo. Actually, ma'am, we will close our session at 5:30 p.m. So this is not possible today. Will you present your presentation tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 9:30?
Tomorrow. Hello?
Okay.
Hello.
Next abstract
Hello.
ID is IC1.
Tomorrow.
Excuse me, ma'am. You are not audible. Maybe.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible to. Say, ma'am. Hello, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Tomorrow. Yes, sir. I will give tomorrow.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello, sir. Can I present now?
What's your name, sir?
My name is Sunil. IC121.
IC121.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next abstract ID is IC121 Sunil Kumar. Sir, there is a time limit. You have to sum up your presentation in 5 to 7 minutes.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I can't share a screen.
Check again, sir.
Yeah,
You,
I'm doing.
you have the rights. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Share the screen.
I'm trying, sir.
Okay. Are you there, sir?
Yes, yes, sir. But it's can't working.
Just wait. I'm revoking co-host permission from your side. Then I'll give you again. Then let's check.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, I'm just making you co-host again. Now check. Have you got the permission?
Sir, no, I'm not getting permission. All participants.
Turn on your camera.
Camera is turned on.
No, not yeah. I have given you co-host permissions, and you should have all sharing permission now. Just check your system. Your system might have any problem, I hope.
No, sir, it's system is proper working. But
If you can present yourself without presentation, you can carry on.
yeah, I'm sure. Sir, is my work is on preparation and characterization of PIO implemented by spin coating of solution precursors And this is the intention for TiO2 is DSCC dye synthesis solar cell, but it's a broad era. Environment purification using TiO2 electrolyte catalysis has attracted a high attention because of increasing environment issues these days. Titanium oxide. Can you hear me?
Excuse me, sir. Sir, speak.
Hello. Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you,
Now I
sir.
can hear you, sir.
Yes, yes.
You are not audible, sir. Please speak some louder.
Okay, okay. I'm trying, but there is no screen. I think it's issue network issue. But I'm trying again. Can you speak me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you, sir.
Now I'm start again. Ma'am, my work is on TiO2 and TiO2 shows good transmittance in the visible region, high refractive index, high band gap, high dielectric constant chemical stability, low cost. Because of its importance in applied physics, many techniques can be used to prepare TiO2 thin film, such as thermal oxidation, pulse laser deposition, chemical vapor deposition, sputtering. But here we use sol gel method because of its simplicity, and sol gel process offers many advantages in comparison other techniques. Sol gel is a novel, so we can get novel properties, novel morphologies of thin films by sol gel method. In this paper or in this work, we focus on synthesis and characterization, the structural, morphological, optical properties of TiO2 thin film. We have three different annealing temperature: 300 degrees Celsius, 400 degrees Celsius, and 500 degrees Celsius. We are using different heat temperature because TiO2 has three phase: anatose, rutile, and third phase is anatose. But below than 300 degrees Celsius, it's anatose phase, which is not used in photocatalytic properties. Now, experimental section में ये है कि we take TiO2, ethanol, DI water, and HCl in different solvent. Pressure solution was covered with aluminum foil to minimize evaporation because ethanol can be evaporate. Solution was stirred for 2 hours using magnetic stringer at 2 gram ethylite cellulose as a binder. Then solution was stirred for 36 hours at room temperature. Resultant colorless procedure solution is obtained. It's not necessary colorless because when we change solution quantity as a ethanol, then its color can be different. But in my work, I get colorless gel. The prepared solution was spin coated on a non-conducting glass substrate with 2000 RPM. The deposited film were baked at a hot plate at 100 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes to remove the solvent and other impurities. Heating the baked film at 300 degrees Celsius and 400 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Celsius for 300. We can check heat treatment on TiO2 thin film. Now, energy dispersive analysis of X-ray technique. Then we get EDAS data confirm the availability of titanium and oxygen element in TiO2 thin film in the ratio of almost 1:1.8. I can't share my screen, otherwise you can see the EDAS diagram, and this table shows the element atomic ratio in TiO2 thin film. Its ratio is 1:1.8. The EDAS analysis shows that the thin film is perfectly near to stoichiometric ratio. Now, X-ray diffraction. This is here. I can see graph, but you can't see. But I can explain in which audible way. The X-ray diffraction spectra of TiO2 thin film shows the peak of TiO2 with mixed phase of titanium and oxygen, and we can get a peak at almost 24 degree theta, and we get 3 peaks in this graph. And now I describe same image: scanning electron morphology microscopy. The TiO2 thin film micrograph shows that a thin film is uniform and substrate is well covered. The same image reveals nanospherical structure for thin films such as nanospherical structure are interconnected with each other. Average grain size in which I get in this film is 55 nanometer. It means there are nanoparticles on these films. And now I am describing AFM image, atomic force microscopy. This image shows that the thin film consists of a spherical grain uniform.
Excuse me, Sunil Kumar sir. I'm going to interrupt, but you have to sum up your presentation or
Of the
in 1
thin
minute
surface. Now, most of important thing. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Now,
Yes, sir.
most of important part of this slide is ultraviolet visible near infrared spectroscopy UVVS. I can describe these things in shortly. When we heat treatment 300 degrees Celsius, 400 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Celsius to thin TiO2 thin film, then we can see that then we increase temperature, then band gap going to low. Average band gap we can get TiO2 thin film is approximate 3.2, but in 300 degrees Celsius we get 3.6 electron volt. Then we increase temperature annealing 300 degrees Celsius to 500, then we get 3.42. It means we can see that the band gap is going to low with the heat treatment. The conclusion is that TiO2 thin film was synthesized by the Sol-Gel method and deposited by spin coated on non-conductive simple glass substrate. The EDAS analysis that the deposited thin film is perfectly near to stoichromic. The XRD analysis revealed that the TiO2 thin film have tetragonal unit cell crystal structure. The same analysis shows that the film have uniform shape and size. The AFM image shows spike-like shape structure. The band gap value came out 3.5 electron volt larger than reported value 3.2. I know I can't see my slide because some issue, and you can ask some question. That's complete.
Thank you so much, sir, Sunil Kumar sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so now,
Can I stop?
yeah, now because we have also time limit.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, sir. And now we are just sum up our oral presentations because remaining participants, I request to the remaining participants, please being present tomorrow at 9:30.
Ma'am, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, it's me a case of 5 minutes. Can I present today only? Is it
Actually,
if it is possible?
there is a time. Actually, there is time limit, so we can't give you time. Like you can present your presentation like tomorrow 9:30.
I do have a class. Okay, no problem.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. मैं ये कह रहा था 113. My name is old presentation.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
113 number. मैम मेरा oral presentation है अभी.
Sir, can we will continue this tomorrow? I'm
What?
sorry to say that just because we have a time limit, so we will continue this tomorrow.
Then we have to join. Hello, ma'am.
Now, all the participants, please mute. हजारों साल नरगिस अपनी बेनूरी पे रोती है, बड़ी मुश्किल से होता है चमन पर कोई दीदावर पैदा. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Anurag Sunda, who is Assistant Professor Chemistry, J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, Faridabad, for invited talk. Sir, it's my humble request to you, please sum up your lecture in 15 to 20 minutes. Excuse me, sir, are you audible to me? Anurag Sundar. Yes. Yes.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, it's my humble request to you, please sum up your lecture in 15 to 20 minutes. Please, sir.
My screen is visible to you?
Yes.
Okay, good evening all. Myself, Dr. Anurag. Thank you to Vedanta Group for inviting me for this lecture. Today, I would like to talk about ionic liquids, polymer membranes as a fuel cell electrolytes, and especially I will talk about one of the example as ion hopping in protic organic ionic plastic crystals. So I'm working in this area for past almost 10 years. Few of my work I would like to summarize here. This is for the students. This is general mechanism of polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell, where you can see that there is a membrane electrode assembly exactly in the middle, which is sandwiched between the two electrodes, anode and cathode. Where anode we have hydrogen we pass, and at the cathode we pass oxygen. And it is a very simple reaction of hydrogen oxygen, and we get the energy as a in the load. Okay, so the advantage of this particular polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell over traditional fuel cell is that we get very high power density, and since the electrolyte management is semi-solid, so corrosion is reduced, and we have less electrolyte management compared to the liquid electrolyte. In order to have proton conducting properties of the membrane, which is exactly in the middle here, we need to have membrane as a proton conductor. It should be electron insulator so that electron should go through the load. Then you should have high thermal stability because the temperature operation of the fuel cell stack. And we should have the high mechanical strength because the membrane should not break. It should not be punctured. And there should not be any fuel gas crossover through the membrane itself. With these properties, there are many commercial membranes which are available. Among them, Dow from Dow Chemicals, Aciplex from SC Glass Chemicals, and Nafion from DuPont. They are well-known perfluorosulfonate base membranes. Specifically, among these membranes, if you see, polymer backbone is made up of CF2 units, Teflon units, and there is a side chain pendant, which is mainly responsible for the proton conduction, which is having the end as SO3H. Here, water is required to show the proton conduction, where sulfonate group, it donates its proton, and then it act as a carrier of the proton in the system. Apart from these membranes, heterogeneous aromatic benzimidazole-based membranes are also well developed. As we can see from the PFSA membranes, they require water for the proton dissociation of SO3H group. Okay, and the limitation of water is 80 degrees centigrade. We cannot use the fuel cell stack beyond 80 degrees centigrade. In order to have high temperature fuel cell application, we use phosphoric acid instead of water as a medium, as a dopant. And these are the basic membranes which have the NH proton as a proton carrier. This is a simple mechanism for the students who are sitting in the audience. But there are two mechanisms which are well known in the for the proton transport. One is the structural diffusion, another is the vacuolar diffusion. As you can see in the structural diffusion, that proton is donated by one carrier to the another carrier, Okay, and as I mentioned here, water is the simplest example for that. You can see in the next figure here that you have a water molecule which is holding one proton between the two water molecules, which is known as the Junyl ion, and it will donate it will make a covalent hydrogen bond with the water, and it will make a hydronium ion which will have a water cell here based on the hydrogen bonding, which is known as the eigen ion. There is a continuous conversion between the Junyl and eigen ion, and that is basically responsible for the structural diffusion. And there is a quasi-concerted manner by it is jumping from one side to another side and leading to the structural diffusion. The same phenomena also occur in the phosphoric acid where we have the proton conduction. There is another mechanism which is known as the vacuolar diffusion, where water acts as a vehicle for the proton. As you can see from this cartoon diagram, that proton is held by the water, which is acting as a vehicle. Of course, we can also use ammonia, and it is simply traveling with water molecule itself. As you can see from this picture, that we have certain TFSA membranes where we have some specific hydrophilic channels here, where water is there, and this particular sulfonate group, which is a pendant, it is leading to the proton transport. This is a simple mechanism which I am showing from this animation here, that if proton is coming through the gradient from the anode side, okay, it will bind with the water molecule, and then it will go closer to the sulfonate group with the electrostatic interactions, and then immediately that proton will be given to the sulfonate group, and then based on the high acid dissociation constant, that SO3H will release that proton again to the next water molecule, and then it will go to the next sulfonate group. This is the way it happens in the membrane inside. I will not talk here, just a simple method which I use here, molecular dynamics, to see the molecular behavior of the proton transport at the membrane, inside the membrane matrix. Okay, in this picture you can see that we need to take a very long chain of the membrane, and then there are water molecule inside the membrane. What we do, we take the membrane and then first do simulated annealing, because generally polymer has a long chain, so it will not go to the global minima easily. Of course, we cannot reach exact global minima, but based on the force field parameters, we can reach to that. And we have to find the best configuration in the system, and we solvate it, and we then perform simulations based on the statistical thermodynamics methods. Very simple, like here I have used NPT, which is nothing but isobaric isothermal ensemble. I have kept my number of molecules constant to see the impact of molecular impact of water molecules in terms of the proton transport. As you can see here, that lambda, which is a number, because how many minimum number of water molecules are required, and then at what maximum number of water molecules you see the proton transport. So this is the general idea of doing the calculations. Okay, as you can see here, this is the important comparison which I could draw from the Dow, Aciplex, and Nafion. Since there is only difference in terms of the side chain pendant, which is separated by 2 CF2 units or 5 CF2 units, or there is an extra oxygen atom here. Okay, so that there is an extra oxygen atom in Nafion, it leads to strong hydrosphere region at a particular water level. As you can see, I have drawn this result at lambda equals to 9. So if you take 9 water molecules or beyond, you are making a strong hydrosphere region. And of course, this is the one of the reason also that Nafion is performing best, and at the same time it is also leading to the waterlogging problem easily in the Nafion, because it is not taking more than 9 water molecules inside this particular proton transport phenomenon. So as you can see here from this important observation, that the most of the thing which is here related to the proton transport is subjected to the hydrophilic channels. You can see this picture here, in which this green part shows the membrane matrix, which is made up of the CF2 units, and this particular blue color, this is representing the water. and the sulfonate group is here with the yellow and red. Okay, so you can see that most of the water which is around the sulfonate group, and they are interacting between the different chains. It is not a homogeneous mixture. To avoid that, I have chosen the ammonium-based protic ionic liquids as a dopant, and then I try to find out a homogeneous mixture out of that. As you can see from this picture itself, I could see both the interactions of ammonium cation with the membrane sulfonate as well as the ionic liquid component. I could study the impact of how many ionic liquids are required. As you can see from both these violet color and green color picture, green is nothing but it is showing the ionic liquid solvation of cation by the anion, and the violet color picture, it shows the sulfonate group which is coming from the membrane, and it is around this quaternary ammonium ion. So from this picture you can easily draw a conclusion here that if you take 1:3 ratio of Nafion with respect to ionic liquid, the NH bond vector, which is mainly responsible for the proton conduction, it shows very good number of sulfonate group from the membrane also, as well as from the ionic salt itself. As you can see from comparison of these two figures, you can easily draw that, okay, homogeneous morphology of membrane matrix, it is resulting in better conductivity. And similar results after this article in 2015, it was observed in 2017 and 18, where the experimentalists could be able to observe the similar results. Let me talk about one of the aspect of ionic plastic crystals. I will not go to these details because of limited time. This is a very important example here, which I would like to discuss. This trizolium perfluorobutane sulfonate. This is one of the ionic liquid which is existing as a crystal structure, and it shows different phases. So similar thing I have taken from my molecular analysis, and I could able to see that the simple NH bond interactions which are there as a hydrogen bond, that is not the main reason for the proton conduction. That generally we observe from the experimental point of view. I will take up to this in a minute. If you see these two triazole moieties which are there in the crystal structure, they are well arranged. Okay, so if you see both the triazole ring here, they are basically aligned in a perfect manner, and they are aligned in a particular direction. In this particular angle direction between the two between the alignment of two triazole ring, we analyze with respect to temperature how it is varying, because we are seeing the effect of temperature in the phase. Okay, so as you can see from the this ring plane rotational correlation, that if we have the 300 K, which is almost the room temperature, the correlation doesn't decay much, which means these two triazole ring, they try to remain in the same plane. Okay, as you can see, we are increasing the temperature, the decay in the correlation becomes very quick, and then if you see at 430, it is very sharp. That means the orientation disorder, it becomes very sharp if we increase the temperature up to 430 K. You can see this from this particular figure, that we try to figure out how the rotational motion are taking place and how translation motion are taking place. As you can see, the molecules which were there at 300 K, they didn't move much at even 475 K. That means the translation motion is very much restricted, which you can also see from this figure of mean square displacement plot with respect to time. Whereas, as you can see, both the pictures in A and B, the rotational motion, the configuration, they are almost jumbled. You can see these transitions of tumbling from this particular figure here, the 300 and 380 K, and then 430 K, you can see that they are almost tumbling in a very great fashion. I would like to show this from this particular movie, if it is working. Can you see that? I hope you all can see that that they are no longer in a perfect alignment. They are tumbling like anything. And this tumbling motion is mainly responsible for the proton conduction. It gives one proton to the other side of sulfonate group, rather than it is simply a hydrogen bond which is moving from one side to another. Whatever the previous study which I talked about, it was totally based on the perfect model. That means there is no vacancy. However, in the real system, that never happens. We always have some vacancy sites, and those vacancy sites, if they are available, how the proton transport is taking place in such plastic crystals. If you see here from this particular diagram, I could able to show from this picture that, okay, one triazole ring, it is trying to move to the vacant site, which I have highlighted with this particular pink color. Okay. Similar thing we have drawn with respect to anion also, and we could able to find out if, let's say, we are moving a particular anion or let's say a cation to the next vacant site, what is the energy barrier which is restricting that motion. Okay, so basically this particular motion from original site to the vacant site, the free energy analysis shows that the cation, which is shown here with the red graph, it requires only 2.5 kilocal per mole, whereas that anion, it requires almost 6 kilocal per mole, which means the movement of cation, it is much more easier than compared to the anion. Though anion is looking in terms of size, it is much lesser. This is happening with respect to plastic crystals, which are also existing in terms of a solid, and then they are also moving to the phase, different phases with respect to temperature. We could develop more such compounds, and we can directly use them in the fuel cell, and we can simply replace the use of Nafion and other membranes as well. And of course, these membranes, we can also make a composite of these compounds, and then we can use them, and we can also replace the water-based membranes. And that is something which is required for us to further work in terms of indigenous technology. So in summary, I would like to say that ionic liquids can be good anhydrous electrolytes in solid as well as semi-solid or the liquid states for wide temperature range. The relationship is well established now with respect to fuel cell uses. At the same time, we need to develop cost-effective alternates of Nafion, which are indigenous membrane technology, because we need alternates of Nafion basically, which is very expensive. Apart from that, normal electrostatic interactions which we talk about in terms of cation and anion, the dependency of proton conductivity over cation size, weak interactions like CH pi, I didn't talk in this particular work, but role of various phases that is equally crucial. And as I could able to show you you all that how the homogeneous distribution of ions is important rather than making a particular hydrophilic channels, it is important for us to remove the dynamic heterogeneity, which is there in the pure ionic liquid also, which is there in the semi-solid membrane as well. So we have to go towards the more homogeneous distribution of the electrolyte, so that whatever the proton is there, we can easily move to the one side to another side, and it can facilitate the proton transfer in a high fuel cell performance. With this, I would like to stop my talk here. I would like to acknowledge CDEC for high performance computing. I would like to acknowledge UGC for the startup grant, and DST for the Inspire Research grant. And I must thank organizers, Vedanta Group, as well as Vedanta PG Girls College for inviting me for this lecture and giving me opportunity to reach you out. I am very sorry that I couldn't come there physically because of the semester overlapping. And I must thank here that Dr. Mukesh CC has called me for this and gave me opportunity to virtually meet my mentor, Professor I.P. Jain sir. I don't know whether he is there in the audience now or not, but please convey my regards to him as well. Thank you. Please ask me any question or anything which you could able to. Thank you. Thank you all.
So anybody wants to ask something? Some questions like.
Okay, thank you all.
So, thank you so much, sir. Next abstract ID is IC 113 Birama Ram. Birama Ram.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, there is an instruction. Please sum up your presentation in 5 minutes. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
शेयर होने में दिक्कत आ रही है। शेयर होने में दिक्कत हो रही है, कुछ बना रही है। I don't want to share my people.
Please share your screen. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Please continue.
Good evening, all participants. Myself name is Birama Ram, research scholar under supervision of Professor K.R. Ganwa sir, Department of Chemistry, Jain Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan, Indian. My title of conference in study of eligibility data for solar energy conversion and storage. I would like to conference my present research work. Introduction. Today's world energy will play a major role in the economic growth, and also energy is main input for overall socio-economic development of any country. Energy, the prime catalyst for economic, is vital to the sustenance of modern nation. Future economic growth in a very crucial way on the long-term availability of energy from sources that are affordable, accessible, and environment friendly. Energy plays a very significant role in our day-to-day life. Energy provides us to live as an easy life. Achieving a secure, efficient, and clean energy supply is one of the major issues facing the world community. Since there is an urgent need to focus the higher attention on development of new energy source. Fossil fuels account for about 19% of world energy consumption. The consumption of fossil fuels is harmful to environment. Renewable energy sources are the best alternative sources that replace the use of fossil fuels. the conversion of solar energy into many forms of energy is an important priority today. The storage of solar energy is the main required object of the scientific globe to use it as and we whether required. Solar energy comes from the radiant energy that is produced in the sun at extreme temperature, causing nuclear fusion to occur. This result of temperature that is an excess of soap and radiant from the sun from light and heat. The solar energy is easily available, safe and eco-friendly source of energy has edges over the other renewable sources of energy with special reference to abundantly available and its promising nature. Advance of solar energy, infinite energy resources, greatly reduced pollutions, low running costs, suitable for remote areas. Solar energy does not require any fuels. Solar energy helps considerably in maintain the ecological balance. Disadvantages of solar energy: solar powers are not available at night time, may be unavailable due to weather condition. Photogalvanic cells. The photogalvanic cell is a unique as there are only solar cells that are capable of doing solar power generation and storage simultaneously. The photogalvanic cell is the type of photochemical cell which is used for solar energy conversion. The photogalvanic cell are based on some chemical rise to high energy products on excitation by a photon. It is a based on photogalvanic effect. The photogalvanic effect was first observed by Riddles and Williams, and it was systematically investigated by Robinovich. And my present research work, my material and method: material alizarin radiation photosensitizer, ascorbic acid reductant, and sodium lauryl sulfate as a surfactant, and sodium hydroxide and alkaline medium were used in the present work. Characteristic of alizarin radiation is type of azodite and has appearances of yellow-orange powder. It is soluble in water and ethanol. Its molecular weight is 2.26 gram per mole and lambda max 5306 to 569 nanometer respectively. This solution of alizarin radiation, ascorbic acid, sodium lauryl sulfate, and sodium hydroxide have been prepared in double distilled water. Experimental setup of photogalvanic cell. To start the experiment, first of all, stock solution of the chemicals were prepared for experiment, direct weighing, and kept in amber colored containers to protect them from light. Standard solution of sodium hydroxide, one non-volatile, used in its experiments. A hydrogen, a S-shaped glass tube was fabricated, keeping a window. Is one arm for experiment. Cell reaction mixers, always 20 ml, were prepared by adding known amount of dye, reductant, and surfactant. In S-shaped experimental setup, a saturated calomel electrode is immersed in one arm, and one on the other hand, a platinum electrode was immersed in another arm having window. Both the terminal of electrodes were connected to digital PS meter, multimeter, and microammeter through a key and resistant to keep the circuit closed and open device. Then the system was placed in dark and attained stable potential as 200-watt tungsten lamp was used as source of illumination to cut off the infrared radiation. A water filter was placed between light source and system. This experimental setup of photogalvanic system and the result of my research work, the observed cell performance is circuit voltage 1075 millivolt, short circuit current 255 microampere, potential at power point 512 microvolt, current at power point 210 microampere, and power at power point 107.52 microwatt. Conversion efficiency 1.033%, fill factor 0.4256, and storage capacity 1 hour to time and 140 minutes. Conclusion: the photogalvanic cells are better option for solar. Also, this system with better electrical output, good performance, and storage capacity may be used for future in world. Thank you, ma'am.
There is one instruction for all the participants who are remaining. You may give your presentation tomorrow 9:30 to 6 o'clock. Okay, I repeat the time, 9:30 to 6 o'clock. You may present your presentation tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. Vedanta conference, all participants.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Request to all the participants, please fill the feedback form also. Fill the feedback form. I request all the participants that fill the feedback form also. And we had shared that on Telegram group. Science and technology can solve all the world's problems, and historically, it has been shown to make the world better and better. Now it's time for culture program, and I would like to invite Rudrani Singh and Mansi Parikh for Tandav Sroth. Please give big hands to Mansi and Rudrani. Hello. I hope you guys will enjoy this dance, and please don't leave this live session. I am damn sure that you will enjoy this performance by these girls. And please start this performance with a huge round of appreciation, please. Now we are going to start our cultural program. And the participants are Mansi Parikh and Rudrani. This is my request to the online participants that please don't leave this, because there is some technical issue, and we are going to start our cultural program soon only.
अरविंद शिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णु विलासिनि जिष्णुनुते
That was hello. That was a beautiful dance covered by a beautiful girl dance. And now we have a next dance by Shubham Dayal, Khushi Kumawat, Pushpa Jat. That is Chirmi. No, ये बोलना है चिरमी डांस होता है कौन चिरमी अरे बोलो यार हाँ चिरमी For Chirmi Rajasthani dance, I would like to call Shubham Dayal, Khushi Kumawat, Pushpa Jat. I thought ये गाने का नाम लिखा है हाँ बस यही दिखाइए
अब तुम इसको डांस नहीं बोलोगे परफॉर्मेंस बोलो डांस और थोड़ा सा मतलब यू थोड़ा एनर्जी डालो यार ऑडियंस में अपने वर्ड से डालो हिंदी में करूँ क्या बस ठीक है कोई बात छोड़ो मेरे वाली इसमें कोई मिल रहा है उससे डाल दो थोड़ा अच्छा लगेगा मैं बोल दूँ क्या ये देखो 2 मिनट बोल दूँ क्या ये अब तो चलो आगे के लिए इसको के हिसाब से जोड़ लो मैसेज के साथ है ना वो इंग्लिश में बोल देगी तुम इंग्लिश में अनाउंस करना तुम उसको हिंदी में बाद में जाते टाइम कर सकते हैं पंजाबी वाला तो ये है बहुत लंबा मत लेना बस 2 लाइन रोटेशन नहीं बस इस तरह से बेटी का चॉकलेट देख रही हूँ मैं
right? Amrita Sharma, Kanishka Rajput, and Kiran Rajput. Be ready, okay? ये सब वैसे बोलेंगे। I think we should stop now. बहुत ही हेलो 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 बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल परफॉर्मेंस थी। आई थिंक एक बार और जोर से क्लैप होना चाहिए इन लोगों के लिए। जब सुर और ताल सुनाई देता है तो दिल बेहाल हो ही जाता है, थिरकने को मन करता है, चहक पड़ता है बस ताल से ताल मिलाने को। So what do you guys think? That was energetic performance? Yes. तो आप लोग किससे कम हो फिर? Then अगर ये लोग अपना डांस से अपना एनर्जी शो कर रहे हैं, then we should clap like मतलब बहुत ज्यादा एनर्जी से हमें क्लैप करना चाहिए, बिकॉज वो तो 3 गर्ल्स थी एंड हम लोग तो इतने सारे हैं। सो मुझे बहुत फीका फीका सा लग रहा है ये, सीरियसली। सो अब हमें जो भी डांस परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा है, ये मतलब मैं आप लोगों को चलो एक डेयर ही देती हूँ कि उनके सॉन्ग से ज्यादा हमारी क्लैपिंग की वो वॉइस होनी चाहिए। लाइक ऑडिटोरियम में ओनली क्लैपिंग ही होनी चाहिए हमारी, ठीक है, जिससे वो लोग भी थोड़ा मोटिवेट होंगे। Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? अभी भी फीका था यार। Are you guys ready? That was the Vedanta PG Girls College. Okay, so our next performance. बेटे की मोहब्बत को कभी बुलाना नहीं, वह फूल है उसे कभी रुलाना नहीं। पिता का गुमान होती है बेटी, जिंदा होने की पहचान होती है बेटी। उसकी आंखें कभी नम ना होने देना, उसकी जिंदगी से खुशियां कभी कम ना होने देना। So our next performance is on बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, and I would like to invite Amrita Sharma, Kanishka Rajput and Kiran Rajput. Please give big hands to them. इधर आओ ना, कुछ लिखा है निकाल भी कैसे मिल गया मिल गया।
गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट डॉक्टर सिन्हा बोल रही।
Yes.
वाइफ प्रेग्नेंट है, लड़की है, अबॉर्शन करना था।
किससे बात कर रहे हो आप?
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
लड़का चाहिए होगा आपको?
नहीं, लड़का नहीं, लड़की चाहिए। चूंकि रेप हो जाएगा इसका, आई एम सो सॉरी डॉक्टर, मैं नवीन बोल रहा हूँ रेडियो से, और मुझे मालूम है कि आपके पास कॉल आती होगी, लेकिन उनकी वजह यही होती होगी कि मैं दहेज नहीं दे सकता या मैं लड़की को पढ़ा नहीं सकता। लेकिन अब कॉल आया करेगी और वजह ये हुआ करेगी डॉक्टर कि मैं अपनी बच्ची को पैदा नहीं होने देना चाहता, क्योंकि इसका रेप हो सकता है।
मेरी मैं तुमको नाचू दे दूंगी चाहे चाहे चलनी कर दो मार को नाचू दे दूंगी छूके देखो दिल मेरा तुम्हें दिल में अपने बदलूंगी पर छेड़ देखो तुझको मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी सारी सारी रात तक बहरी करने पे नहीं चलूंगी कैंडल जला के सैंडल दिखा के पर पे नहीं चलूंगी सनम मिला के देखो तो मैं साथ में तेरे चल दूंगी पर छेड़ के देखो तुम मुझको मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी मर्दों वाली बात कह के मुझे ढेर समझ के बेचोगे उन बाजारों में तेरी मैं नस्लों को मिटा दूंगी जिस दुनिया में माँ बहने रिश्ते नहीं है गाली है उस दुनिया से मर्यादा के रिश्ते सारे तोड़ूंगी नजर बदल के देखो तो मैं नजर नहीं लगने दूंगी पर छेड़ के देखो तुम मुझको मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी मैं तुमको छोड़ूंगी
Very energetic performance. And thank you so much, girls. हम राजस्थानी हैं तो राजस्थानी नृत्य तो होना बहुत जरूरी है ना। ओके, तो प्योर राजस्थानी लुक को शो करने कालबेलिया डांस लेकर आ रही है हमारी नेक्स्ट ग्रुप निकिता निठारवाल, निशा बाजिया, सीमा बाजिया, प्रिया यादव, अंजू एंड आंचल। Please give big hands. Please give big hands here. श्रद्धा हो, विश्वास प्रजप न पगल में, पीयूष स्रोत सी बहा करो जीवन के सुंदर समतल में। नारी चाहे तो मंच ही क्या, मुझे लगता है पूरी दुनिया ही हिला सकती है। Once again, big hands to Nikita and Party for Kalbelia dance. If we are having a dance in Rajasthan और ये सॉन्ग पे डांस ना हो ये इम्पॉसिबल है, बिकॉज ये सॉन्ग बाहर गुजरात वहां नहीं चलता, और ना ही दैट आई हैड थॉट दैट कि वहां की गर्ल्स कुछ नहीं है हमारे आगे, बिकॉज हम राजस्थान की गर्ल्स, एंड आई एम डैम श्योर दैट यू गाइज आर रियली अमेजिंग। सो प्लीज एक बार बहुत ही ज्यादा एनर्जी से शो देम अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज प्लीज। Now our next dance, puppet dance, and I would like to call Vishakha Joshi, Vidushi Pancholi, Pooja Chaudhary, Meenal. Okay, and next performance जो है वो राजपूती डांस है, चंचल and साक्षी, be ready, okay? बता देना प्ले करना हो तो प्ले करें, प्ले करें। यस सर प्लीज।
Yeah.
a beautiful performance. राजपूती परंपरा से संपूर्ण राजस्थान को जाना जाता है और अब हमारी प्राचीन राजपूती परंपरा को प्रेजेंट करने आ रहा है नेक्स्ट ग्रुप चंचल अग्रवाल एंड साक्षी शर्मा. Please be on the stage. Please give big hands to her. Yes, sir, play. इसका काम है ये मेरे को बता दो. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Sir? Sir? ये बहुत Hello. Yeah. That was amazing performance, a lovely performance. में जितना कहे उतना कम है guys. Literally, it's so amazing. और like इतनी मनमोहक प्रस्तुतियों हो तो पंजाबी डांस ना हो तो मजा थोड़ा फीका फीका सा लगता है, right? Yeah, what's the Josh, man? So now we have a group of Punjabi dance. I would like to call Tamanna, Abhilasha Sharma. Ready? That was amazing performance by these sweet girls. Now, like हम गुजराती में एक होता है जैसे कि वहाँ पे बहुत एक्साइटमेंट जैसे अपने यहाँ पे होता है डांस, वैसे वहाँ पे गरबा होता है बहुत ज्यादा. तो वहाँ पे गरबा के बाद में एट द लास्ट दे सेड आज के आनंद की, तो एवरीवन सेज लाउडली जय. सो आज हम भी वही करेंगे और इतना जोर से, लाइक बहुत मजा आना चाहिए, ठीक है. सो आज के आनंद की जय, बिकॉज परफॉर्मेंस once more. ओके, आज के आनंद की जय, आज के आनंद की जय. ये दैट वाज द एक्साइटमेंट. बट हमारा लास्ट परफॉर्मेंस था. Now, I would like to call our mentor and principal, Dr. Prashant Madan, to sum up today's session. Please give big hands to Dr. Prashant Madan.
गुड इवनिंग. 2 मिनट तसल्ली से सुन लीजिए. अच्छा, at the end of the day, out of my Priyanka, 2 मिनट, इधर you go down. एक्चुअली जब आप यहां से होते हैं ना, तब आपको सब चीज दिख रही होती है. 3 बातें करूंगा. जब तक सब बच्चे चुप नहीं होंगे, आई विल नॉट स्पीक. आगे आ जाओ जो पीछे छुपे हुए. 2 मिनट आगे आ जाओ. अच्छी बात कर रहा हूँ, आप लोगों की तारीफ ही कर रहा हूँ. तारीफ भी नहीं सुनना चाहते. Out of my 10 years, last 10 years, rather 11 years, मैंने अपने पिछले 11 साल के एज अ प्रिंसिपल अपने करियर में आज जिंदगी में पहली बार कल्चरल प्रोग्राम मैंने पूरा देखा है. उठ गया था मैं बीच में से, उठ के चला गया था. एक छूट गया गलती से, बट फिर भी मैं इतनी देर बैठा. आई वॉज रियली इंटरेस्टेड. आज मुझे कुछ पॉजिटिव बहुत डिफरेंट लग रहा था. मतलब मैं इतनी देर बैठा था तो मैं एंजॉय कर रहा था. अदरवाइज आज तक सिर्फ ये हुआ है कि इधर कल्चरल प्रोग्राम शुरू होता है, उधर मैं उठ के बाहर चला जाता हूँ. मतलब इससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं बैठा पिछले इतने सालों में. सो देयर वाज. अच्छा, जब मैं बैठा था वहां पे, तो इम्पोर्टेंट ये है, व्हाट आई यूजुअली से टू ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स, कुछ चीजें हमेशा जब तक हम ऑब्जर्व नहीं करेंगे ना, जब तक हम ऑब्जर्व नहीं करेंगे हम सीखेंगे नहीं. तो एक बच्ची जब डांस कर रही थी तो मैं सरप्राइज, व्हाट शी वाज वेयरिंग, एंकलेट जो उसने पैर में वो आर्टिफिशियल पहना हुआ था वो टूट गया था. बट मैंने अगले 2 मिनट और 28 सेकेंड, एग्जैक्टली 2 मिनट और 28 सेकेंड, ना तो उस बच्ची की लय टूटते हुए देखी, ना मैंने उस बच्ची के चेहरे पे शिकन देखी. वो तभी पॉसिबल है. 2.5 मिनट आपकी पाजेब टूटी हुई हो, आप 2.5 मिनट डांस नहीं कर सकते, नहीं कर सकते, मेरी गारंटी है. Now, what was the key learning? देखिए, हर चीज हमें सिखाती है. ऑब्जर्व हमें करना होता है. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, मुझे सीख मिली कि जिंदगी में यदि हम किसी भी काम को लगन से कर रहे हैं, बाधाएं आएंगी. हम उस बाधा से कैसे डील करते हैं, वही हमारी परफॉर्मेंस, वही हमारे रिजल्ट का आउटकम है. बाधा आई, लेकिन शी वॉज नॉट बॉदर्ड अबाउट इट. शी वॉज मोर कंसर्न कि मेरी परफॉर्मेंस टूटनी नहीं चाहिए, मेरी परफॉर्मेंस रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. इफ वी आर हैविंग दैट विजन, डेफिनेटली तो डांस से भी हम सीख सकते हैं. सेकेंडली द एनर्जी लेवल, इट वाज एंथुसियास्टिक, इट वाज मार्वेलस. So it calls for something different. अब मैंने कहा कि मैंने पूरा प्रोग्राम देखा और मेरी याददाश्त में मैंने पहली बार ढंग से प्रोग्राम देखा, बड़े तसल्ली से बैठ के। अदरवाइज आई नो माई सेल्फ, मुझे पता है, मतलब मेरे को कल्चरल में लगता है कि इधर शुरू होता है और उधर मैं बाहर हो जाता हूँ, या कुछ प्राइस तो बनता है।
ये है कि कल के सेशन में आप पूरे दिन हमारे साथ बैठेंगे।
कल्चरल नहीं है,
कल्चरल की बात नहीं है।
So I think we have got 7 groups in all. अब इंडिविजुअल प्राइज देना, मैं बड़ी देर से, हम ना 15 मिनट से ये मंथन चल रहा है वहां बैठ के, हमारे दिमाग में कई समस्याएं चलती है ना। आप लोग जब डांस को एंजॉय कर रहे थे, हमारे दिमाग में प्राइज मनी शुड बी देयर। एक बात आई कि गिफ्ट दे दिया जाए, गिफ्ट दिया तो क्या गिफ्ट दिया जाए, फिर सोचेंगे, फिर लाएंगे, बड़ी लंबी योजना हो जाएगी। तो इन पुटिंग ऑल टुगेदर, अच्छा इसमें ज्योति जी जो डांस के बच्चे हैं उसमें ये 2 बच्चे आज पे एंकरिंग में, और कितने बच्चे नो वेज प्रियंका एंकरिंग में, और कितने बच्चे हैं कल? 2 और हैं, 4। सो दैट इंक्लूड्स दीज स्टूडेंट्स एंड 4 ऑफ दीज एंकर्स। कल वालों की मैं मान लेता हूं कि वो भी ऐसे ही उम्दा बोलेंगे। पे आज का प्रोग्राम तो इन दोनों बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छा करा है। बीच में आओ ना आप लोग, कम बीच में, गो टू द सेंटर स्टेज। अब बढ़िया सी ताली बजाइए सबसे पहले। क्योंकि दे आर द ओनली वन, हम सबके पास अपने पास रीजन थे इस जगह से हटने के। ये बेचारे 2 जने ऐसे टंगे हुए थे सुबह से, they were having n number of reasons to move out and move in, but right from morning till now they are still here. एक ताली और जोरदार बनती है। Thank you. It was wonderful. It was very nice. बहुत अच्छा आपने उम्दा करा, मतलब I'm very short of words. So what should be the prize money? बोलिए डॉक्टर साहब, कुछ अच्छा सा अमाउंट बताइए ना। 5100 रुपए, 5100, 5100। अच्छा मजा नहीं आया। Okay, putting all together, let us go for a big amount, a good amount, 11,000 rupees for all these students. मैं ज्योति राजावत के खाते में फोन पे कर दूंगा। ज्योति राजावत विल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट अकॉर्डिंगली। क्या कह रही है? मैं कर रहा हूं, मैं स्टेज छोड़ने से पहले करके जाऊंगा। देखो देर करी तो क्या करी। So let me find out where ज्योति, कौन सा नंबर है तेरा फोन पे? ज्योति अब नंबर नहीं बता रही। ज्योति कह रही मेरे नंबर पे फोन पे नहीं है। मना करना था तेरे को कि सर अभी नहीं है, समझती नहीं है। ऐसे टाइम में मना करना होता है, सर मेरे नंबर पे फोन पे नहीं है, बाद में कर देना, दे देना। I paid successfully. So 11,000 rupees आ गए? बता दे भाई आ गए। ऑन द स्पॉट डन। जिंदगी में हमेशा ध्यान रखना, जब भी डिसीजन लेना हो अच्छे से लेना, तुरंत लेना। डिसीजन लेने के बाद सोचना कि अब उसको सही कैसे करना है। हम क्या होता है सोचने में वक्त लगा देते हैं। So with this let us close for today's. स्टूडेंट से मैं बोलूंगा एक ज्योति जी ग्रुप फोटो करा दीजिए बच्चों के साथ विद स्माइल। वो आज के आनंद की जय हो। आई एम हैविंग क्लोज कर दो यार, कॉफी पी लेना हमको भी ना, यूट्यूब पे लाइव चलते रहेंगे, कॉफी पीते रहेंगे। सम इंफॉर्मेशन इज देयर नाउ।